adjust the volume?
Hardcore vibes that are on things. Hey, hardcore
Damn, is there some,
that are on things. Hey,
This one is dedicated to all the ravers in the nation.
It's a rave now. It's a rave. Yeah, this is the best part. We're trying to hype you up. Yo, I think it's a little bit lagged. It's still playing that like French techno. Like I feel like I'm about to walk into. That's okay. It's okay.
hardcore vibes. Hardcore vibes. Hardcore vibes. Hardcore vibes that are on things.
Damn, we got the moving background now. Oh, that is fresh.
To all the ravers in the nation. To all the ravers in the nation. To all the ravers. To all the ravers. To all the ravers in the nation.
Hardcore vibes that are on things. Hey,
I like this Red Bindonian guy. Like he's hyped up. Here we go. Yeah. Keep up with that, yeah.
To all the ravers in the nation. To all the ravers in the nation. To all the ravers. To all the ravers. To all the ravers in the nation.
Grammarly helps make your writing clear.
Our first sponsor.
Yeah, 20 chains, so you know the way. Rollie over bang, I've been shitting since the rolly days. Y'all blue and yellow, full of nuggets, look like Golden State. Same nigga used to roller blade, not a rover skate. Pocket fat as fuck, need to run, my shit overweight.
I think we dropped up. We're at 9 now.
Especially overweight, 40 on me, been a left a nigga like I'm running late. I was in Miami,
Oh, we had 10,
baby,
okay.
hit the O with face. Nigga, 4 pints cost me 10 something.
Someone
I
keeps
be
dropping
always
in and out. We
on
went
the
10-9,
round like I missed
10-9.
something. Took my bitch to Barney's on Rodeo, told her pick something. You ain't getting paid, niggas be too busy dick sucking.
Always wanna be in first place, fuck a runner-up. Counting paper all night, fuck I gave my thumb a
Red
club.
Dundoni must know what the song is.
On me, but there's nothing much. So you doing money, talking better be a bucking up. Niggas wanna taste of the pies, but can't look straight in the eyes. I'm trying to think that you a snake in disguise. I've been focusing, lately I've been chasing the skies.
You know, I don't like though when you use that app, it just automatically adds to your playlist. You know?
And give me space while I'm shooting if you don't got shit. Seeing niggas getting money,
I use
then they
Apple
go out
Music,
quick.
I'm a
Setting
pleb.
examples for the
But,
youngins who don't know about shit.
if I like Shazam something, I used to, but you know, I'm still used to Apple's setup.
server OT cause the block hot is toxic.
Alright, we're at 14,
Bitches ain't no
man.
fucking
Start.
stir fry, this hibachi. Did the 69 with your bitch, I ain't the Kashi. Little nigga, big strap, but one
Alright,
big
alright,
nigga
alright,
boxy. 013, I was itching for a body. A few years before, I pull up in the hottie.
Fair.
Around the
Alright,
same
what's
time, I was stretching aqua quality. Fast forward 9 minute race on college, sipping walkie. Niggas hating on me.
Yeah.
Shit, I heard it through the grapevine. Look, waiting on me. I just got across the state line. Free boss home.
What's up, everybody? We're about to start right now. How you doing, Jawad? Haven't seen you in a sec. What's up, Jake English, the OG from Russia? What's up, Red Dundonian? What's up, Arctic Angel? What's up, Ewoks? How you doing, man? What's up, Gurkha Ron? I haven't seen you in a while, man. What's up?
I just got across the
Alright, guys. I just set up my shit. We got a dual screen setup, so you know what I'm saying? It's way better now. It's way better for me now, you know what I'm saying? Way more comfortable streaming and shit, you know? So this is how it is. Hello from Moscow. What's up, Mr. Cyber Sayu? How you doing from Moscow? We got 2 Russians in the chat. Shout out to the OGs in the chat. What's up, Temujin? This Infrared is an international live streaming platform, you know what I'm saying? Your mic going stupid, damn. How's it like now? Is this good? It's right in front of me, directly in front of me now. Did you see Jason Unruhe's video? Yeah, I heard about it, actually. I heard about it.
He did one
Jason,
about
don't-
Caleb, right?
Yeah, against Caleb. You know, this is going to be a quick stream, so I don't know if we're going to go at it today, but you know what I'm saying? Anybody who comes at Infrared is going to face the wrath of Infrared. So anybody trying to come at Infrared, you know what I'm saying? Do so at your own peril, you know what I'm saying? Because we're not like the leftists you used to. Let's just say it as that, you know? I have a question for you. What is your thoughts on Jason's recent video? Look, it's not really our beef, but the whole gist of the video, from what I'm saying, is this stuff about billionaires and millionaires. I don't think we really fuck with heavy on the fucking millionaires and billionaires are good, or socialism just means more wealth. You know, Lenin was pretty explicit that that wasn't the case. It's also about sacrifice. So I understand that. But I'm also against people who talk about Jay Sakai settlers and who talk about how the first world need to be fleeced. And, you know, it's like we're centrists here. You know what I'm saying? But actually, we lean more Caleb in spirit. But as far as
I think
we are for American socialism with American characteristics. It's just that we're not reducing socialism with Chinese characteristics or socialism with American characteristics to increasing wealth. That isn't our view of it, okay? We like Caleb and we fuck with Caleb. Caleb's made the argument that socialism with Chinese characteristics is defensible just because it's increased wealth. But we think there's way more to it than that. That's our position, actually. Guys, by the way, this is Grayson. Grayson, why don't you introduce yourself? Sorry.
Yeah. So I'm Grayson. I'm from South Carolina. Probably the only Southerner actually in our group. I'm not gonna dox myself the rest of it, but yeah, man. Yeah, I've been here from the beginning too. I just haven't gotten on the stream, you know. I haven't really had the time to, but I've been watching some of it. It's good stuff. With Caleb, I think his position is understandable. His position is understandable. It's not that, you know, we agree with it. I can see where he's coming from. I see what he's reacting to. That stuff, you know, I think those are the kind of mistakes that aren't deep enough to really warrant a breaking from us. You know what I mean? Like, we're still firmly in that camp. It's what he's reacting to on the left that I think it's the wrong steps in the right direction. That's how I'd put it, you know?
Yeah, you know, I mean, I don't even want to disrespect Jason Unruhe, but anyone who comes at Infrared from a negative angle and shit, we're going to go Super Saiyan and shit, you know what I'm saying? But all I want to say on this point is that I like Caleb's style a little bit more than Jason's. I like how Caleb is a American type of dude, and we do need a socialism with American characteristics if we're living in America. Otherwise, you're just a kind of LARPing poser, you know?
Hey guys.
I'm a B.
Yeah, man.
BRB.
So what's up, everyone? What's up, Arctic Angel?
Yeah, hey Arctic.
Angel.
Hey J-Wad. See,
Yeah, boy. Yeah, no, like we still fuck with Caleb. The thing is, like he's reacting to maybe I don't know if he's, but in my mind, right, he's reacting to this kind of idea of socialism is, it's kind of like what Deng Xiaoping said. Poverty isn't socialism. Poverty isn't socialism. If he's mistaken about we shouldn't be against billionaires because billionaires embody corruption. They're tied up with the state. It's not like but and we as socialists don't need to make excuses for that. That's I think that's another point. But we still fuck with Caleb.
Yeah, I think the main thing he's trying to get at is that like a lot of leftists think about socialism as just like being this kind of destructive thing, right? So he's focusing on the positive aspect of it as like an abundance of production and wealth. And I think the problem is like billionaires are like parasites off of that abundance that socialism creates.
Well, I think it's mainly a political issue. The problem with billionaires isn't this kind of moralizing about this poverty mongering is poverty's virtue. Billionaires are actually, it's more political. It's like billionaires represent aristocratic type of feudal corruption. That's the angle. You can be a petit bourgeois revolutionary and still oppose the billionaires. But I have sorry, I don't want to cut this short, but I just have a quick question for the guy named Jay in chat. Jay, are you from Russia itself? Because that will greatly make me weigh your input better. Because you're saying Navalny should be, some say, you're not saying, you're saying some say. Some say Navalny should be put into power due to the contradictions. But here's my issue with these hypothetical abstractions. It's like, I'm so sick of leftists who think this way. What ought we to do? Okay, let's just do it. No. It's like you're not God. You can't just put Navalny into power. You're presupposing a power you don't have in the first place. You got to always understand your where you are actually. You can't just be like Vosh and be like, should we or shall thou vote for Biden? It's like completely missing the point. Okay, it's about what power do you have right now, and volunteering for charity. I'm sick of this mentality. Like, well, come on, guys. If everyone just gets right to it, we can all just get things done. It's kind of a charitable cuck mentality.
It's a subjectivist one because it doesn't. It puts a premium on what you ought to do, right? It's not just moralistic, but it's like for Marxism, it's not about subjectively wanting something. Marxists have never, ex nihilo made revolution, right? They only led an objective revolution that was already underway, Like in Vietnam, it's not like, the communists had, introduced the anti-colonial struggle. It's that they were the ones who were able to connect with the striving of the Vietnamese people, It's not about like want,
Swag dog, how do we do that? How do I do that? I'm going on edit. You want me to make it embeddable? How do I do that? I don't know how to do that. We're really new at this. Navalny is an opportunistic populist. I don't even think he's a populist, because to me Navalny seems his main appeal are like liberal youth, right? Jason is turning into a grifter. Sad. I don't know why Jason's like creating beef with Caleb for no reason. Like, aren't we all tankies under the same siege, right? Like, I don't understand why you going after Caleb for. Like, why did you make if you wanted to invite him for a friendly discussion where you can air out your disagreements, then that would be a lot more sympathetic from my perspective. But just making this video, I'm rambling. How do I do the embed thing? I don't know what that means. Embed?
I got no clue.
How do I do that? I have no fucking idea how to do that. License and distribution. Oh, allow embedding right here. Save. Okay, I just allowed it. I clicked on the options. Okay, I just did it, dude. It's embeddable now. Sorry, guys, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Where did we stop on the chat?
Wait, sorry, you cannot update your video. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Allow embedding.
So accelerationism. Temujin. So that's, I think we talked about acceleration on this before, right? You know, it's like most of the time when we're talking about acceleration, you know, like Landian acceleration, it's not about like making stuff worse so they get better, you know? I feel like this is a kind of view that you see, you know, the New York Times calls it accelerationism, right-wing accelerationists, but that's not really what it's about, you know? I mean, I guess it is to some extent, right? But
Well, I think the difference is like there's not this voluntarist like aspect where you're dedicating yourself to like making it become worse. It's more like you already appreciate the transformations you know that are happening already.
Yeah.
Like, objectively, this is where things are going, and you're not trying to like retard the process or stop the process.
yeah, maybe put it this way. It's like, you know, accelerationism is, and we're not accelerationists, you know, but accelerationism is, but I think we would agree with this, being at peace with what is accelerating, so to speak. You know, I think the question though is like, what is the engine? What is the engine of accelerationism? And, you know, you're like, what is its object and whatever. Socialism is when Jeff Bezos has $100 billion. I guess so.
A lot of people think that because we defend, or not we defend it, this is like really voluntaristic terms, because we appreciate there's something to learn from socialism and Chinese characteristics, that we're like the Falk billionaires are good type. We never fucking said that. In China, there's debates about billionaires and shit, you know? There's anti-billionaire sentiment there, but Matt J says, you really think that is really Putin's palace? No, I saw a video where apparently it seems I smell bullshit on that whole thing. Apparently Putin's palace was actually a resort, or like some kind of hotel resort. So it seems like bullshit to me. Some people found, yeah, dude, Navalny's. Look at our video about Navalny with the Vosh video in our live streams. By the way, guys, if you want to see our old live streams or future live streams that you might have missed, go to our channel, click playlists, and click live streams. Anun Kasan, Muds. I don't know all this drama, dude. I don't.
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
Going back to the China thing with billionaires, China is probably the only country that's capable of reining in billionaires. They're I think recently, not a billionaire, but someone who has hundreds of, who was like caught for like corruption, like taking a
Jack
250.
Ma, right?
Not Jack Ma. It was someone else.
that
I
other
think
guy.
it's on their way. Recently, just got executed. I mean, I think China is really the only country that's even capable, or maybe the only country that's even capable of like really reining in the billionaire class.
Here's the
Russia
thing.
cages them, but China has, I mean, China's like produced a lot of articles in the West. It's like China's disappearing billionaires, you know?
What's up, Robert Anatas? How you doing, man? You know, a lot of people think that just because something exists, this is a really liberal kind of mistake. They think that inaction and not doing something means you're complicit. And this is a really liberal type of pathological. So just because China is not executing all billionaires, that means it's ruled by billionaires and you're a shill for billionaires. You're really critiquing China for not doing something, right? It's a completely different thing. And goes for the whole thing about markets under Chinese socialism as well. The Chinese Communist Party simply just, started to stop intervening in the way that it used to, because when the whole entire Chinese economy was politically dominated, you had the Cultural Revolution, which was turning everything upside down, because there was this common political side in which literally everyone could just make a fuss out of, so if it's not political anymore, then it is what it is, It's like, I don't know why people are complaining. I bet Navalny has a nice... Yeah, dude, Navalny's really blows. So if I understand this correctly, there will be an inherent desire for socialism by the masses. Yes, Jonathan, there's always... So that's why I always say we live in socialism. It's just because it's so redundant now. You guys have to understand that in the 19th century, this idea of some common social reality where we have some kind of economic interrelation that the state and policies are relevant towards whatsoever, that was not given, okay? Even libertarians are socialists. When libertarians say, We need to decrease taxes because that will benefit us all. The rationality behind their reasoning is put in socialistic terms, you know? That wasn't always the case, guys. A lot of people take socialism for granted, is what I'm trying to say. Do the serfs support Navalny? I bet they do. I bet you anything they do. They're just those type of fucking people who support whatever the MSM says, but they put their own quirky little cuck twist on it. Well, CNN supports Navalny and we do too, but we're really quirky and I'm silly about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Does Jacobin?
Probably.
I've not kept up with them.
Jacobin's gonna write about how we need to support democracy in Russia because Putin's capitalist oligarch. You know, Jacobin's the biggest phrase monger. It's literally the biggest. Even those people on Lefty Poll yesterday we were looking at that were talking shit about us and moralizing. Oh, you don't support workers. It's all this Jacobin style Western moralism, you know.
Yeah.
Jacobin mag.
You know, it's like the Dugan video that we watched yesterday. They just need to realize that they're not boss. You know, it's not up to what they're legislating. It's not up for the West to decide what's better for Russia. That's up for the Russians to decide.
Bing, my question for you, Bing, is what country are you from? Because I have found it that Anglos uniquely have this idea in their head that a word has an absolute meaning across all contexts and across every possible sense, even though words are literally utterances that come from our innards and our fucking fleshly, animalistic innards. Like, I could be a caveman and go, ooh, you know what I'm saying? It's just we're making sounds. That's what a fucking word is. It's not that deep, dude. The thing you're looking for is like this, semiotics and shit, like Strauss and Lacan and the symbolic and all that kind of stuff. That's the deeper level of meaning, but words that's not reducible to words. I don't know what this autism sorry, I don't want to be discriminatory, but I don't know where this kind of Anglo thing comes from that we're always encountering. People who think words have this magical alchemical power to contain every possible sense and use of the fucking word bundled into that word. It's really silly and just makes no sense to me. My brain doesn't work that way. Maybe I'm just not maybe you should use some race science, Bing, to explain that on my part, because I simply do not think that way. I just don't. You watched it. Sorry.
I don't think anyone can even I don't think anyone can be a person by actually operating that way, as if words are just literally defined by their definition and they have to be logically consistent with that singular definition. That's not how, that's just how language works at all.
You know what's weird about that as well is that what they're basically saying is that the meaning of words is in fact nothing more than more words. So where does it end? Are words just words, just words, just words? It's metonymy. You're always looking for the true meaning and definition of the word, and you're reducing that to another sentence or string of words. So at what point are words related to actual reality, Look this stuff up, guys, because the whole 20th century was about this, including that weirdo guy Wittgenstein that I don't even like. There's some drama in the Russian leftist community about Navalny. All agree he's not our ally, but some leftists claim that we need to support the movement that began after Navalny's video. That's really interesting, Cyber. That's actually really interesting. What I would advise, I don't know if you guys care about my advice, you Russians out there, and please, I'm not expecting you, it's you guys know more than me, you know better than me. But if you wanted my advice, then the first thing I would say is that I would say the old social democratic model from the 20th century, according to which this stagist view of liberal democracy is more advanced, and then after liberal democracy we can have communism, is historically outdated. So I always thought that for Russia's case, at least, the whole point should be to surpass Putin in Putin's sovereign democracy, to go a step further, to be more Putin than Putin himself in a sense. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But yeah, I think there's also the geopolitical thing that you got to pay attention to. But I think, that's just my 2 cents. If we got socialism, what are we fighting for? That's just like what Stalin was saying when people who are like, well, if you have socialism, why should we still work? You know, boy, you should learn from Asian religions and Asian philosophies, you know? You'll understand that you'll drop this kind of dogmatic eschatological view of striving toward a perfect world, and you'll understand how it is you can have being in the world here and now. And just because we already have socialism doesn't mean profound changes don't await us. But those changes are not individualistically mediated. Okay, the scale at which the change happens is beyond the individual purview.
I mean, this happened historically too. I mean, this was, testified by the experience of 20th century communism, you know, not just between states, but within them. What else was Mao's Cultural Revolution, you know?
Yeah. You're right. We do use them to communicate, but that presupposes that the meaning of words is deeper than the words themselves, because communication is the communication of something that's not just the word. You're not just communicating a word. You're communicating something deeper than the word. At one point, there has to be material reality being. And we can get into psychoanalysis, but I don't want to bore you guys, you know. How do you output the Putin? Yeah, it's interesting. I know words are important being, but you have to take them in their context. And that's what people in good faith do, and that's actually what normal human beings do. It only seems that these Anglo intellectuals have a problem with how we use words.
I mean, even in all the classics, the context, like the way in which the word socialism is used is different in different contexts. You know, if you're reading Marx and Engels, they don't always mean the same thing when they say socialism. You know, it depends on the context.
Boy, so just strive to be better. No, I don't think that. I think you should lose this kind of normative better, worse view of things at all. Again, study a little bit, learn a little bit from Asian philosophy. It's about being. Don't take being for granted. Just be what you are, and you'll see how revolutionary it is. That's why I always tell people, guys, learn from the Iranian Revolution. Be like Khomeini. The guy just stood still, and the whole world trembled. Be what you are, and the world will tremble. The revolution will happen around you. You have to invert your sense of what revolution is. Revolution doesn't mean you're forcing change on reality. That's a voluntaristic, very Western, individualistic view. Sometimes when you actually correctly acquire a relationship to material reality, that in itself is what's revolutionary. Because believe it or not, the world you're taking for granted, the world you think you know, is latent with contradictions. Anywhere I can read. I would actually begin with intros to Heidegger, the guy Martin Heidegger.
Yo, actually, yeah, read like Intro to Metaphysics. It's really, really easy. Look, it's all stems from a Cartesian dogma, because y'all in the chat, you know, I guess you're familiar with Descartes. I mean, have you Heidegger pilled them? Because look, it's very simple. It's very simple. Just a quick rundown. Descartes wanted to have certainty, so he locked himself in a stove-heated room. Begins with cogito ergo sum. Where I think I am. Okay, but he's beginning from thought. He's beginning from thinking. Heidegger basically just says that there's a being that's deeper than this. He calls the question of being, right? And he says every generation has to reconfigure their relation to being, right? He doesn't have like an ultimate, like, this is being. No, it's a question. It's a question mark. You know, it's not something you can reduce to language. That's Cartesian dogmatism.
The thing about Heidegger that's so powerful is that he's a gateway for Westerners to understand and have a bridge toward the East, and maybe vice versa, you know? So Heidegger is very important to understand infrared, probably. I think you guys should have a rudimentary... I know it's like a buttload. Maybe we can have streams and we could like talk about it together, but...
No, honestly, I like it. It's counterintuitive because he has a bad rap, especially in the university. But distance yourself from that. If you read, I think it'll become apparent what we're talking about. You know, we're talking about. Yeah. Martin Heidegger, Arctic Angel.
I really can't imagine how people can be Marxists in the West without being Heideggerians. Thoughts on Guénon? We don't really go that far. You know, Guénon, the traditionalism stuff. I'm sure Guénon has some interesting things to say. obviously we don't dogmatically follow the German conservative revolution thinkers and European traditionalists, but these are all people with interesting things to say, but they're also worthy of critique, and Marxists should know how to, from a philosophical and intellectual perspective. If you're living in the West, you should be like a Renaissance type thinker, engage with everybody, know where you stand. Don't just dismiss them as fascists.
Marx did this. Marx read and I think corresponded with Carlyle, Thomas Carlyle.
Yeah, Carlyle.
Right?
Who was
you have to be able to have discourse with these people, or maybe not discourse, but you have to know them. And sometimes it can be enlightening. I mean, we use a lot of Duginist concepts. I don't really care what they call us. I don't think we're Duginists per se, but
we're not.
I mean, yeah, a lot of stuff is useful.
Yeah.
Guénon became a Sufi. He did.
He moved to Egypt. Yeah, he moved to Egypt and he converted to Islam, became a Sufi. What would be a proper praxis be? I think my issue with praxis, the word praxis, is that it's akin to the Catholic notion of good works. Praxis just means with our action, we have to fulfill some standard of the good. I think all of this boils down to something that in the 19th century was called aesthetics. And we need an aesthetic revolution in Marxism to clarify this kind of stuff. Because praxis, as it stands in the West, is a voluntaristic concept. It's not a materialistic concept. It's a voluntaristic one.
Gurkaran, my fault, says, why does Martin have a bad rep? It's because he was formally, he was formally engaged with, right? He was a Nazi, and he was active in I think he dedicated one of his books to Husserl, and then all of a sudden he removed it under Nazism, just stuff like that. But the thing is, you can excuse, no excuse, right? But you can see where Heidegger went wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? And you can just dismiss this. He says in Intro to Metaphysics, if you read that book, and I think it's a good to start, he says, we Germans were in between the pincers. Soviet Russia, nihilism, Western civilization, nihilism. We've discovered being. But, he didn't get this. It was in the Soviet Union where this survived, right? This is what Stalinism's significance for us is.
Here's another thing about Heidegger people overlook. Heidegger's entire evaluation of the significance of the Soviet Union and Marxism and communism came from his reading of Lukács. Heidegger was profoundly influenced, but also kind of terrified of Lukács's The History of Class Consciousness. And his work, Being and Time, was in part a response to that work by Lukács. But I think in our view as well, Lukács's book was completely antithetical to the achievement of Bolshevism. Lukács' book bundled together a lot of prejudices of Kantianized Second International Marxism. And this is why Lukács rejects Engels' Dialectics of Nature. So in a sense, Heidegger inadvertently was actually returning to Marxism and saving it from people like Lukács, who were... I gave Haas... Yeah, neat. We probably should do a video like that, right? It's just videos are tough to make, but streaming is...
We can put it in our Substack probably too, right?
Yeah, we'll fill our Substack.
I don't know if that's how it works.
Definitely. What's the topic of this stream? We're just going to have a quick stream. It's not going to be that long. And we're just going to chill. We have some stuff lined up, I think. But explain voluntarism versus materialism. Well, according to the voluntarist view, the word what is to be done is basically like, well, I'm sitting here. What kind of charity should I go out and be doing? But the materialist view is ontological. It's actually a question of what is being in the first place. What am I doing right now? And the real political struggles that are happening are around the fact that this is not a given, right? Don't assume... This is the problem with voluntarism. With voluntarism, you say, I'm here, I know what I am, I know what is going on, what should I do? What direction do I go in? But you're taking a lot of things for granted. You're taking being for granted, right? The reason there's politics, guys, isn't because people woke up one day and decided that they want to intervene in reality. It's because there's a conflict over reality itself and what is reality. So that's where the revolution actually is happening. It's not happening, because it's, guys, there's this problem with American technocratic pragmatism. And what I mean by that is that, I know it's more phrases. What I mean by that is that people assume that communism means I woke up on the wrong side of the or right side of the bed one day and I say, all around the world I see problems. So how do I solve these problems? And I'm going to use communism to solve the problems that exist in the world. That's completely a technocratic, pragmatic view of what, in this philosophical sense of, of communism. And it's completely hopscotching over the necessary engagement with German idealism and stuff, which is actually
I think that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
I think that the way that it's easier maybe to swallow what we're saying, especially with like the objectivity of socialism, which I know we've talked about a million times, but think about socialism the way you do about capitalism. Most of you are smart enough to not use this stuff as just an ideology, right? You see it as just, you use whatever word, mode of production, economic system. It doesn't really matter what you call it, but something that's objective. It's not just premised on your ideas. That's what socialism is. In the objective sense, you can be subjectively, right, striving for or clarifying the world in light of this fact, but it's not something that precedes this actual objectivity, Like, it doesn't, if we say we're living in socialism, it doesn't mean that Marxists rule us. It doesn't mean that. It just means that, but it just means that it means that there's an objectivity that precedes your own wants, It doesn't have to be subjectively socialistic,
Hold on, guys. I don't mean to cut this short, this conversation, but we did get a hater for our last video the other day, and I want the hater to be put on the spotlight for 1 second. So we're going to put this hater on the spotlight because you know what I'm saying? Our rule from now, all the bitch ass comments we get, we're gonna address them on stream.
Call yourself Neon, because I can.
So okay, let's check this out. Okay, this is the fucking idiot of the day, bitch ass, bitch made pussy of the day. Let's see. Rotsiv Tillems. Holy shit, what a loser. Comedy gold, though. Thanks for the entertainment, anyhow. Rotsiv, I'm a loser, okay? I'm a loser. By the way, guys, thank you for these. I'm a loser. Okay. What are you doing? This is who you follow. This looks like some dumb cuck shit. This looks like some dumb shit. This is who you follow? And I'm the fucking loser. You look like, what are you doing in our fucking video? How did you find out about our video? Sounds like you're an anonymous pussy bitch loser, and we're actually putting ourselves out here, and you commented on our video, which incriminates you as a bigger loser than us, because we're the ones, right, who you found, and we're actually doing the work. You're a fucking loser, bitch. And let me rate his profile. What is this swamp thing we got going on? Because what is your point with this, huh? You think, what is this? Who's this supposed to impress? I'm not impressed. What's this profile picture, huh? I can't even see it. This is a YouTube channel? No fucking shit it is, bitch. You calling us losers? Infrared, I found a supporter of you on Twitch. Andrek, tell us more. Tell us who it is, and we'll check them out right now. By the way, guys, we do have a Twitch. But we didn't know if we should ever stream on Twitch because you guys told us you like YouTube better. Yeah. Tell us about this Twitch, dude. I'm excited. You're taking comments way too seriously. Nah, man. We gotta address these bitch-ass motherfuckers. They think that anonymously they're gonna talk shit on Infrared. We're not gonna, on live stream, address it. I see you, bitch. And I see the face behind the keyboard. You know what I'm saying? Every time you type on that keyboard, you exude a certain energy. And I can smell this energy of the real-life human being. You guys, that's true for you guys in the chat as well. But I see you, and you're fine to me. I have hope and faith in you. But these bitch-made motherfuckers talking all this shit on Infrared, I can smell their fear. You know what I'm saying? Sorry. Shaming haters, exactly. We're always gonna shame the fucking haters, man. Dude, it's full of fucking rad libs that have to be exposed. You really think we should? Haas literally smells like poo-poo. I do, because I showered yesterday. I didn't shower yet. If you stream on Twitch, we can definitely embed your video. We need viewers. You know, if we have this many viewers on Twitch, definitely we'll do it. He basically shared one video of yours. His username was, Neat Feet. Neat, what were you doing on Twitch? He was streaming on Twitch? Just try restream. It works pretty good. I think Destiny uses it now. Should we do that now?
Union Army Ball... Nah, wait, should we? I don't know. Union Army Ball is asking a pretty good question, I think. Sorry if this is off topic, but what do you think of describing objective socialism as corporatism to avoid confusing people? Blah, blah. Well, you can... Look, the way I think about it is because it shows that the pageantry of free markets and free enterprise and stuff is a sham. There's already, if you want the infrastructure, it's not just about infrastructure. There's already the ability to do these things, but they're scaring you out of it. It's not like you need to undergo all this process, you know. It's a political issue. It's a political issue.
And objective
and cultural.
And objective socialism isn't corporatism, right? That's like maybe the subjective reflection of it in the United States, but that's not the essence of it. Like when that's the difference between the subjective and the objective.
Sorry, but the reason it's so confusing is because that corporatism was the 20th century primitive accumulation. I always say the 20th century was the socialism, right? Corporatism was the 20th century form of that.
In the West, you know.
People, the ism thing, you know, for me, ism is like phenomenal. Which streamer needs? I want to see how they reacted. I'm really curious. When I think of like, it's almost like the Russian type of, you know how Russians have the kind of, they put Ishchina after some like phenomena, like Ezhovshchina and what else? Zdanovshchina.
Zhidovshchina.
Yeah. That's how I think of ism in my brain, in my head. I think of ism that way. I think of it as like a kind of phenomena. I don't think of it as like a discrete doctrine. I think of it as like, it's a socialism, you know? I don't know. That's how I think of it. Neon destroyed you in his last vid. What's his last vid? Because we exposed this bitch ass from the one we saw.
Neon's like all of the vid he did was so bad. It was,
he didn't destroy us and shit.
It wasn't funny.
No, he didn't, dude. We responded to this in full. Fierro, we responded to this in full. Every bit of it. How can you talk about the essence of something as void? Because it's the whole point of materialism, void. You know what's crazy? Do you know what the word material, the origins of that word etymologically is? Material, content, and essence all share the same connotation and meaning. Material and material essence are kind of interchangeable. Philosophy, for philosophy, the essence is actually just referring to more ideas, and it's idealism, right? But a real essence, real content, is basically what is material about something. Material isn't the same as substantial. In the Anglo metaphysics, I'm not hating on Anglos here, I'm just talking historically. Materialism refers to substance. But materialism doesn't actually mean substance. She didn't watch it. Oh, man. Okay, sorry, I didn't know that. Don't say he fucking destroyed us with this 30-second clip. He didn't destroy us, dude. But don't apologize.
Marxism, Merkelism. I'm not familiar with what that's.
See, guys, this is why we don't stream on Twitch. Is because we only have 3 followers. You know, we can't just have 3 viewers and leave out all these people from YouTube, you know? Yeah, yesterday's stream, guys, was the first stream that I actually liked watching. I didn't watch the whole thing back, but I was actually entertained watching it. Watching myself. Usually I fucking hate it.
It was I thought it was a very entertaining stream as well when I checked it out later, especially the latter half of it. I felt bad for Neon almost.
Yeah, I mean,
but
he's asking for it though, you know, dude. The good guy talks so much shit about us.
Redemption is possible. We can.
Yeah.
Where's he coming from though? He's from Lefty Pool, right?
Yeah.
A little bit changing subject a little bit, but going back to the materialism, essence and materialism thing, Lenin has a good quote. In its proper meaning, dialectics is the study of the contradiction within the very essence of things. The whole point of like dialectical materialism is that it turns on its head like the traditional idealist conception of essence. Essence is the object beyond your subjective like domestication of it. It is the thing, not the idea. That's the whole point of dialectical materialism, as opposed to like idealist or dialectical idealism.
Yeah, or it's just as simple as the material is the a priori.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Material is the a priori.
Yeah.
Do you think objective socialism is what people are sensing when they complain about bail? Yeah, dude. We didn't even like. People are saying this spontaneously that we live in socialism, But then the Marxist nerds come. Actually, people. We didn't invent this shit.
It's always like that. Intuitively, people get it, but then you have like these leftists who try to like act like these sort of like priests of Marxism that try to deceive them and tell them, no, your intuition is wrong.
Wait, guys, Hassan only has 4K viewers?
Is he streaming right now? Is that like...
He usually... Oh, he just started. Okay, never mind. That dude usually has like 50K. Wouldn't it be the substance is... That's substantialism. That's not materialism. A lot of people confuse the two because of Anglo. Sorry. They're not the same, okay? They're not the same. Dialectical materialism is not substantialism. Substantialism, philosophically explicit, is more up Spinoza's alley. And a lot of Marxists try to make materialism into Spinozism, and it's a perversion.
Our video on the unknown cultural revolution, I think, does a pretty good job of like clarifying the distinction between substance and material, because a lot of people have it almost kind of reversed. Substance is like, it's what you can, it can physically, apparently engage with. Material is the deeper reality behind it that grounds it all.
That's why, by the way, I don't want to get too caught up in the weeds with this, but that's why we like Heidegger again, because what does that refer to? Being, it's the same criticism of Descartes. He said, Descartes said, I think, therefore I am, but Heidegger is incriminating the am, the being or the is, whenever, whatever you want to call it. But,
exactly.
Henry, you got a question to you.
Yeah, Henry, you got a question. About anarchism.
They think you're an anarchist.
They're asking you about anarchism.
No, I'm definitely not an anarchist. 1 second, I was looking at the top chats of the live chats. Oh, okay, I see. What's your position on anarchism? Oh, I think it's really stupid. I think basically anarchism is, I think, what people get into when they want to. It's kind of like an escapism, like a LARPing. And yeah, I don't know. There's not too much to say about it. It's just it's really stupid and immature. And also, a lot of people who are anarchists today, once they wake up from their kind of like childish escapism, they're gonna become conservatives probably, because that it's a traditional thing that happens with a lot of anarchists. And a good example of this, and today's anarchists are probably not even like, they're not even worthy of even a comparison. But a good example of this are the Narodniks and Russia. Before the socialist movement had really developed very much, one of the like earliest like left-wing movements were the Narodniks, and they were basically kind of like anarchists, like kind of like feudalist anarchists.
I don't know about that. I think the Narodniks, I don't think that, I wouldn't put them that low, because anarchists are usually urban degenerates, and the Narodniks were based on the ideas of Herzen, which is very different from anarchism.
Yeah, no, and honestly, I think there's a difference between anarchism, today. I don't want to like rehabilitate all these old guys, but anarchism today and then like anarchism before.
But even back then, like anarchists were like French people in Paris who were throwing bombs and shit. But another thing is too is that the Narodniks, I don't think there would be Marxism in Russia Leninism anything without the Narodniks. That was actually I like to study Herzen for that reason. Herzen kind of is an unknown origin of Marxism, Leninism. But Heidegger sounds like he's rehashing Hegel. It's really interesting because Heidegger is almost inversing Hegel topographically and looking at Hegel and Kant in general from a different perspective. But Zizek, if you want to know who combines them actually two people combine them explicitly. Most readings of Hegel are actually Heideggerian readings because they come from a guy named Alexander Kojev. I keep bringing that name up a lot. Alexander Kojevs. And that's the prevailing interpretation of Hegel today, and that's a Heideggerian reading of Hegel.
I think if you grasp Kojev too, I mean, he's the key to unlocking. I mean, he influenced Lacan. He influences Bataille. I don't know if we mentioned Bataille. He influences Bataille.
Yeah.
Obviously, he also dumbasses like Fukuyama, but Kojev. Yeah, no, I think because people usually, I was guilty of this a few years ago, but people usually associate Heidegger with like anti-Hegelianism. You're a Heideggerian if you don't like Hegel, if you're like into this stuff, But again, like he has books on Hegel too. I mean, you can see his position. It's much more complicated than this kind of Heidegger versus Hegel kind of.
Let me explain
idea.
to you the war in academia, in philosophy or whatever. Right? There's two sides, basically. There's Heideggerians who represent freshness and newness. Although there's a lot to be critiqued about them, they're more on the side of like infrared vision, basically, right? And then there's Debbie Downer, Frankfurt School type of German criticism school. And that's kind of also Moishe Postone. It's the Frankfurt guys. And these are classical Western Kantian, basically,
maybe this is wrong, but like, look, I even think that because like Marcuse does this. Marcuse, he tries to do this indirectly, but you can bypass, except for Zizek, we like Zizek. You can bypass the Marxists who try to combine Marx and Heidegger. They always do it from this kind of Western Marxist position. Zizek doesn't. Zizek doesn't. So read Zizek. If you look up Marx and Heidegger, you're gonna get stuff from like Marcuse and maybe Horkheimer, but don't bypass that. Bypass that. It's in a much different vein than what we're trying to do. Because they Kantianize everything. They do. They read the stuff through a kind of Western like transcendentalist lens, and it fails for that reason. But we don't need to get too into that.
It's 100% true. Yeah, 100% true.
Hey, look, even just like when I've mentioned this to people into Heidegger, and if they know that I'm, a Marxist or whatever, they always assume it's like, because I guess that's what Marcuse is doing. Marcuse was very famous for doing this.
Yeah.
But I don't know. That's unfortunately the gloss people give it.
People who are only Heideggerians, I think, also end up in some kind of sterility. They also end up in a dead end. We're not only Heideggerians. We're assimilating a lot of things, but it's not eclectic. It's coherent.
Yeah.
When you say Kantian, are you referring to positivism? No, they're kind of different, but those are all up the same alley. Neo-positivism and neo-Kantianism are part of the similar traditions, but they're not the same.
Lenin engages with this in empiricism, his book on imperial criticism.
Yeah.
With neo-positivism, I mean.
What's a good introduction to Heidegger? I'm not a big brain. I think just Kant's... Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
No, I don't know. You probably have a better answer.
I'm just saying that, like, I tell Intro to Metaphysics. Why? Because I think I'm a nerd. It's a beautifully written book. It's very poetic, but you're going to see kind of... Actually, you know what? This is what I like about it. Ready? He writes how we see like infrared vision. You know what I mean? It's actually just reading the way he writes. is a part of the point. I think you're not going to get this kind of obsession over definitions and getting from Cartesian dogmas. The form in which he's writing is actually a part of his position, right? I think reading that book, it's very clear, it's lucid. It's his bad book because that's where he basically, we are in the pincers, we German National Socialists, but it's a good one. It's still a good introduction. Just dismiss the stuff that you feel intuitively. Maybe not intuitively, but dismiss the Nazis and stuff, and this is a good start.
Guys,
I think.
you know what else? I think is that if you want a good introduction to Heidegger, you can actually watch a movie, a Heidegger documentary, and I really recommend this movie because you will understand the vibe of Heidegger if you watch this movie.
What's it called?
What we are witnessing here is the return of Titans.
How many of these things are there?
17 and counting.
Okay, guys, joke's over. This movie though is very Heideggerian to me. It was Godzilla, King of the Monsters. Let's just show him the trailer. Infrared vision. It is, man. Infrared vision. We have infrared vision, We want you guys to have infrared vision too. See past the surface. Thoughts on left communism? Left communism is the biggest cuck bitch ideology I've ever heard of, ever. I have no sympathy. There's no bridge between us and left communism. The bridge is completely burned. There's nothing. You can never find any relationship or similarity between us and left communism at all. There's no similarity at all. Fuck left communism and fuck that whole rabbit hole, that whole thing. It's a big waste of time. It's only for nerds who are trying to feel like they're better than everyone else. We are way more vulgar. We're for Jimmy Dore, We're not on this. Oh, if only you were a left communist like me. Shut up, dude. You know what left communism is, guys? This is left communism. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you. Do you know what kind of
this is left communism.
train this is? Do you know what kind of train this is? Well, do ya? Actually, it's a Baldwin 284 S3 class Berkshire type steam. LE. What the heck does that mean? We're heading for the other side of the tracks.
Read any works of Stalin? Of course, dude. We read Stalin in a hermeneutic way. There's so much wisdom and so much insight in his works that people just gloss over. There is so much wisdom in Stalin's works. And it bundles together and simplifies what these Western thinkers are trying to, in so many words, arrive at. Stalin is a titanic thinker. He's a titanic thinker. I mean, people think, oh, he's so simplistic. No, Stalin minces nothing. He writes nothing for no reason. Every single word Stalin writes is meaningful. That's why it's simple. It's simple because it's so concrete, and there's this incredible beauty to it. I wish I could write like Stalin. Thoughts on the revival of Hegelian Marxism? I'm very critical of it.
That's the stuff you're going to find mostly with Western Marxism. Look, if we say Western Marxism, you're dealing with most of these like neo-Hegelian Marxists. They're trying to reintroduce philosophy into what is ultimately I don't like this word, post-philosophical. Yeah, I don't know if I like that word, but
the issue I have with Bordejah's thing, because Bordejah is just so dogmatic, For example, Bordejah, he throws the baby out with the bathwater. Stalin rehabilitates democracy, but in a new way. And for Stalin, democracy means the material people's rule. People's rule in the sense of the people as like the material origin of the state. For Stalin, that's why the people's democracy. It's Bordejah. He's just so dogmatic and bitter, and I really don't like Bordejah at all. You guys, never be one-sided. The whole point of dialectics is never be one-sided. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. That's why I want to have a friendly criticism, a little bit of Caleb. An example of this is when he talks about billionaires and stuff. It's kind of one-sided. Just because we're opposing the poverty obsession of the left, you don't take it too far and start defending billionaires, because then you're becoming to the right of Chinese leftists themselves, you know. But I didn't want to. Yeah, sorry. I know it's bad optics, but it's just the first thing that came to mind. But a lot of leftists make this mistake. It's like they always just fall into a trap, and they just kind of try to clear everything. You need to be a little bit more subtle. Just because we don't like anarchists and liberals doesn't mean we have to go full edgy mode. The problem is edginess, basically. The issue is edginess, you know?
That's also the basis of all of anarchism, you know? It's being edgy, rebellious. It's political Satanism. Yeah. Because anarchism is an extension of liberalism, but it's just rebellious. That's why I kind of like this word anarcho-liberal. Anarcho-liberal. I don't like to add this kind of adjective, you know, but anarcho-liberalism, because I don't know. It's the same way because, you know, yeah. I'll get into that.
Where do you want to start if you want to read Marx and Engels' works? It depends on where. This is what I always like to tell people. I'm never gonna give you blanket literature from this 150 years ago. You have to really tell me what it is you want to learn, and specifically, you know, that's what I would say. Jason Unruhe made a criticism of Caleb recently. Yeah, I know, we were talking about it earlier. We don't agree with it. We're not, you know.
Did he just like do that out of nowhere without any kind of like stimulus at all? He just.
But you know what? Maybe drama's good for this sphere. Maybe this drama will like make all tankies rise together, you know? Because let's see that video. Sorry, Jason Unruhe.
I go to the bathroom.
To my knowledge, this dude has 1.6 thousand views, and his latest videos have not been doing that well. He's been getting 700, 600, you know. Well, this one was really good, 1.4. But then this one got a lot of attention. So guys, it's almost like economics. Maybe if we have drama beef videos with one another, it's gonna create surplus attention value. You know what I mean? And it's like, I don't know. What do you guys think? Would you cheer on Jason if he fought Vosh in a boxing match? Yes, I would, dude. I would fucking. Are you kidding, dude?
I would sub in for him.
Yeah, dude. I would be way more. I'd be like Drake in the Conor Khabib fight, except way more like showing support. I'd be that close to the ring. Like, yeah, Jason. You know what I'm saying? Of course I would. But he and Caleb had a talk a little bit ago, and Jason was being very passive aggressive at Caleb. Why? You know, I don't know why. Drama is great for YouTubers. I know, dude. That's why the makeup YouTubers have so much views. Is because they create drama and it just draws attention. Drama draws attention, you know? And it's almost like concentrating capital on ourselves. And it's like at first we're only using our capital, but then it just more and more starts coming in. And it's like creating attention surplus value, you know? Exactly. Tankies rise up. Never forget it. Tankies rise up. Tankies rise up. Where is it? Tankies rising. See this? That's what we're about, guys. Tankies rise up. But yeah, sorry. Amazing Jason, but he shouldn't attack Caleb now. I know, but he did get views. He got 1.6k views, and a rising tide lifts all boats. So maybe drama's good for us. I don't know. Prashad's take is China Socialist question is really good and helped me reframe a lot. Yeah, Prashad is really cool and smart, but I think we're a little bit more subtle about it. Peter Coffin covers that very well. Attention and currency. Peter Coffin?
I've heard of him. I don't think I've watched his stuff though.
Oh, I think Ezra knows him.
Oh no, yeah. I think he's linked him before in the chat.
Ezra knows him, yeah.
People also search for Philosophy Tube.
Is Philosophy Tube like a left-wing tube, or is it like a philosophy? Because it seems to be mentioned a lot among leftists, but I didn't. I assumed it was like just philosophy.
I think it's like theater kid philosophy or something.
This is a really good question. Opinion on the post left. So the people we're talking about is who are we talking about here? We're talking about the people I know from Twitter who are like that is Anna Kachian. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing her name, and the other girl, Amy Terese, and I don't know who else. That's the only two I know. But all I'll say on that is that the problem is one-sidedness. You know, if you get too caught up in opposing wokeness, sometimes if you're not dialectic, you know what I mean? Like, but post-left, I don't know, dude. We're about that infrared vision, you know? So does that make us post-left? I don't know. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I don't want to critique people like... Sorry, let me tell you. Props to Amy Terese, though, because I kind of don't want to critique her, and I just want to leave her alone, even though I don't know if I agree with everything she says. But I remember when she attacked Warren, and she was the only one doing it, and then Warren betrayed Bernie, and nobody gave her props. And I've seen her do things like that for others. So I don't want to attack her, you know, because maybe she's onto something. I wish her the best of luck, but I'm just not up, you know. Theater kid philosophy with strong left-wing bias. Yeah. What's cool about both Jason and Caleb is when they engage with each other, it's in good faith about his ideas, no slander. Oh, he invited Caleb for a discussion. Oh, that's good, but we would be respectful. If someone wanted us to have a discussion, we would be very respectful. It's only when people disrespect us that we go King Kong mode, you know?
Yeah, and I think like some like respectful like discussion would probably be good for you know, Marxist Leninists, just so that we can kind of break out of this kind of like cycle of, you know, all the same stuff being, you know, thrown back, you know, at each other and like, you know, reflected back at us. We can, you know, kind of, you know, move forward, you know, start to, you know, embrace.
Someone, I didn't watch the whole thing, but like the way Vosh, I think, engages with people in debate is like, maybe I'm wrong about this, I haven't watched enough, but like we're super aggressive. He invites them on, it's just like screaming at each other, but it's like, it's not out of transgression, you know. I think it's just for drama or something. Dude, like
Vosh
that.
doesn't have what I have. He can't go Super Saiyan like me. I know that for a fact.
He tries to, though. He tries to.
He won't
I've seen him try to, but it's like, you know, it's fake. It's very clearly fake.
He won't, dude. I can see past him. He will never go Super Saiyan on me. Vosh will never, ever defeat Haas. Okay? Putting that out there. The ends of post-leftism is no end. Oh, you're talking about post-left anarchy. Okay, I don't like pre, post, or present anarchy. I think it's all bullshit. I wipe my ass with it. Not to fear. Post-anarchism, I'm not a fan of. I'm not a fan of it. Not a fan of it.
Is that like Guy Debord? I don't want to...
It's like people so full of themselves that they're like, we are now in the... I don't like any of that aesthetic. I hate endnotes. I don't like communization. I don't like... All of that bullshit, man, is a waste of time.
All that stuff comes out. It's all an extension of the 60s. You know, I mentioned Guy Debord, but like...
bluffing esotericism that pretends like it has some insight, that it's leading you on into revealing, and it's like, guys, we are in the shut up, dude. Endnotes is a waste of time. Not you, shut up, but I'm saying to them. Debate bro talk culture is very toxic. Yeah, dude, but we are the world is toxic, you know what I'm saying?
We're just ahead of the curve. There's nothing like Haas's Microsoft Paint. Did you open up Microsoft Paint last time?
Yeah, he did. He made quite a few drawings. The chat really liked it. Though.
Yeah, dude. Sometimes you just need to put it visually, and people will understand if you say it visually, you know?
Okay.
So that you can discover a new way of thinking. Haas is like Hassan Piker. No, I'm not, dude. I'm nowhere near... Dude, no, I'm not. We're just both Middle Eastern. I mean, Caleb is trying to build an IRL Marxist think tank. But I feel...
I keep hearing about this. I don't know what it is he's doing. I mean, I never looked into this, actually.
Yes, you guys aren't part of that debate with Poco. I'm just saying that's what I know. But Vosh, like, he doesn't understand. If Vosh accepts our trap in front of all his viewers and followers, it'll be King Kong versus Godzilla. But I don't know the outcome of that movie, so I'm not gonna say it. No, not versus Godzilla. It'd be King Kong versus the Koopa from Mario. I was rolling when he draw the autism box. Dude.
It's better for me because I don't know the context, so I don't know what the autism box is.
We can debate we can blame Destiny for the debate bro culture. Destiny. I think Destiny's honest. From what I know about him, he seems like he's honest. You know, he seems like an honest guy. I just feel like he has a curse in him. He has some like pent up curse inside of him, where he just feels like he has to be this Anglo rationalist, or else he's gonna be devoured by the big wide world out there. But he's kind of a tragical figure. You guys don't know about all this shit, right? You don't know like all this. You know about Destiny, guys?
I've seen like one video of him, and I had a pretty low opinion. That was a while ago, though. But yeah, I had a pretty low opinion of him from the like one video I saw. But that was like maybe a year ago or so. I've only heard of him in relation to like Vosh, basically after that. So yeah.
Quindy, can we make emojis on YouTube? Cause yeah, we'll fucking do that, 100%. Oh, custom emojis.
Is that an option? You can.
Apparently, there's such a thing as custom emojis. I don't know.
That would be kind of fresh. We do a little infrared
That'd be
globe.
Sick.
Yo, isn't that maybe I'm a dumbass? Isn't it the thing that Bosch does when someone donates like a salamander or something? Or is that just like the emoji comes up or something?
I don't know. I've never seen it. Dunk, I'm not Turkish, no. Destiny is like Vosh, but somehow worse. I think Vosh is worse. I just think Vosh is like a moralized Destiny, but more moralism. He justified the Vietnam War by saying socialism wasn't strong enough to defend itself. Yeah, Vosh is so paradoxical, dude. He on the one hand he's an anarchist, but on the other hand he made a video where he's like, the thing is that if you try to have socialism, America is gonna attack you. But it's like, what the fuck? But you just said you have to defend America from Russia. You know, it's like bad contradictions abound. You first got to get affiliate or partnered on. We'll never get partnered on YouTube, dude. You can go on modern day debates to get more exposure. How would you counter? No, I don't like debates with rules. No rules, you know. How would you counter the idea that Marxism-Leninism is social democracy painted red? Because, G-Man, social democracy means nothing today. Whenever you see that word, just ignore it. It means nothing today. That word fucking doesn't mean anything. It's just a bunch of ultra-leftist, lame-ass, left-com dumbasses using that word. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. But if you want to know the difference, G-Man, it's about... People think it's... Again, nothing is ever all the same. The difference is concerning the political anti-establishment revolution. Just because you seem like you have the same policies doesn't mean you have the same political position in relation to the concrete world you live in. Okay? Don't ever use the word social democracy. As far as Bernie was concerned, when they were trying to rig the vote against him in 2016, it doesn't matter what his fucking policies were. He was on the side of the people. The thing that is not superficial terminology, ideologies like sock them, that shit means nothing, dude. You gotta get that out of your head. Vosh has his own website with separate chat. What a weirdo. You say social democracy painted red is better than plain old capitalism. I wouldn't say that at all. I think all the people who talk about social democracy are left-com and ultra-leftist idiots. And I don't see what this is so significant about this word social democracy. It's almost like they're assuming that people care about this fake esoteric idea of communism they have in their head, but they're repressing and they're compromising with social democracy. It's like Bernie was like, well, instead of the communism, we're gonna just have social democracy. Bernie wasn't thinking about your retarded, meaningless idea of communism in his head. And honestly, you guys want to know the trick and key of leftcom hipster bullshit communism? They think communism is when they don't have to deal with adult responsibilities and growing up and being a fucking man. Let me just say, manning the fuck up. They think communism means there's no more stratifications. There's no more hardship. You know, it's just like this fucking hipster bullshit. Oh, well, in communism, no one's gonna judge me for being a little bitch. Shut up, dude.
That's why it's liberalism, though.
Yeah.
That's why it's liberalism in a different guise.
Oh yeah, in communism, I'm gonna be able to paint my flowers, and I can just do that. I can just write my shitty poetry, and I don't have to work. And you know, my dad's not gonna yell at me, and it'll be fine. Dude, I'm so sick of it.
Yeah, it's such a loser mentality, and it's a big excuse. And that's also why I think they focus so much on minorities or just people they perceive as like not doing as well. They use it as like a big blackmail so they can get away for, you know, not being, you know, successful or whatever.
Dunkachino, are you Persian? No, I'm between those two. My parents are from Lebanon, so I'm Arabic. I think
it was a historical movement. You know, just the way I even think about it, I mean, they used to just call it like German social democracy, Russian social democracy. And I think just that it's kind of like the Shinna endings that you mentioned. That kind of shows to me at least the objective significance of what then was social democracy as a movement. Because Bolshevism emerges from this, you know, Russian social democracy.
Everything is on the surface. If they're not calling themselves social democracy and social... Guys, there's distinctions in reality itself. The whole point of words is to clarify those distinctions. So don't superimpose occultic forms behind phenomena that don't need to be there. Like social, if like just call Bernie a socialist because that's what it means in America. You know what I mean? Don't invent these words. But another thing too. Sorry, I don't want to cut you off. But also Real Politics. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. But Alexander, the Real Movement. But EndNotes talks about the Real Movement too, and for them, they assume that means another world is possible. For Marx, that means there's a tendency in actual reality that is the world itself changing itself, and which obviously involves people. But the real movement that sublates the present state of things is something that's happening objectively in actual reality. That's why you shouldn't even get caught up with the whole thing about communism. When you call yourself a communist, that doesn't mean you want an end goal of some certain society. The new society that's going to happen is just a byproduct of a more fundamental process. What are so many tankies against the death penalty? I don't know. Strangely, left-coms criticize Stalin for surplus. Yeah, I know. They criticize him because of socialist commodity production because they're retarded. They're so fucking stupid. And they don't understand that Stalin's work about socialist commodity production is fucking brilliance. Is pure brilliance. And I can explain if sorry, Grayson, go ahead. I don't want to cut you off.
Oh no, I was going to say on with what you were saying about socialism. I think that's also a tendency we should probably like with objective and subjective socialism. I would even like. I'm just saying that to clarify. If you use that, you're just saying to clarify. But it's also not even as simple as that. I mean, don't get caught up in these dogmas. It really is just contextual. When you're talking about socialism or anything, capitalism, you're just describing phenomena. You know, it's not like the reality begins from the word. You know what I mean? So like, even when we say objective socialism, if I'm talking to someone about it, I don't say that. I just say socialism. And I think they'll get intuitively what you mean. You know what I mean?
Guys, if you want to know what I think the meaning of the word communism is when it pops up into my head, I hope one day he comes on, Cocky Duty will come on, we're going to have a sci-fi talk, and then I'm going to reveal to you my sci-fi idea of the CPUSA in 2036 in the USA. To me, communism, the word has this connotation of vastness, bigness. Think of Fanwanan's drawings. Communism is supposed to, it has nothing to do with like some criticism of society. You know, communism is about a force, the force of dialectic, you know, I don't know. I can't explain it that well.
Yeah, no, I think that real politics is kind of on the money. I mean, obviously, communism is a process. That's more accurate, I think, than just saying it's an ideology.
But I feel like all communism is capital C communism. It's has a political connotation that's associated with the experience of the Soviet Union and China, and it's referring to this vortex in reality, just at its most fundamental. I don't know. It always harped the phrase "the real movement." I know, but even that thing is abused, you know, because then they say, what is the true real movement and what is the false real movement, and then they completely miss the point, failing to understand everything's on the surface. And also considering Stalin's policy of gradual but consistent reduction of working hours, yeah, that's the whole Jehu thing that Jehu talks about. Get someone to debate in here. Is there anyone who wants to debate? This makes me, because in Ecuador, socialism means fuck the IMF and build trains. I know, dude, but can you imagine some left communists, so-called left communists, what a cuck word, coming to the Ecuadorian people and saying, no, that's not real socialism, that's just capitalism, and you're fake? Fuck off, man, you know?
Lenin said that what communism is, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, is electrification of the country, you know?
Yeah,
Let's go back to stuff like that.
Alexander, ruthless criticism is the most abused one of all. People forget Marx's Hegelian background context. What was the context of Marx's ruthless criticism? It wasn't maximal edginess toward everything in society. For Marx, that he was coming from philosophy. It was from the perspective of breaking with philosophy. It has a totally different meaning, ruthless criticism of all that exists. It refers to a certain epistemic relationship to being that's coming from this breakage with philosophy. So for Marx, ruthless criticism is really positive. It's a positive thing. It's not a negative type of edginess like how these left-com idiots try to make it. Punk rock retards. Sorry, I don't want to use the R word. But Marx was not punk rock, guys, okay? He didn't mean it in the punk rock way that everyone's wrong and he's right. Ruthless criticism for Marx means a fundamental openness to the concrete ground of society and being. Why don't you debate him? Debate who? Doesn't that justify supporting so-called leftists that then betray the people either in that country or in the... Well, don't worry about it. Don't worry if there's going to be a betrayal later, okay? And who knows what's a betrayal and what's not a betrayal. And I don't think everyone agrees with AMLO being only being traitors at all, Robert, because our guy Jorge, who lives in Mexico, he wouldn't agree with that AMLO are traitors. For him, AMLO's ambiguous in that it's a platform, and you know, it's almost kind of like Putin. Like, what was your expectation that was betrayed? You know, that's my impression at least. If you thought AMLO betrayed anyone, you had really bad expectations.
Even if that was true, I mean, the whole point is that even if he betrays or whatever, I don't know what that means, but it opens the door still. I mean, you can pick up where it's left off, but if you just always are cowering in fear of what could happen. I mean, listen, the Bolsheviks debated this, right? Kamenev and Zinoviev didn't want to have revolution in the same way, because if you have to take, doesn't Zizek talk about that, right? It's like you have to have this taking risks, you know, can't be afraid of this. If you preemptively close it, it's a problem.
Put yourself in the thick of it first, worry about the consequences later. That's the whole point. The other day I watched a video. Yeah, my issue with this idea of Marxism as a critical, I think critical is an abused word now. And there's an article I want you guys to read by Sadie Plant, who is friends with Nick Land in the 90s. She wrote an article called Cyber Positive, and I 100% kind of fuck with that vibe over critique. Critique is just some guy sitting on a fucking chair thinking about, like, who are you to critique anything? You know, that's my view, that the word is abused. It meant something else in Marx's time, because in Marx's time, everyone was sitting on that chair, right? So I don't agree with critique. I like more Sadie Plant, cyber positive type vibe, you know? Look it up, Sadie Plant, cyber. I'm going to type it in the chat. Sadie Plant, cyber positive.
I feel like that word is like a word that mainly like graduate students and professors use as an excuse to like write meaningless papers. That's mainly the context I've heard the word critique get used in, like, you know, when talking to people as far as like leftism goes.
Marxism is not critical. I completely agree, Macbeth Head. Critical theory is something so different than Marx's ruthless criticism. You know, Marxism is not an intellectual's tradition. Marxism is for tough-minded motherfuckers who unite the body and the mind. It's not for Poindexter nerds who are fucking quirky drama theater kids. That's not what Marxism's about, guys. Marxism is like it's even more than Jordan Peterson in terms of like.
Think about
getting
who
your shit straight, you know?
who the not the cop one, but who the Bolsheviks recruited. You know, what was the stuff of Bolsheviks? You know,
Bolsheviks
or any kind of. But I even like that kind of connotation. I think you mentioned it, but it's like it almost connotates hardness.
Yeah.
You know,
Bolsheviks
toughness.
were tough OG motherfuckers that were robbing banks and shit, and Mensheviks were these little Poindexter nerds. You know, that's what was going on. I'm telling you straight, that's what's going on. Same thing in China. Red Scare TV's armchair communist said, well, we are experiencing an objective break with the current American paradigm. I would say that a very critique is necessary. I don't agree that I don't like to call it critique. I think critique is superfluous. The contradiction between appearance and essence that gives meaning to the word critique, Alexander, I find it superfluous today. And to me, I like to for me, new objectivity, which is the theoretical orientation we introduced on this channel, but it's a lot of writings I'm doing and shit. For me, that means it's more along the lines, not the same thing as Sadie Plant's cyber positive, which means the contradiction between appearance and essence isn't done from the perspective of the true form. Okay? That's what I think is substantialism. For me, that contradiction is reconciled in something that's already positive, something already objective. I know it's really
not to get too deep in the weeds, but like even when you mention like true forms, kind of it also has a Platonic connotation. That's why that kind of materialism people assume is idealist. Because why? Because you're ascribing to the thing a final definitive form that the material takes, but it forecloses the actual developments in history that you have no control over. And that's the issue I think with like critical theory, right? It's not that you should be passive, I suppose, but it's that it forecloses newness. It forecloses. I feel like every time I hear critical theory, I hear people complicating things that are going on. Critical with regards to Occupy Wall Street, critical with regards to the Arab Spring, critical with regard, but it doesn't actually engage with what's going on, right? It forecloses it because it has in its mind, it doesn't admit this, but a kind of final eschatology. It hides this. The point is to make this apparent.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It's a type of pontification to arrest and completely smother a real raw phenomena with all these little pontificating Poindexter nuanced analysis that ends up with what? Intellectual masturbation type of bullshit. You want to know what my response to critique is? It's fucking Bane from Batman. That's what I'm about. You know what I'm saying? In terms of like the vibes in my head. Like, be like Bane from Batman. Completely absorb the phenomena in reality, and make beautiful art, make beautiful work in devotion to it,
That because I think we're getting behind the chat, but that too, like, you can't, when you begin from like, making beautiful art, like socialism, you don't begin from the premise ideologically, if you want, from the head of socialism or these ideas. You have to engage with the laws of whatever you're engaging with. If you go into reality, you're writing a book or something, you can't start with, well, how do I make this a socialist book? You have to engage in the laws of literature or art or whatever and obey those to some extent. You can't, like, if you conform everything to this abstract idea, you're committing the same idealist error that we're trying to get at, which ultimately does arrive in a kind of substantialistic view. But yeah, I think we're behind the chat.
Did you see Dugan's appearance on Alex Jones? Yeah, I did, and it was really funny. I liked it. What advantage does China get from integrating into the world? Well, China doesn't do anything voluntarily. It's dealing with the real concrete situation as it actually exists. China's trying to form win-win concrete bridges and determinate relationships with different countries, and it's not trying to create a new American unipolarity. So that's why people critique China, saying, well, China doesn't fund Maoist guerrillas and doesn't fund... Well, how can it? You have to deal with... You know, that's the business of each country. You can't force an export revolution. It's stupid. The people who always have been trying to export revolution were always the internal counter-revolutionaries. In the French Revolution, who wanted to export the revolution? Danton and all those traders in the mountain. Robespierre said, nope, this is our business. We're not going to export it. Same thing happened in Russia. Stalin wanted to say, no, socialism in this country. They wanted to export it to other. Why? Because they want to take the pressure off of their own country and throw it onto others. That's the whole business of exporting revolutions.
And another thing to think about is I think just by China existing, that itself is revolutionary, because it's not just that they integrate into the world economy, right? It's also the other way around. They have an objective effect on the world economy themselves, you know, just by their, you know, their mere existence and the role they play in it. And that's, you know, that plays a role in transforming the world.
Multipolarity itself is revolutionary.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's Iran, it doesn't matter if it's Russia. Lenin writes about this, right? I mean, he writes about the same thing, is that it's not only just not your business. If you're not from the country, you know, you can't criticize from this detached standpoint, but that the actual process of multipolarity, that is how you arrive at a more authentic internationalism. It's like this disc about human rights, abstract liberal human rights. That's the extension of it.
Mr. Cyber, that was just my limited advice, and I already said, but you're saying I'm coming from reverse Western propaganda? Well, Mr. Cyber, why is Putin still in power? Clearly he has some kind of base. And I just don't like this arrogant attitude some people have, that it's just like, well, all the Russian, those people, those boomers are all dumb, and if only we can, you know, it's just kind of like, I don't know, it's not my business, but I would just wonder, you know, why is Putin still in power? Where is his base? Who's the silent majority that's supporting, backing him up? And what about Russia makes it so that it's not going to be a liberal Western democracy? And I don't think Russian civilization will be a Western liberal democracy ever. That's my perspective, my view of it. That's what I mean by out-Putin. I don't mean supporting Putin. I just mean doing better than Putin, what Putin is trying to do, which is give expression to Russia's unique civilization. But maybe I'm completely wrong. I'm already approaching this from the POV. But here's the thing, Alexander, is that those things like the protests and the cap, I'm so sick of leftists who think that any expression of like moving bodies and riots and shit is somehow that means there's change happening in reality. Wall Street bets there's change happening, but those kind of things just seem like porn for left comms to jack off to and think this is the raw material of a revolutionary aesthetic when it's not. It's kind of just cringe. How do we string these phenomena? We don't have to, dude, because the lockdown protests are completely a different thing. The Capitol Hill riots thing is the kind of tragedy, which is only defined based on the response to it. But especially the anti-lockdown protests, you know, Zizek talks about how these leftist intellectuals are always celebrating these carnival, like, oh, everyone getting out on the streets and it's free emancipation. It's, I don't buy any of it, okay? I think it's super cringe. I got nothing to do with it. Western leftists love to say, but China is imperialist, so is my enemy. Boomers vote Communist Party in Russia. Then who supports Putin then? Maybe I don't know. I just don't know.
I think it's the pensioners. I think it's talking about the pensioners in Russia and Eastern Bloc.
Yeah.
You know.
But I just want to know, like, why is Putin in power? You know, that's my question. Just China existing is vital for the left in so many countries. Yeah, very true. Very true. When Syriza won Greece, China was the one who helped them when the EU was fucking them over. Is genuinely non-counter-revolutionary exportation of revolution possible? No, it's not possible to export revolutions at all, G-Man. It's simply not. It's not possible to export a revolution. Actually, the latest episode of Euphoria had a really good rant about how this generation deals with revolution. Yeah, dude, I'm sick of this kind of... I'm sick of the cult. I'm sick of aesthetics of revolution. I'm sick of this idea that, like, you know, guys, just have a better fantasy. Think of Batman and shit. Because this is a sorry replacement is like the fucking Antifa black bloc shit. It's just cringe. It's a cringe form of LARP. Why LARP when you can just watch a nice movie like Batman? And, you know, if you want to... You don't have... It's not like reality that's... Guys, revolutions are never beautiful, okay? In terms of, like, moments in time, that involve bodies of people that are storming. They're never like this magical moment. A revolution is magical only from the perspective of it already being happening. You know, like you guys
don't watch that movie Reds, the really long one, the Russian Revolution. Don't watch Reds. Yeah, no. Watch Third Batman.
Exactly, dude. The Reds is such a cringe fucking movie. I hate that. That's exactly what I'm talking about. This self-masturbation, fucking fantasizing about what a revolution is gonna look like, dude. It's never gonna look like how you think. But you should expand your fantasy, not because that's gonna actually happen exactly like that in reality, but because there's this relationship between virtuality and actuality that I can't get into right now. But like,
Being says Batman was about oh, I'm sorry.
Batman fearing the bat to become the bat. That is revolution. No, Batman is about the existential crisis of American society. That's how I see it, at least.
Yeah, no, Christopher Nolan is either explicitly or implicitly he's a conservative. He's conservative, but I think that's what gives his kind of take on. I'm talking about the third one, but honestly, I think the first one is based. I was just talking with you about this because like it's almost it's without any of this kind of fantasies about what a revolution is that you get in like Reds or you get in Dr. Zhivago or something. You know, I mean, obviously that doesn't mean like imitating
this thing about
matching the vibe.
This thing about revolution too is that people don't understand the scale at which revolutions happen, and they don't understand that by the time there's a political revolution, it's already happened. You know what I mean? Like by the time the government's being overthrown, the real revolution already happened. You know, that's just the spectacle part of it in a way. You know, that's not actually the site of the revolutionary change. The real revolution is way more protracted than a lot of people think. Is it possible that Putin, and it's not something voluntarily forced either. There's a revolution happening right now in America. It's just that communists and socialists are not leading it. But it's an objective thing. Revolutions are cyclical. You guys remember that thing I linked to that guy, what's his name? That Muslim philosopher, and he talked about how the cyclical nature of revolution, and it's like this Aristotelian, whatever fucking. It's like that. It's almost like that, you know? Even if you say that, it's impossible not to have fantasy. I know, dude. I'm saying have a better fantasy. And never try to enact your fantasies either. Never try to. I'm not critiquing revolutionary fantasies. I have fantasies too. It's just that I'm not cringe and I don't enact them because I know there's a difference. Like I love the Bane Batman shit, but you actually think I'm gonna dress up as Bane and like try to do that? It's like that's how you be a clown.
We might get some viewers.
Why?
If you did that, if you dress up like that and you went Super Saiyan, doing schizo hours.
I'll get this viewers. What are you gonna say, Grayson?
Oh, nothing.
Pooby, is it possible? Well, that's another question. Pooby, is it's like, I understand that. I understand that a lot. I understand he could have passive support, but I would just say that, why can't communists promise that same type of paradoxical stability that Putin does? Is my question.
That's kind of what they represent. I think the KPRF gets a lot of support in Russia. It's consistently been, I think, the second most supported Russian party, but it's because they kind of represent a stability of going back to some kind of form of, I don't want to overuse this term, but stable way of life, stable being, right?
Yeah.
That's what I get from talking to we got a first dislike to people like that.
It's our only dislike so far? Wow, I thought... Guys, you know something crazy? On our previous stream, we had 7 dislikes, and now it's at 3. So either people stopped hating us, or someone was really mad and made multiple accounts to dislike us. When you think you're Bane, but you're actually the Joker, it's kind of like that. Yeah, it is kind of like that. I mean, face masks are normalized now, so nobody would turn an eye when you go out like Bane. True, but you know what I mean, you know? You know what I mean? Like, whenever you try to enact a fantasy in your head, it's cringe. Never think that... A lot of leftists have this idea that Revolution just means I'm gonna be able to enact my fantasy. And that's why furries and leftists are the same thing. Literally the
But
same.
it is a little bit different though, because like I mean, you remember when that old Joker movie? I think Matt J just referenced it, right? Or the new one, sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, you had protesters, putting on face paint or whatever, and that's when obviously it's a fantasy. They're making a connection to a literal to a movie, but it's got a different significance. It's not just from the head, right? You
But I
kind of
think
see it.
I think even then they were taking a kind of ironic distance. They were being like, "Yeah, this is pretty much how it is," but they weren't actually.
Yeah, but that's why it's different,
Yeah.
That's why when it gets enacted that way, it's a whole different animal.
Cyber. There are no communist party in Russia. I don't know about that cyber. I heard that the youth groups of the KPRF, there's a lot of interesting things going on there, and in the northern Arctic, there's something. I don't know, but I never, Mr. Cyber. I never liked this idea that there's no true, the true communists, the true socialists. Work with what's on the surface, because surfaces are powerful. That's my advice to you. Surfaces are powerful.
Purple and Yellow says, to be fair, there's a lot of Nazis. Yeah, what do you think the Nazis were doing? They were LARPing to some extent. They were drawing from these kind of old traditions that Engels, by the way, used to draw from. Engels and Marxists would draw from. But the Nazis were not actually assuming the tradition. They were just kind of appropriating the appearance.
Real politics. Real politics. Haas equals communist realism. I really like that a lot, dude. I love that word communist realism so much. Reminds me of Fine Went On. Neat feet. But how does your YouTube channel start? It didn't start out as a fantasy? No, it didn't. It started out as a vibe. There's a difference between a vibe and a fantasy. A vibe orients you towards some creative impulse that you're actually going to work and create on something. But it's a YouTube channel, dude. So we do have creative freedom to be like, a little bit artistic.
A fantasy is like clothes. It's like a stable image. But a vibe, it's like it's a wavelength. It's like you're feeling something.
Or a fantasy is directly about your ego, like your self-image. Like a fantasy would be like if I was on camera with you guys right now and I was pretending to be, the next revolutionary leader, and I was like wearing the Mao clothing, and I was like, listen up guys, the first thing you gotta do is that and I'm like doing shit like that. And I was like LARPing as this guy. I was like, all right, guys, we got to encircle the camp. Down with the revisionists. Down with the, what I'm saying? Like I was saying all these phrases and shit. That's what it means. But on the other side, would a change in collective fantasy reflect a change in reality? Alexander Elmexia, think of collective fantasies. It's kind of superfluous to call it fantasy as polarities, orientations, vibes, and oscillations. It's always happening. There's always a flux. There's always a flux of this kind of collective fantasy that's happening, and it is always oscillating and changing in reality. At least there are organizations. Got to go, great stream. See you later, Red Nandonian. Glad having you here.
Yeah, see you later.
I kind of like this ape emoji that's getting thrown around. You see that?
I'm down with that shit. Yeah, let's have it.
Yeah.
Fucking King Kong type shit,
This is how you replicate Tanky, but without the tank emoji. Big ass gorilla.
Hold on, I got a DM. Hold on. Whoa, Cocky just messaged me.
Oh, the person we interviewed.
Yeah, dude, it's Cocky, dude. If Cocky can come on.
Oh, yeah.
That would be on the stream. Is he watching?
I don't know. I have no idea. Dude, if we can get Cocky to come on. Black Redguard said if you don't have a gun, you're an idiot and are going to get killed by fascists. Yeah, okay. And on he was on Dr. Phil? I want to watch that. Link me that. DM me on Twitter. Wait, unless Cocky comes on. Dude, we gotta have Cocky on twice because we're not gonna have enough time to have this huge discussion. But I guys want you to listen to Cocky. Cocky's a fucking legend. Lol shit, I may. Oh fuck, dude, if he comes on, this stream is gonna be. It's gonna turn from like. The content right now is like we're at a 7 out of 10. It's gonna go all the way to a fucking 15. I don't know, dude. He said he may. Dude, fuck tank tractors are the real proletarian vehicle. Yeah. Yeah. Dude. I may spectate, but I'm very far into a screwdriver. No food, so today's not the day for me to talk about. It's up to you.
That's all the better. Bring him. John Doe, based on the earlier thing, Marxism is simply a way of seeing the world or comprehending it. Critiqued me as a synonym to philosophy. Yeah, actually, I fuck with that. Yeah. Understanding, seeing, clarifying the world. Yeah, clarifying.
Based on an earlier thing, Marxism is simply a way of seeing. Yeah. Sorry, you just read that. Sorry.
We're adding double emphasis.
Dude, this fucking... Guys, do you want to know what I think, though? If you're living in America, I don't know. Grayson, what do you think? Because you never actually told me what you think. And Henry also. This Communist Party thing. What do you guys think about it?
I brought it up to you about a year ago, you remember?
Oh, yeah, I know. But I'm coming at it from a kind of different angle now. It's almost like an aesthetic reason.
No, I get it, because you mentioned it, but that's kind of my vibe with it, too. It's like, it's futuristic, like men in jumpsuits, like submarine lights. Dude, you know what I mean? And like, I like the symbol too. I like the logo. Not to be like too on brand, but
I fuck with the simplicity. It's just like, yeah, dude, Communist Party, big infrastructure. You know what I'm saying? Like Fan Wenan type of Belt and Road connecting America, just like Death Stranding type of vibe. Like Tesla Cybertruck. You got a machine gun mounted on the back, and you're defending the oil field in the salt desert in Nevada and shit. I'm like having all sorts of things in my head I'm thinking about, and I really fuck with.
I feel like it's so familiar too. Like it's such a familiar thing to people. The communists.
I know, dude. That's why. And I would not be embarrassed just telling people like, so what party are you? But I'm part of the Communist Party. And they're like, whoa, communism, and it's the it'd be that fucking simple to hit it off.
Yeah, honest, simple, and familiar.
Pooby, I was thinking, what if the Communist Party of the USA could be revived? Because aesthetically, I fuck with the idea of that so heavily, and I love the name Communist Party USA because it's literally part of the American tradition, and it harkens back. And I have this kind of sci-fi communist realism vision of it.
Yeah, I definitely think like Fan Wenan's drawings, painting, like art, it gives a concrete kind of idea of what this vibe looks like. Not fantasy, but yeah, CPUSA.
Sorry, go ahead.
No.
Oh, someone said Belt and Road was imperialist. What do you say to that? I don't think they know what the fuck they're talking about, dude. But yeah, I think China's Belt and Road and that kind of stuff. I feel like it represents a way of thinking about like real mobilization of people in development, having goals and visions, big goals and visions beyond war. I feel like China goes to war to benefit the people and develop. I don't know. I fuck with but aesthetically too. Communist CPUSA representing this kind of Lyndon LaRouche Belt and Road, because Lyndon LaRouche, I don't want to get down the rabbit hole. He's really down for that Belt and Road type of shit. Just like Death Stranding, connecting America. I fuck with CPUSA, dude. I fuck with it. I don't like the politics.
Sal Prolet says, CPUSA exists, but it's real doo-doo. The leadership is. I've had bad experiences with talking with local leadership, but it's more just directionlessness. I don't even know. Like, it's kind of cool. It's led by old people, sure, but it's like, they've been through it all, I guess. Like that was when it was, there was a Soviet Union and so on.
Yeah, so I was just telling Sal Prolet in the chat. Yeah, dude, the fucking... I don't care about their politics, and I know it's really shitty and stuff, but I just feel like that name, and that tradition...
it's the brand. It really is.
Yeah, the brand.
Because it means something. It means something objective.
I want the brand. Okay, how do you guys determine if something is revolutionary or not? We don't give that much weight to. It's like, I don't know what you mean. We don't see that as like a litmus test. We don't subject things to a test to determine if they're revolutionary or not. We come into contact with events and we And I guess there's something going on that. Familiar with PC USA? I heard bad things about them actually recently. I heard bad things about them, but I don't know. But yeah, we're not like one of those people who's like, I don't like Puritanism. You know, I don't like Puritanism where it's like, this is the true revolutionary. You know, it's like, I just think in vibes, pretty much. You know what I'm saying? There's no like solid, you know, I don't know. I can't explain it. What is revolutionary? I mean, what are we talking about? You know, like, what is the concrete significance and implication of a certain given phenomena for the situation we find ourselves in? You know, I guess that's how I'd put it. But a lot of things is also like based on signals. And what I mean by that is like, it's not about the actual thing itself, but about what that means on a collective level. So you also have to think in that way. Whether something is revolutionary is decided after the fact. True, in a way, that's true, G-Man. It's very true in a way. How do you determine if a moment is revolutionary or reactionary?
That kind of depends, because I mean, like Iran was the Iranian regime, and from a Marxist perspective, yeah, it's geopolitically revolutionary.
I don't think moments are ever reactionary. I think intentions are reactionary. Moments, I don't think, are ever reactionary. Intentions can be reactionary. Visions can be reactionary. But a moment, I feel like, you know, you got to have a sense of being, and you have a sense of objective unfolding of time. It's almost fatalistic and accelerationist in a sense. You know?
Maybe even think about, like, if it is a moment, if it can be called a moment, that's the litmus test, man. Because that means that's something outside of, you know, your head. It's not simply like the expression of some views, but it's objectively, you know, it's in the real world.
See, Alexander, the issue is basically that we don't think there's such a thing as revolutionary or reactionary in the abstract. There's a concrete political situation. There's a concrete atmosphere. There's a real situation. So basically what we're talking about is like in regards to what? Because I'll give you an example. The anti-lockdown protests. It seemed like that was some Democrat Party type of, you know what I'm saying? Like pro-establishment. That's how we determined that. But we didn't say, is this pure revolutionary or reactionary? We just analyzed this relationship to the real American politics that exists, you know, or situation. We don't care about the word revolutionary in a vacuum. It doesn't really mean anything. Do you think the Communist Party is a party that calls themselves such? I think it depends, not universally, not always, but brands do matter. They do matter, and they're very powerful, and surfaces matter too. So, you know,
in the context of America, I'm starting to really kind of like the simplicity and familiarity of that. And also, I can't think of like any other kind of label that would really hold the same kind of weight or even have the same kind of honesty behind it. Because like the thing is, if you call yourself some kind of leftist in America, you're going to get associated to all the wrong kinds of people, and they're going to think you're, you know, an extremist. Anyways, but if you're just kind of an honest person about, you know, what you are, and then you can show like what that means in practice, you know, by what you're doing, then it's different. So yeah.
Funny thing is that the anti-lockdown movement was a turning point for me. That is crazy. It's like a concrete break from the official Bernie left. But I don't know if that's good, because I feel like that's like also a lot of left-com type of like, we're the true revolutionaries, and that was just sock them. Now the real revolution's happening. So I don't know, you know. We all have bad origins, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I don't know. I feel like that's interesting. You know, I didn't feel like there was anything anti-establishment about the anti-lockdown. Oh, what the fuck am I thinking? I'm such an idiot, dude. I'm such an idiot. I thought you meant the spring and summer protests. He meant the anti-lockdown.
I was thinking of the Black Lives Matter protest. I was thinking of like.
Yeah,
I'm a fucking
I wasn't
idiot,
at all. I was
dude.
confused.
Yeah, I'm a fucking moron. I can't believe I misunderstood that. I literally thought he meant the because to me in my head those are people bored of being in lockdown.
That's why. I was thinking of the same thing.
I thought you were talking about like Chaz and all that stuff. My bad, dude. I'm really
It was a
sorry.
moment in which I felt completely isolated from the entire left. I wonder if that's something that repeats itself, you know? Because I've seen a lot of people like that. I just haven't seen anyone like come out and.
Dude, Alexander, your words make so much more sense now. Honestly, they make so much more sense now. I literally thought you were referring to something so different. Sorry. Any modern revolution in the West would be a digital one, not this romantic idea. Yeah, I mean, the digital one will have consequences for the real world, but there's no point in just focusing on the real world and fixating on it. Just don't worry about it. There will be a change in the actual reality. Don't worry about that, though. No, it was the Michigan protest. Okay, the entire... Okay, I see where you're coming from now. I agree with you. I actually agree with you.
That kind of was when the left started more directly agreeing or taking the same side as the establishment, and the police was. It kind of started there, and culminated into the Capitol Hill thing. But that's kind of where it started. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really true. A lot of people, even at like the organizations at my university, those are the people that they were making a big fuss over. Like the whole thing that united them was kind of this disgust and public display of resistance or whatever. There was no like leftist talking about this. If you did that, you were immediately in the camp of the right. That's what people associate.
Boy is asking, so as leftists, what should we do? I feel like, I know I'm not going to give a satisfactory answer, but again, I feel like think about it differently. Don't think in terms of charity and voluntarily just doing shit. Think about where you are, because that's where the real struggle is this battle over being itself. So if you just if you're like take infrared, right? Infrared, we're just chilling, right? But we have such a heterodox view that we represent this kind of vortex that's making a lot of people butthurt and shit. We're just chilling, you know what I'm saying? We're just out here being ourselves. So just be yourself in a sense. Stay true to yourself. Don't cave into establishment type of thinking. Don't cave into these lefty cults or any of these trendy circle jerk, intellectual masturbation, echo chamber type of niches. Stay true to yourself. Be yourself. And the world will tremble. The thing that makes people conservative and not revolutionary is when they submit to a change that they shouldn't submit to, right? It's like when you're in a university or you're in a workplace and you just feel the need to just start compromising on who you are fundamentally as a person. That's when you start caving in, That's when you that's actually what conserves things,
Yeah.
The American hard left is pure virtue signaling. I know, dude, but if you just don't do that, you'll be surprised how the world will change around you. I don't want to toot my own horn too much, but the sort of absolute cancellation of me, yeah, dude, we're kind of primordially canceled. We are ourselves primordially canceled. China, all those people would have become in jail, which is base. Which people? Well, no, I don't think so. Because being in China, they had a strict lockdown, but it also corresponded to communities on the ground, organizations of the Communist Party on the ground, making sure people are fed and have their daily needs and necessities. And that America didn't do that. America just said, this is a nation of individualism, but we're going to stop the virus, so fuck you, fend for yourself. They didn't help anyone. China's is incomparable to America.
And I think BJ Prashad talks about this a little bit in one of the Cal Collective videos, but even beyond the Communist Party, just like with regular people, a lot of people start to step up in a very collective way to like do their part when it all happened. I think there's just a radically different mindset and culture, that they had in there versus here. You can't even compare it. Yeah. To be honest,
I feel like what you're saying is like really edgy, and I find it a little cringe. Like we should have concentration. It's like you're too one-sided, and you're taking it to an extreme and a cringe level. You don't have to be edgy, dude.
Before we talk about animal rights, because I know it's gonna bring up a shitstorm, I gotta head out. But it was cool being here, and meeting all y'all.
Okay, see you later, Grayson.
Later, Grayson.
Adios.
Yeah, I don't know. It depends on if Cocky joins or not at this point, as far as when we're gonna end it.
Okay.
But if he joins or not. But the thing about animal rights, dude, is that it's cringe. I mean, nobody outside of the West, except people in cities who are overeducated give a shit about animal rights. So that's my take on it. You know, you ever see that video of like that British woman who goes to Algeria and not Algeria, fucking some country like that, Morocco, and she's like trying to steal chickens from these bazaar merchants, and it's like, dude, I feel like people care more about animals than people, you know?
Yeah, it's definitely a thing where it corresponds to like just not even having any recognition of humanity. I mean, you have a lot of people who, I mean, it's more widespread than like, you know, you would expect to, unfortunately.
Yo, Kaki said he's coming on.
Oh my God, great. Dude, we're gonna go to the 14th dimension.
Now we're going on to the 13th dimension.
Yeah.
Don't switch. Okay, let me open up the Twitter. Let me open up my normal Twitter. Send him the link. And okay, hold on. We're gonna be. Hold on. We're still here, guys. It's just can't let you see all these participants. In the Zoom. Okay, let me send you the Zoom link. Okay, we're back. All right, we're back.
Hey, Bing, the thing is this, Bing, you gotta think about what being anti-mask even means in respect to the U.S. Like, obviously, abstractly, that's wrong, right? You know, obviously, but you have to think about why they take that position. It's obviously like some kind of form of resistance or like anti-establishment sentiment and general distrust. You know, these are the same people that ultimately you want to be winning over, not you know, just throwing away, putting in a box. You gotta think about things in context. Like, what does that really mean?
Yo, Bing, my brain is on a video game. Who cares, dude? What's wrong with that? At least I'm not having fantasies about throwing people in concentration camps. Dude, the legend is here.
Hey, Kaki.
What's up, Kaki, man? Long time no see. Guys, this is the one and only Kaki dude, the legend himself.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Got this stupid gamer headset on. I heard you guys talk about animal rights before I hopped on.
Dude, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Doing pretty good.
Well, yeah, we just got into the streaming thing like a week ago.
Seems like a good idea.
Yeah. Yeah, I really feel like streaming is like the future. Like, instead of just writing stuff, it's like people want this type of interaction, you know?
Yeah. You know what I wish? You know how like those I forgot the name of the website. Oh, Billy. You know how those Billy videos have the comments going across the stream, the screen in real time? I wish that's how like streaming worked on YouTube. Yeah. You could like see the comments like going across the screen in real time.
It's a good idea. Like the streaming thing, I feel like the reason where everyone's like, it's new, it's amazing, but it's like it's not new. It's just radio. They made ham radio like fun and accessible, because like this is basically sort of a radio thing where it's like people used to sit around and just listen to people talk all fucking night. Like that was pretty normal from radio till the modern day.
You know what?
Just come back.
You know, another thing I feel like is like with streaming is like so many people are just not doing it, but that you could know they would be so successful doing it. You know, like it seems like it's just so easy to just get into this. You know. Honestly, if you say it is cringe, maybe you just don't really think about this. I don't know what you're talking about.
Everything's cringe.
Jake, infrared vision upgraded. Dude, Kaki has more than infrared vision. He's like got an aesthetic vision that's just unparalleled.
Oh, wow. Can I come on more? Can I be a regular?
Yeah.
I got nothing going on.
Shit, man. Oh,
yes, thank you guys for inviting me on.
Oh, no problem, man. No problem. You're always welcome.
I'm really glad to have you. Yeah,
we're always
thank you.
Really glad to have you. Yeah, dude. I think maybe we want to save this for another stream when we can like be on for like hours and hours, because I can't be on too long. Maybe like another hour. But as like an intro, I guess, is the reason I wanted to talk about sci-fi with you is just because it seems like you're really well acquainted with the like sci-fi literary genre in terms of like actually reading it.
Yeah, I was a fucking.
I just watch movies and shit, you know.
Yeah, I was a fucking indoor child, and my mom subscribed to this thing where it's like they would send you a Hugo Award winner like every month. So it's like all the classics would show up in my house every month, like sci-fi shit. So it's like starts at the beginning and went till the 90s, I think, when we finally unsubscribed. So I've read way too fucking much. That's basically my explanation.
One thing we were saying in our Fan Wenan interview, that Chinese artist who draws like those sci-fi pictures. I don't know if you saw the thing, but
I'm not sure if I did.
One thing I raised with him is this idea. It's like, isn't it our socialist realism today has to be sci-fi now? Like,
oh yeah,
you know what I mean?
Groys talked about how like socialist realism and even like the Nazi fascist art that like glorifies, like the beauty and power of the body and all that shit. He said, oh, it's superhero movies. It's also like kung fu movies and shit. Because he was talking about how like fascist propaganda and kung fu movies are sort of spookily close, and they involve like using discipline to find like the intrinsic power of your body, like pulling it from your blood to, wage glorious war. And I think he's being a little tongue-in-cheek. Like, I don't think he's denouncing kung fu movies. But he's like, Kill Bill, he's like, is a perfectly good, like, fascist movie. And enjoyable. But it's also a good fascist movie.
Well, one thing a lot of these thinkers do, including Groys, they just make fascism sound way more based than it is.
They do make it sound cool. Groys makes almost anything he talks about sound cooler. Because he talks about liberalism. I'm like,
very
wow,
true.
Like,
you're right.
Like, cool.
You're so fucking right, dude.
He's a great salesman.
Yeah, like even you're right, dude. Even when he talks about liberalism, he makes it sound so like aesthetic.
It becomes sort of cosmic and like it's like aesthetically powerful blandness, some sort of universalizing blandness.
I feel like the whole ML thing for me is that Groys just made Soviet Marxism Leninism sound like, and I just took that. I left behind the liberalism and fascism thing, and his like almost cosmic level view of Soviet Marxism Leninism, and I just took that,
Yeah, me too. I mean, I'm rereading Communist Postscript because I'm like I gotta start fucking reading books again. I gotta get out of the deep quarantine depression that I've been in.
Same.
So it's like, oh, Communist Postscript, I have a paper copy and it's tiny. So I'm like, I'm gonna read that. And I started reading like crime novels written by like old-timey communist guys. So I'm like, this feels good. This feels like I'm being introduced to something. Oh, what thoughts on Transformers? I just saw that in the chat. Can I?
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna address it. I've only seen 2 of the Transformers movies, and I thought they were horrible. But I could see why they're big in China, maybe just because I think if this was in another language that wasn't my native language, and I was watching it in theaters, I'd be delighted. Because it just looks like someone repairing a watch, in like 4K, really fast. That's kind of cool.
Exactly. Everything it's bad from those movies is the fucking people talking. Just let me see the fucking metal and start being malleable, and I love that kind of shit. But
it's cool looking. It's like a cool car commercial or something.
Yeah. But I actually don't. I think I watched the first one and maybe the second one, and there's too many. They made too many sequels. I couldn't keep.
Yeah. It's like 5, 6. I don't know.
Yeah.
Who knows?
But speaking of reading, I've been streaming a little too much, like almost every other day. So I haven't really even had time.
Yeah, you guys have been going. I keep seeing the link and keep meaning to like, oh shit, I should watch.
Yeah, it's not desperation because we actually have an audience. That's why we do it.
Which is great.
Yeah.
It's fucking great.
We're really glad to see it. What's up, Jan? I think that's for you, Cocky. You know that person? Jan Tompkins?
No.
Who's Ben?
I did not.
I have no idea.
Shout out to my boy Going. It's his birthday. Happy birthday, Ben. Whoever that is.
My name starts with an A. Not a B.
I mean, some people just have birthdays, and some people have devoted friends who just got to shout out their friend's birthday, and I completely appreciate that.
it's like we were saying, radio. It's come back. The shout outs. Calling in the shout outs on fucking radio. I don't mean to derail you guys or anything. When I came in, you guys were about animal rights, and I thought that was interesting.
Oh, yeah.
And you were mentioning someone. I have a quick little story on that topic.
Okay.
There was someone I had a class. I used to be a vegan and all this shit. My parents were like weird, raw vegan people. So that circle I kind of get. But I knew someone, and she told a story where she was like, I was homeless and doing sex work, and I had this very brutal, serious life, but I was a vegan. And a guy tried to buy me food, and I said, well, can it be vegan? He like blew up at me, like, go fuck yourself. And she was like, okay, well, that was step one in her not being a vegan anymore. And the second one was she told me she went to like an action camp type thing, like an activist style thing. And it was on it was on a reservation. And they were going to kill a goat and eat it as like a welcoming thing, like, gonna cook a big meal for everybody. And again, she said a bunch of vegan, like white dreadlocks kids tried to steal the goat to save it from like pipeline people. Oh, and then that was her step two for like, I can't be a vegan anymore. It's too fucking, I guess it was too cringe. That's not the word she used, but basically she was describing it. It was too cringe. It felt like it started to feel like exactly what she said people are stereotyping as, like just like white, liberal, leftisty,
Yeah.
But she was like, I can't fucking do this. This is perverse.
Like the way I've thought about it, and I've thought about this long and hard for a long time. I believe it or not, I don't hate animals. I like animals.
Yeah.
I love watching videos on YouTube of like cute animals and like elephants and shit, and I'm so fascinated. I like animals, and in real life I like animals too, and I like zoos a lot and stuff. But that's not pro animal rights, but that's just I find animals fascinating. But the way I've thought about it too is also that the animal world, I'm not saying that the animal world is how like the Hobbesians say it is, where it's just pure chaos, because it's not.
Mm-hmm.
For example, like there's a gazelle that just because it showed courage to like a leopard or a cheetah, you watch these videos, it's crazy. The predators will respect the prey just because the prey shows courage. And I feel like there's some inner instinct in them that's like knows how to differentiate animals that prey and animals that only eat and only run away.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean by that? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm talking about my ass. But there's just fascinating complexity that I'm just like... So I don't believe it's all chaos. The jungle is all chaos. But at the same time, there is this kind of latent cruelty in the animal world. And I feel like when we eat animals, we're also participating in that cruelty. But we're participating in that cruelty as the very mark of our distinction as humans. That's how I've kind of come to think of it. It's almost like we have to kill animals and eat them just to remind ourselves that we're not animals ourselves, but at the same time humble ourselves and remember that we do come from this savage... It's almost like a post-traumatic ritual of like survivors of some kind of like apocalypse that always have to commemorate, don't forget where we come from, guys. This is... You know what I mean? That's kind of how I think about it. It's almost like... But I guess someone can argue with me and be like, well, wouldn't that also justify human sacrifice? And I'm thinking, no, because... Kinda. But it is kind of up the same alley. It is up the same alley, but I don't think it's the same.
Yeah. It makes me think of Herman, I guess Nietzsche? Not Nietzsche. Whatever. He's a German artist guy, Nitsche. He does this thing where he like will split like, a goat in half and have these like carcasses and like I don't know how to bring shit up on Zoom. This is my first time using Zoom. Oh, but it's like if you Google image search that guy, I'm just gonna type in the chat.
I think if you share screen, do you see the share screen?
Man.
Actually, this should work for OBS.
That's weird. I didn't know Nietzsche was into like doing stuff like that.
The college...
This is a different guy.
Sorry.
Who's Nick? Oh, let me find this motherfucker. Nietzsche, that's it. Nietzsche.
The College of Sociology Bataille people, apparently they sacrificed a guy, but there's just a rumor. No one actually proved it.
Yeah, that was their big story. Let's see, share screen. Yeah. Oh, host disabled, participant screen sharing.
What? Hold on, let me see.
Damn.
I hate Zoom. Multiple participants can share simultaneously.
Yeah, Zoom sucks.
Wait, let me see.
Oh, I got it.
Share. Oh, you got it?
Share. Yeah.
Okay.
Here we go. Let's see. It doesn't work.
Let me. I don't know if they can see this.
Ah,
Let me check the
okay.
OBS to see if they can see what we're seeing. Okay, they can see it. They can see it. I think.
They can see the big gross.
Yeah, they can see the screen.
Yeah, here we go.
Oh.
Yeah, and they're covered in like wine and animal blood. And because he basically says like, because he basically believes like human and animal sacrifice is like a deep part of like human culture, basically.
You want to know something? You want to know what my theory is? Believe it or not.
Yeah.
So you know how monkeys are kind of just vegetarian mostly?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you something really weird. Chimps do eat
Yes.
meat, but the animals they eat are monkeys. And I feel like the reason they eat monkeys is because that's kind of a very primitive form of like same species it's something weird is going on, and I feel like that's where human meat consumption came from. Is like basically the conclusion of that.
I could believe it. I remember watching one of those like Attenborough like documentaries where he's being nice and British, but it's a video of a fucking chimp, like 2 male chimps fought, one chimp won, and he just fucking devours the other like half dead chimp, and then screams into the fucking forest. It's terrifying.
It's like,
and then Attenborough's like, we have no explanation why they do this other than maybe like if we're gonna anthropomorphize and be like it's triumph, it's to instill terror,
it's
something
death drive,
primal and
dude.
weird. Yeah,
it's that Freudian death drive. Like people tend to think animals are evil and shit. Animals aren't evil, dude. Look at lions and tigers; they're just chilling. But when it comes to our specimen of monkey type people, I don't know. That's like the colonization by the alien invasion of some outer metaphysical, whatever, cosmological force that gives rise to what we call humanity,
Yeah.
You know what this article reminds me of? It kind of, I know, so I had mistaken the name of this artist for the philosopher Nietzsche, but it's kind of actually reminds me a bit of like some of Nietzsche's early, just like listen to some of the words in the article, like early theory about like tragedy and Dionysus and stuff like that. But I just feel like this is so vain. Like it's too much of a direct relationship to like the tragic. It's not supposed to like actually enact this kind of stuff. Like
Are you talking about like the Bataille people who sacrificed someone apparently?
Yeah, it might be related to that, but yeah, I think it's probably related to that, but maybe a bit before Bataille, because Nietzsche, did all this writing about like Greek tragedy and like the
okay, I see.
festivals and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Because Bataille's gang or whatever, they were also obsessed with the Nietzschean tragedy as well. So I don't know.
Yeah. This is yeah. So we're talking about the same thing. Yeah, that's what this kind of reminded me of. But I think the whole point was like, you're not supposed to like directly like enact these kinds of things. Like I think Nietzsche's whole point was there's like an aesthetic distance, that you have in your relation to tragedy.
Yeah, but I always feel like Bataille takes.
Buenas.
What's up, Jorge? How
Hello.
you doing?
What's up, Jorge?
I always feel like Bataille takes a lot of things too literally. That's the source of a lot of problems.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think the Herman Nietzsche, this guy, the artist guy, he came from the actionists, whose whole shtick, I think part of it was to turn all this into action, into something real. They're like 60s. Then there's the movie Sweet Movie, if you haven't seen that, which is like a Serbian movie, I think from the 70s, where he goes to a commune founded by one of Nietzsche's associates, where like people vomit and shit in public. They're trying to like. It's an amazing movie. There's a big part of the movie where a fucking boat that has a prow shaped like Marx's head goes down like a canal in France. Let's look it up on YouTube. I'll just say that it's something. I can't say I can't describe it in any intelligent or philosophical way, which maybe is the point.
Oh, speaking of films, I've really been at a loss for good films this year. 2020 in general. I don't know. But I feel like, I don't know if I'm the only one. Whenever I go on Netflix, I always have to watch something that was released in 2020. I feel like everything before 2020 just doesn't understand my situation enough to relate to, you know?
I've got 2 movies for 2020 they were made before 2020, but they feel
okay. Let me write it down.
2020. One, I think this movie's become like a meme on Twitter at this point, but it's fucking great. It's all on YouTube, which is nice. Wake in Fright.
Wake in Fright.
Wake in Fright. Australian
Wake
movie.
in Fright.
Yeah, Australian movie. About a school teacher in Australia that gets trapped in a tiny town in the outback and just drinks for 2 weeks straight. It has a strangely quarantine feel. And then the other movie, also Australia, I watched with a friend, rewatched with a friend recently. It's called The Rover. And it's like sort of post-apocalyptic, but the apocalypse isn't like atomic, it's just economic.
Wow.
And so it's just character goes to like, so he's going to like shitty little like pawn shops and shit, and they keep like trading in US dollars, even though they're in Australia. And everyone just looks exhausted, and sweaty, and miserable. And you see like trains going by with like guys dressed in that like Blackwater operator, you know, like bulletproof vest and the big beard and shit. It's just depressing.
I'd have to check it out. I have to see it.
Yeah, so if not 2020, that's at least 2021 to whatever.
You know, I watched Alita Battle Angel, and I kind of liked it.
Is that good?
Yeah, I liked it. You know why though? Because I was looking for a movie like Valerian to just. I want to watch a movie. I want to watch a big sci-fi movie.
Yeah.
It's just extremely ambitious and yeah. But I watched that movie Valerian in November or something, I think, and I actually really liked it. I don't know. I can't justify why.
Yeah, same. I loved it, even though I'm like, this is sexist and stupid in a really stupid way. But I do love it. It's a terrible movie.
But I just like sitting on my couch and at night and just watching a crazy sci-fi movie that's extremely ambitious, you know, like.
Yeah, watching an extravaganza.
Exactly. And I want to see all the type of aliens and, you know, I don't know.
All the fun shit.
That's why when Avatar 2 comes out, I will watch it. It is going to happen. I'm not going to like it, but I'm not going to praise it, but I will probably enjoy watching it. Do you watch The Expanse? No, dude. I think I watched the first episode on Sci-Fi once.
Oh, yeah.
And then I saw the guy walking in to the space station, and he took his fedora off, or he put it on, and I immediately exited out because I knew this is going to be a sci-fi style 2004 internet libertarian space movie, and I don't want anything to do with it because I found it so cringe. Like
Bezos' favorite show.
I don't like the combination of Art Deco 20s and space and sci-fi. I just hate it. I don't like the Hunger Games. I don't like it at all. Like I don't know.
Later, G-Man.
Oh yeah, see you later, G-Man. Appreciate you being here.
They're making a new Matrix?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I am gonna watch it, but it's very suspicious that there's been no promo for it. So I wonder if they're just kind of gonna they're kind of not that proud of it. They're like, this is gonna be a reunion film that's like 90 minutes. You know what else? You know what other film was like that? Was the newest Saw film.
When did that come out?
Yeah, I didn't know there was a new one.
It was like 2017 or something.
Really?
Yeah. And why is it Matrix 4? Like, I'm really suspicious of this. You know, at least make a reboot or something.
It's like a sequel?
Yeah, it's Matrix 4. I don't know.
It seems like the safest, like dumbest thing they could do, which I would probably enjoy. Do a prequel. Give me like a Morpheus prequel.
Yeah,
you know, that would probably be that'd probably be more interesting than a sequel. I would think too.
That would be sick. Yeah, that'd be fucking sick. A prequel,
like Morpheus is like in his 20s and he's just kicking the shit out of agents and shit. It's like an earlier Matrix, so you can be kind of retro.
Or a Matrix that shows the origins of the Matrix itself in real reality. Cool. I think that would be cool.
Yeah. Because like the Animatrix is so much fun. I love that stupid thing.
Yeah, dude.
I loved those.
Yeah, I never watched them, but I've heard a lot of good things about Animatrix. But I've never checked it out. But just reading the description and stuff, it seemed like some pretty interesting.
It was good. It was fun. They had like the AI robot narrator, which talks about like building the Matrix for the first time, building the machines. It was great. It was. I think it started the whole like anime tie-in thing. Like Kill Bill had an anime tie-in. Most recent Blade Runner had an anime tie-in. Everything does now, I guess. Which fair enough.
The only reason I remember the latest Blade Runner movie is because of Twitter, because everyone always shares memes of that Jake, whatever his name is. Sorry, what's his name again? The main character.
Ryan Gosling.
Ryan Gosling, yeah. Everybody always shares memes of him with like the bandaged face or whatever, and otherwise I would have forgotten that movie.
When that movie came out, I was in a fucking Slack channel with like personal friends of like Nick Land. I was deep in Accelerationist Twitter land.
Whoa.
And people were like, "Oh, he loves that movie. He went to see it in Shanghai. He loved it." And I was like, "All right, let me see it." And I saw it, and I was like, "This is horrible. This movie sucks. It's creepy. It's got the weirdest views on women I've ever seen, where it's just constantly about wombs. There's like an hour of something like, your womb is fertile. I'm like, this is fucking weird. This is kind of gross.
There's something you told me. I like the Chronicles of Riddick, by the way, but there's something you told me that was so true about Ridley Scott, in that he's obsessed with milk, cum, and and that is also a womb
and birth.
And birth, yeah, dude.
Yeah.
These Hollywood guys are super weird.
That's why I loved his TV show. I loved Raised by Wolves.
Oh yeah, I didn't even watch that.
Watch it. Watch Raised by Wolves.
I'm gonna check it out.
It's all of his gross obsessions, but it's not set in the Alien franchise, so he can just really hone in. And there's a scene where like the android woman is like getting impregnated, though she does not have a womb or vagina. She just has a 3D printer, but she's just getting covered in like weird milk cum while like religious music plays. And I'm like, all right, this is fucking something.
You know, what did you think about like that new Alien film, Alien Covenant?
I hated that movie.
You hated it?
But I hated it not for any intelligent reason. I hated it because I'm a fucking dork. And I grew up reading the like Dark Horse Alien comic books as a little kid. So like for me it was like how some people are with like Star Wars, where it's like the prequels ruined everything. For me it was like Alien Covenant ruined everything. It was that. It was, just dork shit.
Oh, you know what?
I also didn't think the movie looked that good.
I was gonna say
costumes were cool though.
I was gonna say that I kind of liked it just because I had a sci-fi hunger. Like, there's no new sci-fi, so any new sci-fi I'm probably gonna like. But I do hate the origin story for the fucking Xenomorph.
It ruined it.
Fucking
It made it
hate
so
it, dude.
much fun.
I hate the fact that they abandoned that the Prometheans are biomechanical.
Yeah, because in the comic books there were these weird elephantine, biomechanical cyborg things.
It's a
and I remember as a kid thinking like, "Oh, that's so cool." And then they're like, "No, they're just people. They're like Atlanteans, basically. They're like big weird white guys who like built humans." And I'm like, "This, I hate Ancient Aliens shit." And that Raised by Wolves also has like Ancient Aliens, Chariot of the Gods shit, but it's weirder, so it's more fun.
If you watched the first or the second one, Colonial Marines, where they show you that elephant, I think it was the first one, they show you that elephantine guy. It's such a different fucking vibe in terms of what you expect the Prometheans are gonna be. It's so different.
Yeah, like
it's so disturbing. It's because I think not to cut you off, but I feel like my interpretation, the whole reason for that is they're basically trying to tell you that there's some kind of biomechanical hellscape out there in the fucking galaxy, and it's 1,000 times even worse than all of your worst nightmares about industrial modern society on Earth. And I feel like that was really deep,
I remember like reading the comic books. There was like an interview with Ridley Scott in one of the comics I had as a kid. They were talking about the design of what they called the engineer, like the Promethean, the Promethean or whatever the hell they call him now. But he was like, it had this like elephant face that was inspired by Wolverine gas masks, and we decided, no, this is like its head, it's not a mask, and it's this biomechanical thing. And he said it looks kind of like an elephant, which he's like, I thought was like really like benevolent and kind of kind, like a Ganesh sort of look. And he's like, but it's been destroyed by this thing, and he's like, these are super advanced people who created their own demons, made them real, and it killed them. And which is great. It's a great idea, and they kind of have that in Prometheus, but they just made it boring and bad. because it took some of the imagination and some of the like oh my god, what could possibly these things be? What could their civilization ever be like? And it's like a huge War of the Rings looking guy who like punches a robot, punches a beautiful blonde robot.
Yeah, the whole AI thing was just like, come on, dude, we already have Blade Runner. Alien doesn't have to just be about AI.
I think it's all the same universe of Ridley Scott, because he kind of...
Oh, yeah, it is. I think it is. Yeah, I think it is.
And Raised by Wolves has it, too. Raised by Wolves is fun because the premise is kind of hilarious, where, like the Mithra cult, the, like, ancient Mithra cult comes back in the future, becomes the dominant world religion. Then there's a war between the Mithraics and Asius, and that destroys the Earth. So they go and colonize another planet. That's the premise.
Why is there this weird... You know, there's a show called Da Vinci's Demons, and it's written by... It was made by the reactionary guy who did Batman. You know what I'm talking about? What's
Which one?
For Nolan?
No, the other guy, the second co-writer. He also made Black Ops 2, and he's...
the guy he betrayed me, because he made the Blade movies, which I adore. But then he wrote that reactionary shit. For that reason, he's on my shit list forever.
What is
Poison Blade, radioactively? I'll look him up.
It's something like
Blade 2. It's shit. David S. Goyer?
Yes, Goyer, yeah.
Yeah.
I actually liked Da Vinci's Demons, but it is about the Mithraics and
weird.
Yeah, what is up with that? I don't know.
Huh.
The Mithraics versus some other type of...
Maybe they're all just in the same fucking writer's room. They're all kind of hacks, so they just gotta steal from each other.
Yeah.
That's my sort of anti-QAnon conspiracy, where it's like, we can't underestimate the lack of imagination that people have.
That's very true. Just look at that fucking guy, the Joker guy, Jared Leto.
Oh, yeah.
He seems like he's like really desperate to have a good imagination, but he just doesn't. What's up, Jennifer? How you doing? Sorry.
Did you ever read that huge, crazy blog post about Jared Leto?
Yes, I did.
I love that thing. The deep politics of Jared Leto.
I loved it too, dude. It was so... Dude, yeah, there's a lot of weird shit in fucking Hollywood.
I'm willing to believe, like... Ooh, shit. Why do I hear music? Oh, sorry, that was me. I'm willing to believe, like, 40% of shit I read about Hollywood. 40, 45, maybe 50.
Yeah.
Dude, I believe it's like I think it's like worse than like what any of us like expect it to be. That's my view on it. That's my view on Hollywood. The underside of Hollywood is probably worse than we think it is.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just like I've had real life experiences where there's nothing concrete, but I've just always been surprised by things that I'm just like, wow, so people actually do this in real life? Like, I've had those kind of encounters, and I don't know, you know.
I feel like a lot of people have those experiences, but then most people just kind of, you know.
Yeah, they repress them.
Yeah. I know. Here's one bit of like Hollywood gossip. Do you know who the Osmonds are?
No.
The Osmonds were like Mormon, like variety TV show people who were like superstars in the 70s. They were on all the variety shows. They hung out with like, I don't know, whoever the fuck was super famous in the 70s. It's like Donny Osmond, and they would sing songs and dance and shit on TV. They were superstars, and they live in Utah. They're Mormons and all this shit, and they have this squeaky clean image. But I knew this old guy who worked on some of their variety shows, and he would talk about the craft services table, and he had a great voice where he'd be like, oh man, the craft services table is just covered in coke, man. You could just have a bowl of coke. Like they were doing huge amounts of coke and operas and drugs because they're expected to sing and dance for 5 hours straight on live TV. Kind of makes sense, but they're super Mormon. And then he was like, oh yeah, and their friends would get arrested for drugs. They would like spend money, and the Utah police would cover it up. Blah, blah. So like even the periphery of Hollywood, the edge, because Utah is like feeds Hollywood. A lot of like grips and like menial Hollywood set people come from Utah and get trained in Utah. The community colleges all do programs where you can basically go to Hollywood in about a year. It's still sort of dirty and weird and odd and sleazy. So if the very periphery is that odd, where you can just have a giant punch bowl full of cocaine, I imagine actual Hollywood is something else.
Yeah, dude.
That's
That's what I'm
kind of
saying.
amazing.
That's what I'm saying. Is like it's like there's a punch bowl of it, and it's not like some spontaneous thing. It's like they're accustomed to it. I don't know.
Yeah. He said it was normal on like big TV shows in the 80s to be like, here's craft services, here's other food, here's another table that has Coke and speed and just everything you need to stay up and work all night.
Oh man, dude.
And
You know
it's
what-
just kind of your pay.
You know what else is so fucking spooky is Jimmy Savile and that whole thing.
Yeah.
That's what really convinced me.
Uh,
What the fuck is going on?
Did you ever read anything by Irving Welsh? Irvin Welsh? I don't remember his fucking first name. He made Train Spotting and shit.
He made what?
Train Spotting.
Train's Body? No, I don't know.
Dude,
Spotting.
That's a really good.
Train
That's a really good movie. Yeah, I haven't read it, but I've seen the movie. Yeah.
Yeah, he wrote a short story. I remember reading as like a teenager. He did a book called Acid House about the like acid house like music scene in 80s UK and Scotland. And there's a character in it who's supposed to be like a kids show host and like an ex like TV presenter who's a necrophiliac and a cannibal and all this like weird shit. I remember reading that short story and thinking like, what a weird character. I don't see why he's in this story. And then years later, I'm like, oh, that's Jimmy Savile. Where I was supposed to say his fucking name. I think it is Savile. I can't say Seville for some reason. But it's him. And then I read an interview with Irvin Welsh where he's like, oh yeah, there were rumors about him being a necrophiliac, a cannibal, and a pedophile, and all the shit he turned out to be, going back to like the 70s. And there's like a Johnny Rotten, John Lydon interview from like the 80s where it's like, ooh, if you could shoot anyone, who would it be? And he says like Jimmy Savile, because I know he's up to something. So that's the part that I almost find more depressing. Is the fact like, okay, who's even in pop culture as like a rapist, necrophile, pedophile, everything horrible that he turned out to be, I guess. Fucking horrible.
You know, I never liked the 80s revivalism because I've always gotten bad, dark, and spooky vibes from the 80s since I was a kid.
Yeah.
It's just, there's something so disturbing about this convergence between this extremely plastic, and literally plastic, I mean like the actual use of plastic materials, like TV sets and movie sets and these weird styles and aesthetics, coupled with this extremely disturbing kind of seemingly unprecedented, I don't know, dark, pedophilia and cannibalism, and I don't fucking know, dude. It's just
an era that's defined by like Reagan and Thatcher is going to be pure evil.
Yeah,
I mean, if that's your happy public face of your era, that's a dark fucking time.
It was a really dark time, yeah. Definitely.
Where it's like, yeah, the two politicians who are most famous for throwing people in the streets, like those are your most celebrated figures for the 80s. That's horrible.
And it seems to me like I always kind of get good vibes from the 70s, but the 80s I feel like is just this dark turn.
Yeah. And I knew this professor, she's from Germany, really nice, West Germany. I think she grew up in West Germany. Which is what the 70s, and she's like, I love the 70s. 70s were so wholesome because we knew what we were against. We knew we had something to do. She's like, every weekend we'd go burn an American flag. We'd go to our protest. And I was like, oh, that's kind of sweet. It's kind of like a nice boomer, memory of the 70s. And then she's like, and then the 80s came, and it all fucking fell apart. Everything just became about like drugs and getting a business degree. And she was like, it fucked everything. And I just always think of that, her telling that little story. And my dad grew up in the 70s in Chicago, like the South Side of Chicago. So the story of the 70s is fucking terrifying. But then the 80s, he would just sound grim because it's just like, crack is starting up, and Coke is out of control, and Reagan and 80s Chicago. It's like the police were like, okay, now we have a license to really get going.
Yeah, dude.
To clean the city.
And then, there's the whole thing of Russia in the 90s and the Eastern Bloc, which is also I think people really underestimate just how kind of dark it was,
Yeah.
It's almost unprecedented in human history, just this transition from seeming normality to this kind of incredible. But the crazy thing about it is just it's this overwhelming nihilism and degradation, but it almost also seems like normal life is continuing.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
I got two things. One, I got another movie for you.
Oh, yeah?
Called Generation P. Let me actually post
I think there's something about that sounds familiar. Generation P. Let me look it up.
It's a book by Victor Pelevin. I'm supposed to say his name. but you can watch the full movie. It's a Russian movie with English subtitles on YouTube. So let me post that to the chat. He wrote about the 80s and 90s in Russia really well, or continues to. And also, when I was in Moscow, my last night in Moscow, chatting with this guy when he was telling me about, he was older, a lot older than me, throughout the 90s, and he was like, I was a teenager, and I had to carry a lead pipe in my jacket because he would get robbed constantly and just going outside. So he was like armed at all times. And then he was just talking about like the chaos and the violence and like degradation. And then suddenly it all went away, just completely disappeared, because he said the police just arrested like thousands of people in this tiny period of time. And he's like, that's why old people love Putin. Just know that. I'm like, oh, that makes sense. It's kind of open and shut. I'm like, oh, that makes sense. I can see old people.
I mean,
a lot of people being thrilled if, you know, a fucking real authoritarian just shows up and is like, congratulations, I'm going to arrest.
I almost feel like a lot of that stuff is also like, it's not just Hobbesianism, pure people like self-interest. Also, they're also like challenging the state. They're being like, okay, well, if you're not the boss, I'm going to be the boss, you know? So unless a boss comes in, that's going to be me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think there's a sense of people trying to like, I'm posting Generation P in the chat. I think there's a sense of people trying to usurp the power of the state. Like when you read about 90s Russia, there was like nationalist groups who thought they were going to reestablish Tsarism. They reached out to like the last living descendant of the Tsar. He was living in like, I think in Florida. He was like the fucking mayor of like some town in Florida or some weird shit. But they reached out to him and were like, come back to Russia. We'll crown you.
That's another cursed place, I think, is Florida.
Florida seems evil.
Yeah, it does seem very sinister and evil.
Florida is so weird, man. Like, I feel like there's so many conspiracy theories I hear about Florida as well. Like all of these like strange things that incidentally people will tell me, happen in Florida. Yeah, it's a strange place.
I'm reading an author. If I'm in recommendation mode, which I am. Charles Willeford. Right down in the chat too. He wrote all these crime novels about Florida, starting in the 70s up to I think his death in like the late 80s. But he was like, he grew up in like the Depression. He was a hobo as a teenager, like a train hopping. Like he's one of the like many like depressed pseudo-communist like crime fiction writers America's produced. And like I was looking at his Wikipedia page because I was like trying to remember like, was this guy as cool as I remembered when I was first reading his books? And yes, he is. Let me just find the description to sell your viewership on this. A guy who wrote about his book says, Willeford created a world in which the predatory cannibalism of American capitalism provides the model for all human relations, in which the human American success ethic mercilessly casts aside all who are unable or unwilling to compete, and in which the innate human appreciation of artistic beauty is cruelly distorted by the exigencies, whatever, by mass culture. And then he creates characters who search for autonomy but settle for survival. He never abandons his class perspective. And yeah, it's about how trying to be a middle-class American just turns you into a fucking sort of a monster, really. If you don't have it and you want it, and you want it bad enough.
Yeah, and that's
great. They're great books.
That's the story of everything. It's almost like the reason so many bad things happen is because people just want to be normal. You know, people just want, and they look the other way and will excuse a lot of things just in pursuit of that ideal. You know.
Yeah, I mean that's our big political family. So I saw people fucking 4chan jokes. People post on Twitter about Biden, comparing to Kennedy, but it's like so many families. It was like, bootlegger past and like, you make money however you make money, and then you use that to sort of buy legitimacy. And it's funny to think where it's like, wow, Trump's great grandfather ran a brothel in Canada. Biden's come from bootleggers. You can really clean up in America.
This fucking Biden presidency is also very much dark vibes,
Oh yeah.
So far,
it's very dark vibes.
It's also because it has the appearance of like, oh, it's a new bright horizon, but in reality, it's disguising this fucking.
Yeah. And at least you know what? Pay us the fuck off. Give out the stimulus, you
They won't even do that.
bastard. Yeah.
They won't even give the 2,000. They're gonna fucking they're watering it down to 1,400.
You know, I feel like, I'm almost skeptical about the 1,400 because usually they say they're gonna do, it gets watered down like another level, you know, before like it takes a little longer and it gets watered down again before it gets to you.
This is what the Yang presidency would look like if we had it. It would be this, where Yang's like, I'm gonna give you 1,000, and actually it's gonna be 600, and in 4 months it's actually gonna be $200, and everyone is gonna get their $80 voucher that they can spend on Amazon once a month. So this is our preview of the UBI future. I think this is endless, torturous lowballing.
Yeah, and the dollar's going down apparently too. So this money is not even worth that much.
Yeah.
You know, this is something that's very privileged to say because I know a lot of people are struggling in this time. But I have a Best Buy gift card for 2,000 because I returned an old laptop. Yeah, so I was thinking I need to get a laptop, but now because I'm doing the streaming thing, I'm gonna get a nice PC. You know, I'm gonna get a PC. But you can't even fucking buy them now. You know, everything's sold out. It's so crazy. It's like
PC buying went up during the quarantine because everybody had to work from home. I bet a ton of people had shit computers and they're like, oh god, I gotta do my office job at home now.
Yeah, there's been like a tech buyout. Everyone's just buying tech. But yeah, if I get this PC, then I will also be able to game while I stream. You know, and apparently some people want that, but I don't know.
Join me. I have this giant fucking gaming laptop that weighs 11 pounds.
You have the Alienware one, right?
Yeah, I got the Alienware, and I gotta say, before people accuse me of having way more money than I have, my parents bought for me, but my parents bought for me because my dad works for a tech company that gives 50% coupons basically in lieu of bonuses sometimes. So this came through some IT guy grifting with multiple coupons. So don't eviscerate me just yet.
That's fucking crazy though. That's really
still privileged, but I like it. I love this.
That's crazy, dude. Yeah, that's a sick PC. But it's got like a 2070 in it.
Yeah, that's insane. Dude, I love this stupid thing.
Fuck. But the thing I looked it up and I found out that the laptops don't have as powerful CPUs, and streaming is all about the CPU. So I'd love to get a laptop, but I just don't have a laptop. I feel like I have a smartphone now, and do you really need laptops these days? Because there's computers everywhere. There's internet cafes, and there's in my apartment has computers in the lobby. So I don't know.
Really nice.
Yeah. Yeah,
I like that.
Nice. But I can't even play any games anymore. You know, my PC crashes every time I play anything. Not even streaming, but just playing anything. My fucking PC will crash.
Yeah, my PC hates fucking PC gaming. Speaking of gaming, to go back to the world, I really want to force myself to play the first Deus Ex game again. Because everyone did a million memes of that. When the quarantine started.
I saw a crazy clip about Hong Kong.
Yeah, because a big part of the game set in Hong Kong, and you've got the lines where it's like the virus is spreading. And then there's even a line where one of the characters is like, the virus is no worse than a common cold. They're only doing this, to keep us all indoors. It's like a real line in the game. And I remember being like, oh shit, I need to play that again. I haven't played this since I was a kid.
I love everything that activates my schizo.
Yeah. That's what the game's all about.
Yeah, okay, then I need to play that game.
It gets that part of your brain where it's like, oh, I'm insane now. Because you play as a guy in a trench coat and sunglasses who's screaming about the Trilateral Commission. And you work for the UN, and you're like a UN cyborg who uncovers a conspiracy involving a semi-fake virus. So it aged great. It's pure 90s, but it aged great.
Yeah, there's these lost treasures, and it's so weird how deep games used to be. Even the medieval type, even the Daggerfall, the Elder Scrolls Daggerfall, and all of those weird medieval RPGs. It's so weird how occultic and esoteric, how much thought these people were putting into these games.
Here's one for you.
They were creating different worlds. There's
a guy who I cannot remember his name right now. It was people in the chat might know, he was a Romanian like scholar of like comparative religion and a bunch of other shit. He mentored the guy who came up with the RPG RuneScape, which was like a D&D.
I played that when I was a kid. I know what that is.
Yeah,
As a kid.
RuneQuest. Not
Oh,
RuneScape.
okay.
Those are two different things. So RuneQuest is how you get like King of Dragons Pass, which is like an old like classic computer game. But he was like knew Evola like personally. He knew a bunch of those people. Mentored the guy who would make. He mentored Greg Stafford. I want to say that was his name. Who made a bunch of those like, old RPGs. And he came from like a weird like comparative religions background, with Romanians at the University of Chicago, who like came from spooky Iron Youth circles when they were younger.
Yeah, medieval.
So there's weird shit running through them just through that academic connection. As ever, academics are the portal into pure evil.
The medieval fantasy has so much spooky and dark origins. I keep using the word dark, but like it has so much like crypto.
It's fascistic.
Yeah. It's. I kind of don't like. I kind of never like. I only the only reason I ever liked the Elder Scrolls was because of how different it was from other medieval fantasy, and it was almost like more modernistic in terms of how the characters are.
Yeah, because Kirk. Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say the Morrowind especially seemed very different than like other RPGs. Just like how much like culture and history they seem to put into the game. Yeah. But what were you gonna say, Kaki?
Oh, I was gonna say the guy who like was like sort of credited as like the main Morrowind guy. His name's Kirkbride, who's so much fun. He's kind of a meme himself at this point, where he does the famous story, which I think is fake, but I choose to believe it's real, where he did mushrooms and like speed for 2 weeks straight to write most of the Morrowind lore. Then turned it into the company. It's like, this is what I got.
Wait, is that the Gnostic guy?
He was like also speaking of mixed races, and he studied that and put a ton of that shit into the Elder Scrolls. But he's fun because he continued the story and the lore of that game, and basically was like, oh yeah, they have spaceships and stuff. Because he's like, it's materialist. It's it's a science. It's not magic. This is a different universe with different physics. But of course, it'd only be a material universe because only material universe exists. So I was like, that's kind of fun. He's likable. I like that guy.
It's those are the people who, it's almost like an Ayn Randian hero. It's like the original guy who just did everything, and everyone else is just kind of sucking off the fruits of. Because you know what I noticed is that based on this latest Fallout, I don't know about you, but I hated Fallout 4.
It sucks.
But I feel
I didn't like it either.
I feel like the next Elder Scrolls is just gonna it's not gonna have that original creativity, and they're just gonna rehash that original creator's vision and dilute it down to the point of just having. Because I felt like Skyrim kind of did that too. Even though surprisingly, it's so weird. Both Oblivion and Skyrim, which is only the games I played, there's a surprising depth to those games. And what I mean by that is that Oblivion, for example, I kind of read that as a type of like a heavy type of critique of communism almost. But it's another rabbit hole, I guess. But
I want to hear it. I have to hear that at some point.
Okay. The thing that provoked this to me was that for Oblivion, there's two things. One of them was that Mehrunes Dagon, he's obviously the god of revolution, so that's a big one. But it's also actually communism and modernity actually. It's not so much against those, but those are the villains of the game. But then there's also the fact that there's this idea that the Nirn, which is the planet that everyone lives on in Elder Scrolls, is only one other plane of Oblivion, rather than being the real world. So this calling into question of the nature of the world, I feel like that's kind of similar to the communist idea of like primitive accumulation means property is theft, and the whole like, you know what I mean? But then the other thing is that Mankar Cameron's Realm of Paradise, I felt like was pure anti-communist propaganda. I can't put my finger on it. But it was like, it's like this cult is promising people paradise, but you go into the paradise, and yes, superficially, it's very much flowers and trees and forests and shit everywhere, but also people are being tortured.
Right.
And it's this incredible contrast.
Right, like an anti-utopian.
Yes, exactly. That's more to it. Yeah, it's not so much communism, so to speak. It's like modernity and utopianism.
Right.
And then Oblivion, and then another thing with Oblivion is there's a war on terror element where you're just randomly in the cities, and some people will spontaneously turn into the occultic.
Dark Brotherhood.
Mythic Dawn, no, the Mythic Dawn people.
Oh, okay.
And you can't tell who's who, and it's this kind of War on Terror era paranoia. And you know what's okay? Here's what I don't understand, and this is why I believe in the Illuminati, maybe. Because why was Oblivion? If you look at the story of that game, it's about the Emperor being killed, and the world is going to be plunged into chaos and crisis, but you don't see it. But the game was released in 2005, 2006, and then 2008, the Obama crash happened. Not Obama crash, the financial crisis happened. Occupy Wall Street happened. And then what do you know? Skyrim comes out, which is literally a game about the post-2008 crash in America. So what is going on? Do we need like the CCRU hyperstition type of analysis to understand how these are so fucking prescient? And also Death Stranding is an example of this too.
Yeah.
This crazy thing, you know?
That's actually a good point. I know this would be a fun fucking stream to just talk about the like conspiratorial video game plot analysis.
Yeah.
For like 2 hours. That'd be fun. Well, I was gonna say I know the Kirkbride guy, the guy who's like came up with a lot of fun shit, and then Morrowind has sort of laid some of the like groundwork for the Elder Scrolls thing. I remember reading an interview with him like when I had like my friends were all playing like Oblivion and Skyrim when quarantine started. He's like, "Oh, we need time wasters," which is a brilliant idea. I was reading an interview and he was like, "Oh, Skyrim's not what I wanted. Skyrim, you know, I had all these ideas and blah blah blah." But he was talking like in his like in Elder Scrolls 2, because not Elder Scrolls 2, in Morrowind. If you play Morrowind, there is like an ethnic like terrorist faction in it even back then. Because he was like, I tried to use real history and I tried to use real mythology, and I'm like, I like it when there's like these sort of conflicts we have in real life. You in Morrowind, you play where the fucking like dark elves, the Dundar, are like, you're imperialists and we're gonna like fucking slaughter you all or kick you out no matter what. You'd be like sort of a left and right faction of them, which is pretty entertaining. Then he was talking about Skyrim, where he was like, Skyrim was supposed to be about cocaine, but they like, Bethesda wasn't interested. They had these giant whales, and they spew cocaine over this Viking, you know, landscape. He had all these insane ideas, so they weren't into.
That's why the Elder Scrolls games are as fucking cool as they are, because of that crazy.
Yeah.
Why would it be about cocaine? I want to know.
Because he said there's like giant whales that spray cocaine over these like Viking landscape, and then they like fight.
You know what?
He had this whole idea, and I'm like, I remember thinking like that would be such a fun game. I'd love to play as a Viking who's just running Vikings over
When Skyrim was just like a fucking hyperstition or whatever before it came out, it was just a rumor. And I would click on the map in Oblivion, and it'd be North Skyrim. I was thinking of this fantasy type of like northern ethereal type of realm in which
I think that's part of it too. And also he was like Derrida. He said he was reading a lot of Derrida when he wrote a lot of Skyrim lore. He said that, and he's like, and the dragons, he said, are actually like semiotic, you know, linguistic concepts given flesh. That's their whole idea.
That's where it comes from. The depth I'm talking about. Because I was, that's where it fucking comes from.
Because he's I love that guy because he feels like an insane Twitter person. He feels like someone who should have a WordPress. He's like, you know, he's a pseudo. He's a good pseudo. Good pseudo-intellectual. Good weirdo.
Dude, that's okay. You just clarified literally why in the Elder Scrolls games I've always noticed that there's just like someone's got to know some stuff who's making this. Like this is not just some, you know. But you know, I feel like today all these companies are so institutionalized and like it's always like you just knock off the credentials thing, you get a certain degree, and nobody thinks independently. I know I sound like a Ayn Rand guy, but you know what I mean?
It's
like,
true though.
It is
true.
It's
boring. It gets turned into a product where it's like we have to be, you know, careful to not blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Like I remember even reading an interview with him too, where he's like, I want this character to be gay just because I wrote it. And then Todd Howard's like, I'm not against that, but at the same time, we know that, you know, 57% of our viewer base is blah blah, you know, blah 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 blah. They make it boring.
And
because that's the thing too.
Yeah.
Because right wingers try and claim like, oh, you know, everything's getting SJW'd. And in the case of Elder Scrolls, it was like the opposite, where his vision was like, I don't know, I guess you could say it was SJW-ish, you know, how they would view it.
Yeah.
But you just want something bland to sell. You want this cornmeal.
It's not even that this like there's the political correct things. Oh, that's another conversation. Another thing, as a side, I've noticed that despite how politically correct all games are now and how white like super glossy they are, they're also extremely rapidly reactionary, like never
Oh,
before.
absolutely.
Like the latest Call of Duty had Yuri Bezmenov, but it's also gonna let you play as a female soldier, and it's like
I saw that. You can pick your pronouns. I remember
Yeah.
thinking, like, this game is insane because you can pick your pronouns, but it also seems like the most explicitly fascistic Call of Duty where it's like you can bring it. It's called like the Golitsyn thing. There's a fucking ex-KGB guy, supposedly, who said that the Soviet Union never fell. He had all these crazy conspiracy theories. And apparently that game uses some of those. And that's like sort of like the John Birch Society, like mythology. Like it's using that shit in a video game. I'm like, oh, this is evil. It's horrible.
There's another game that does that too. I forgot, but back onto the main point though. It's also the fact. It's not just the political correctness stuff. It's the fact that it's too accessible to become a writer, a game writer. All you have to do is go to college, go through the motions of getting a degree, but you don't actually. There's no like spark of creativity anymore. Where people do things outside of the box. I know it sounds really cliche and shit, but I feel like
we live in a
that
cliche
simple.
world, so I mean, I think it's fair.
Yeah.
I will say that's why, and again, this is probably cringe. I'm sure it is on many levels. The Disco Elysium or Elysium, however you want to pronounce that word, that game, I really, really enjoyed that fucking thing. Because it was written by a bunch of weird Estonians. So at the very least, you got weird Estonian nerd culture instead of American nerd culture. And then, like, people, I remember reading, like, American reviews where it's like, I can't tell what the politics of this game are. It seems to let you do everything. It doesn't. It really does. When you play it, you're like, oh, it's pushing you into... Basically tells you liberalism is evil, fascism is stupid, communism is smart but doomed, and maybe too violent for its own good. Like there's a continual joke where if you pick communist options where someone's like, don't tell people you want to liquidate them. You need to do that after you've taken power. Because like you get to see like little thought bubbles that tell you things. But if you play fascism, it's just pure stupid. If you play liberalism, it's just evil. I'm like, this is made by like depressed Marxists. And the fact that they had like people from like Dasher from Red Scare do a voice. I'm like, yeah, these are depressed, Marxist-y, social democrat type people. They're fine. I wish they were the normal people. I wish a fucking social democrat was the norm. Be beautiful. I mean, instead of the fucking liberal, the fucking Biden voter. That's what this feels like. It's not super radical, but it's sensible. It's still left wing. It's not a part of. Ugh.
Yeah, I feel like even if a game is right wing or reactionary, as long as it's quality, then it's fine. But I feel like the big enemy right now is just plain mediocrity. You know?
Yeah.
And even a lot of right wing games, but a lot of right wing games are really mediocre because they surround themselves around this idea of not being SJW and being edgy. And the game ends up sucking. Like, the game Kingdom Come Deliverance, I never played it.
Yeah, I heard about it.
I could just tell how boring it is because it's so ultra realistic. And they were just trying to make a point of being against the SJW casuals. And it's like...
It sounds like fucking Fatal, the meme RPG people used to make fun of. It was like, the meme D&D where you could like roll for anal circumference. That was like the notorious thing about it. Where this like anti-SJW D&D guy was like, I'm going to make rules for rape. I'm going to make, because it's medieval times.
Oh, Hatred. Another game is Hatred.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's like, that shit all sucks.
It sucks, yeah. But there are games made by like weird right-wingers that end up being good.
Yeah, there's a few like weird right-wing artists who are like, good. Where I'm like, I'm sure they're scum. In a better world, they'd be re-educated or maybe shot in the neck by someone. But I think there's such a weird lack of vision going on, which seems crazy when we live in an era that's so fucking weird and so strange and so evocative of all this media we're all immersed in. Maybe that's actually part of the problem. Maybe when reality looks like a shitty movie, it's hard to be creative.
It's also an America issue. I feel like this is kind of unique to America because I look at the rest of the world and in movies and other things, and I do see a lot of original cool stuff going on.
Yeah, America, I think, is there's the knee-jerk anti-Americanism, which I am totally infected with, even when I know sometimes I'm like, no, that's stupid. But at the same time, I'm like, no, America is kind of in a real downtime.
Yeah.
I follow Bruce Sterling on Twitter, which I recommend. I think his ad is just Bruce's, like Bruce with an S at the end. But, he wrote He's the father of like cyberpunk, like American cyberpunk literature. William Gibson gets that credit, but Bruce Sterling started before him. And Bruce Sterling eventually just like moved to Serbia and lives in like a villa, and like on the Adriatic with his Serbian fashion designer wife. Which again, I'm like, oh, that's the way to do it. It's gonna be a great life. But he's written about America, which is just like, I look at America and I just see a serious downturn. Like, I've read enough history, I've lived in enough countries to just look and see, like, I know what a downturn looks like.
Yeah.
Like and those can last like 50 years.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people will probably accuse us of just being anti-American, but honestly, we're just...
I'm anti-American and extremely pro at the same time.
Well, it's that's what I was going to say, is that it's kind of the same thing, you know, because if you're when you're expressing anti-American sentiment like we are, obviously it is coming from, at least for those of us in our group who are American, it is coming from an American perspective, you know?
Yeah.
And another thing too is that, sorry, I don't want to keep but
oh no, it's totally fine.
Another thing too I've been thinking about is that I kind of think of America more and more as in Death Stranding terms. Not to just talk about how obsessed with that game I am, but like, I feel like it is this kind of the goal for us here in America is to connect the bridges and have like the Belt and Road in across sea to sea of the American landscape. Yeah.
Can I jump in?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I have two thoughts on that. One, I think one thing you're talking about is the atomization problem. Mm-hmm. Where it's like we are so fucking isolated. The whole culture was designed to isolate. The whole culture was designed to create groups. And then there's sort of the irony where the internet is a part of that isolation process, you know, like extremely so. But it also creates these weird groupings and these weird little clusters. And also in some ways even lets you recognize what you are, even if you didn't know it. Like I remember feeling very Midwestern, sometimes just being online, meeting other people from the Midwest, where I'm like, oh, we apparently think and feel the same way, even though we're not talking in person. When we interact with the rest of the world, we see what we are. We see our regional biases and so on. But the internet is both our tool of isolation, where we're staying at home and fucking being on chat rooms and shit, and at the same time revealing our regionality and in our sort of where we are, our position. And then the other thing, it was like the actual like Belt and Road and infrastructure and the whole like Death Stranding thing is like the obsession was trains, the obsession was public access that like sort of runs through like from like Chapo, Jacobin, Socdems, MLs or whatever. I think it's both literal in the sense of like, yeah, American infrastructure is dying and sucks, and we know that the wealth and power of a country comes through its infrastructure. You want it, even if your country's an evil empire on a selfish level. You want to live in a place with great infrastructure. But the other part is it does represent the social, and it does represent the idea of a commons in a really like basic way. People talk about the commons, you know, the efflux and all that shit. And their commons, I think, is usually a little too utopian. I think Mark Fisher, for all the shit he got, when he was like, the commons is Starbucks, where you can do your work in a place that isn't home and isn't your place of work. There is something to that. Being in a neutral space that's well maintained, it's decent, that can encourage a type of low commitment sociality. That's something I think Americans like, enjoy, and desperately fucking need in general, but especially during quarantine. I think there's a cultural sort of loneliness that runs through what we are. I think it's why some people love Japanese media, because loads of Japanese movies and anime and comics and so on have done a great job of just expressing what it's like to be lonely, a little sad, and knowing that maybe not a huge amount of effort would be required from you to minimize it, but that it would also require effort from other people too. You need a community, you need a society, and we don't have it, so you have to create it. So you need that spark, you need that energy.
You know, I've thought about so much, like, what is America, and how can America be something that's united or whatever? Not united, but like, what could be a commons in America, because there's almost nothing that unites Americans. And the reason I mentioned the infrastructure thing is also because it's a type of way in which the global supply chains, not only of goods but also of culture and the people of the world, basically, America will be this kind of infrastructural nomadic land where this is like where, I don't know, fucking to be the infrastructural way of kind of almost connecting the world together. But But there's also a dark side to that too, where it's also like when I mentioned that nomadicism, because America is this kind of flat like landscape, basically. You know what I'm saying? This grid. Is that I have this like kind of vision of the future that's not, I don't take it literally, but it's kind of like a fantasy, where it's like we're entering a kind of age of socialistic nomadicism, where, as you mentioned, there's all sorts of kinds of groups that are converging together in this autonomous kind of way, and I feel like it's kind of this new warlordism that's going to emerge, where America is going to just purely stand for this common flat infrastructure, and us being Americans it's just gonna mean like a type of warlord type of civil war where everyone's vying for control over the infrastructure, over the means of I don't know. Does what I say make sense, or it's kind of schizo?
I think it makes sense because part of what I think you're describing exists when you think about like what's the political fight right now, and I'm just looking at fucking Twitter because I haven't spoken to people I don't know in real life in a long fucking time. It's depressing. But it's like people are fighting over the big tech companies. They're fighting over Amazon, which is not just tech in the sense of like, a big website, but also the warehouses, distribution, the highways, the fact of taking over postal services, the fact that Amazon is supplying supplies to military bases and to government buildings and shit like that. We're talking about like how does politics intersect with like infrastructure, with the day-to-day running, with the logistics of a country, and where it's like a big tech says, oh, you can't have Parler on because that's Trump. That means that fucking apparently big tech, whatever the fuck that is, stands with the Biden presidency, stands with Democrats. Bruce Sterling, the guy I mentioned before, when that was going on, he changed his Twitter ad. It was pretty funny to like totalitarian, like left-wing, tech giant or something. I think that's where warlordism is almost sort of like a fight for influence, where people, I don't know, it's also that stupid thing that everyone was doing where it's like, oh, this brand is woke, this brand is pro-Trump, this brand is blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And I think brands will go with that because this is good marketing. I mean, if you could say, here's the QAnon demographic and there's this many million people and you can always sell to them, I think Wendy's could just be like, yeah, we're just the alt-right brand. We're the racist brand because there's, 75 million of you. So who cares?
Right before you came on, we were talking about how connected to this, I feel like the American Communist Party USA brand should be revived. And I don't like their politics. I don't care about the party and all their dumb politics and shit, but like just that brand, I feel like that should vie for control in this warlord era and just be like one of those warlords. But yeah, because you're gonna end up being a warlord. I have this kind of like sci-fi idea of like a post-apocalyptic warlord factions, and they have cyber trucks with machine guns on the back of them.
Yeah,
like how like ISIS has those trucks, but it's not. I don't actually think it's gonna happen, but I like to imagine this because
on a symbolic level.
Yeah, exactly. But I feel like the Communist Party USA is a very powerful brand, and it has a lot of kind of futuristic potential.
It's a great set of words. I'll say that.
It's a great
because it has that. It's a great set of like words with almost
exactly. Yeah.
Because to say like Communist Party USA almost sounds like a paradox, and in doing that, Groys has a bit where he says the more paradoxical something is, the more artistic it is. Like that's the basic rule of modern art. Mm-hmm. Communist Party USA is a beautiful modern art style name. Definitely has to be stolen.
And I feel like people kind of have a wrong idea of what parties are today, because a party's kind of a corporation and a brand today, right?
Yeah.
A party isn't something. Every time people try to create parties from scratch, they just create cults or nests of drama, because Americans, we're individualistic and we don't know how to make a transition from individuals to groups. So
yes.
We'll be right back.
Okay, see you later. Okay. And then
I'll be right back.
Yeah, okay, sure. Sorry. And then so we have to contend with corporations and groups that already exist, because when we try to create them from scratch, we have like this kind of Puritan Protestant factional war or whatever and drama. Because that's why I like the Communist Party USA. It's just because it's not from scratch and it's such an old party and brand. And I kind of feel like I could see that acquiring significance, vying against the Democrat Party brand and the Republican brand and all these other kinds of brands. So
maybe, you know what? Maybe it's time to do an entryism. Maybe it's time to start a chapter and then just brand better than the party itself. I mean, it is sort of the key to entryism in the modern times, it seems like. People start to associate you with it until the it ejects you, and then you publicly say, like, I am no longer Communist Party USA. I am now Communist Party USAML. You do that type of thing.
I feel like you can seize control of the brand if your aesthetic vision is more powerful. And for me, communism, the word, the capital C, means something so much different than the democratic socialism and also anarchism and kind of like American leftism. I feel like communism reminds me of Fan Wenan's drawings, that Chinese artist I was telling you about. It reminds me of just this kind of vastness and bigness.
Yes.
It's hard to explain, but
I think that's why
it's almost too American, and almost the reason why we never had American communism or socialism is because it was competing with Americanism. Americanism was already kind of, socialist.
It was entwined with it, because if you read the book We by Evgeny Zamyatin is where we get 1984 and Brave New World is the original. It's the papa of those books, and it was written by an old Bolshevik who I think Stalin told him to go live in France. I think that was his punishment, which kind of cool. That's pretty good. Could have got a bull in the neck, but he's got sent to France. I think it was his wife even. But he was a great writer, so maybe that's why he got leniency. But that book We is about this world where they worship like Taylor and Ford, and they say stuff like, instead of like by God, it's like by Ford. What are we going to do today? That type of shit. It's this vision where it's supposed to become. It's We.
Oh, okay.
We is the book that Brave New World in like 1984 took from, where Huxley admitted it, where Huxley was like, yeah, I took from We. That's the book.
Okay.
And then Orwell was like, no, I've never even heard of it. Shut up.
At least Huxley's honest.
Yeah. But We is like the old Russian book where that comes from. But it's about where like communism and Americanism triumphed, and the world is now just like glass domes where people live in like beautiful, like factory, like compounds, and are building a giant spaceship. And the Pet Shop Boys made a great concept instead of songs about that book, which I highly recommend.
Something I like to say often is that the word socialism with Chinese characters is kind of weird, because people ask, well, what was socialism like before? What is it besides the Chinese characteristics? And I like to respond and be like, it's Americanism. The thing they were breaking with was Americanism, because central planning and standardized top-down kind of I don't know what to call it, uniform big industry was all inspired and came from America.
Yeah, like that shows up in like there's a book called, I always get fucking mocked for the title, but they can go fuck themselves. Imagine No Possessions. Yes, it's a Beatles lyric. What of it? It's a great book about Soviet constructivism by Christina Kyer, I want to say. You'll have to Google how to spell her last name. I don't remember. But she has great quotations from like Rodchenko and all these like great artists and designers of the early Soviet era, and how they dealt with the NEP. But one of their like slogans was like Soviet Union must reach for Americanism. Soviet Union must accomplish Americanism before America has finished Americanism. These ideas of like, yes, America has unleashed these incredible productive forces through Ford, but they are not real socialists, so they can only get a little fraction of what it could be. As Marxists, we understand what it is, and so we can finish it, we can perfect it, and we can make it fairer, while still reaping the benefits of like, production lines and efficient factories and all these things. And this vision, there's like really strange, like pseudo-sexual and racial visions running through Rodchenko's writing, where he says like we have to like pry apart. He's like the stiff buttocks of like capitalist society to free the like, I think he says like black slaves of like, industry. So it's like this bizarre racial and anal imagery he's using. But he's basically saying like, here's all these productive forces, we must release them. It's fucking bizarre. But there is something to all of that weird writing. And it's amazing to read, one of their big designers, I can't remember his name, I wrote stupid fucking WordPress blog post shit back in the day about them. But he wrote about like, he wrote about the idea of how to view the object and blah, blah, law and object-oriented ontology and a lot of tech bro shit sounds eerily like him, decades and decades and decades later, because I think some of these ideas were just good. They made sense. And so they're still floating around.
Yeah, I mean...
That's my big ramble, sorry.
No, it's all right. To me, like, the Communist Party USA is almost like the chickens coming home to roost, in a sense. You know what I mean? Like, for the whole 20th century, the real Americanism was put into practice in the Soviet Union and in China, with the big state planning, whatever. And America never owned up to the political consequences of its own type of era or whatever, right? So to me, the Communist Party USA is like, it's just, now we have to face, it's like an existential facing what we really are. Like, what is the essence of what America is,
Yeah. I think there's something to that. Have you ever looked at Palladium magazine?
Oh, sorry, I don't want to keep that point. Another thing, too, is that, Moldbug, he says, communism is as American as apple pie. He says all of the crimes of communism is based on Washington. What's Washington's crimes? So that's another backing up my point. But sorry, what were you saying?
That actually ties in perfectly.
Oh, okay.
Have you ever checked out Palladium magazine?
No, I never heard of it.
I'll send you a link. Palladium, I would call them right wing because I'm pretty sure they came out of the old Social Matters blog, which you may remember. They were the NRX thing. But Palladium is the next evolution. And Palladium, to my shock and horror, I'm like, oh, I agree. It was like half the articles probably, because they're just basically talking about central planning constantly. Some little wing of Social Matters of the NRX people just became obsessed with like, how does America survive? America survives through central planning. America survives through big government. America survives through. It's become this. It's the very weird left-right statism that they push, and that's fascinating because it almost sounds like what you're talking about, maybe from a more right-wing perspective, a more pseudo-reactionary perspective. But you'll read them. If you read them, you're like, oh, this is someone grappling with those exact same ideas, but from a non-Marxist perspective. And so they're worth reading because they're strange and they're interesting.
Yeah. I always thought NRX is just a kind of vain utopian socialism. I always thought of it that way. I never thought
feudal
of it
socialism, utopian socialism.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's like weird French syndicalism when you read them and you're like, oh, it's like proto-fascism.
It's almost like you got to ask like all the historical interpretations, and imagine if someone's not a history buff. In what way would utopian socialism reinvent itself in the modern era? And that's basically what happened. Because a lot of these guys, these NRX guys, they just began as these type of like naive rationalists who liked the internet. And they went on the internet and they're like, okay, let's think about everything from scratch. And they weren't the type of people who had this profound knowledge of all the shit that happened in the 19th century and 20th.
They sound like it's like the zeitgeist people.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Where they sound like, like a utopian socialist because they just start going like, what if we all manage this? What if we all, and you're restating old ideas because you haven't read that someone did this already in like the 19th or 18th century. You're restating it as new. The Palladium people, I looked up their website again. They call themselves governance-based futurism. And I think that's,
it's 100% socialism. These guys, the thing with NRX people, they don't understand.
I would call them right-wing socialists is what this website is.
I mean,
but they're worth reading because you have like Vince Garten, if you know him.
He's awesome, dude. I love that guy.
Yeah, I like Vince a lot. He's a friend, and he's a fucking. Yeah. No, he's not right-wing, but his ideas suit in nicely with those people because when you're that aggressively pro-China.
Vince he strikes me as somebody, I wouldn't call him a rightist, but a lot of the kind of left-right thing is kind of fake today. The real left and the real right, we don't really necessarily know what that's going to look like. We're all kind of in the same boat right now,
I think so. I think there's something where it's like everyone is trying to say, no, it's a Strasserite right or Strasserite left.
Or Duginist,
weird,
right?
Yeah. Using all these weird borrowed terms from like different eras and different countries because I don't think America knows what the fuck right or left quite means. Because even talking to like friends who are like diehard anarchists and are from that culture, and then they say something, I'm thinking like, that doesn't sound like an anarchist position. That doesn't sound like a left position.
I feel like in America, left means accepting the institutional consensus, and that's it.
It has, in some ways become it, and that's why I sometimes feel like a weirdo conservative or something.
Like even MLs or tankies, whatever. Even even to the extent that they're accepted as leftists, it's only because they're justifying their support for foreign communist states based on this woke victimization of like people of color and you know what I mean?
Because I remember talking to my mom, who's like fucking weird politically, fucking weird at every level. But I remember like when some big rant, and then she's like, "God, you've become such a Republican." And I was just describing like basic ML talking points. But she's like, "You're a Republican now." Wow, that's new.
Yeah.
And so I was like, "That's funny." And I had another friend who was like, "Wow, you're conservative now." And I was like, "No, because also it's not like I'm not one of those people like ranting about like, I don't know, fucking gay people or whatever." It's usually this thing that sets off people's like, conservative thing. I was just talking about like the government's bad. The U.S. government's bad. Things are bad. The state is weak and bad and invasive at the same time. All this shit.
I feel like there's two things that only really define whether you're reactionary socially and whether you're reactionary politically. And the social one is the gay thing. If people who have the anti-gay and anti-trans issue, that's like where they are. You can kind of draw a distinction,
It does seem to be a thing where I can say all of my weird opinions to people, but because I'm not anti-gay or anti-trans, I'll have like anarchists and like these very left whatever people being like, "Oh, you're fine. You seem cool."
Yeah,
that's another thing.
It's like,
and I'm like, "Yeah, sure, of course I am."
It's like, yeah, we're kind of Dugan adjacent, like according to everyone, but we're not like when. I feel like there's a lot of pathological like people become too one-sided and they just kind of. It's almost like you're the weird one. If people who are really like anti-gay and anti-trans stuff, it's almost like you're the one who's always uptight and triggered, and always because like for example, we're just being our normal selves, just pretty much chilling, and then you got these kind of bread tube. I don't want to draw you into drama that you don't want to be a part of, but you got these kind of lefty people who are gonna be like, "You're Duganist and you're this," and like we're just chilling, we're just being normal people. But I feel like people who are anti-gay and anti-trans, they are the ones creating the problem itself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then but the other thing is that on the political level, it's the immigration thing. And what I mean by that isn't the people who kind of critique the meaningless open borders phrase, which doesn't really mean anything, but more along the types of people who are antagonizing migrants and just that type of racism.
Yeah, I don't get those fucking people either. I think, again, that apparently is must be one of the big, like, gatekeeping things of, like, what's left-wing and what's right-wing. Yeah. When people talk about migrants and shit, I always tune out because I'm like, I don't have anything against migrants.
Yeah.
I grew up, like, lower and then to upper middle class where my parents, they clawed their way up. But they clawed their way up in corporate America, and that means my dad's friends were from Eastern Europe and India, and, like, they're corporate people. They're immigrants. To me, they were always very normal. Like, there's something ironic where I moved to the left, which was like, isn't it funny? My very internationalist view comes through capitalism directly because my friends growing up were the kids of these migrant IT workers. Like, I'm like, that's funny, and they're always just like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of that's like my barrier. A lot of people, for example, will do this really crazy hermeneutics, and they'll be like, yeah, infrared, they're secretly fascist, hyper-masculine. They'll do this kind of, and it's like, I feel like it's a lot more simple than that, okay? If we're not anti-gay, we're not against immigration, and we're not, you don't have to, like, read so deep into it and accuse us of all these. That's kind of what I mean. It's like, I feel like leftists in the U.S. have a really low standard of what a fascist is.
And a very, very hypocritical standard too. It's like a blackmailing thing. Usually, it's like a way to blackmail you into supporting the establishment.
Exactly.
Yeah, because it's that Groys uses that term all the time in his essays. They call it like a moral blackmail for different things, where he's like, you use images of like atrocities that happen, in countries in your political art or propaganda. He's like, well, you're doing a moral blackmail to silence someone because you're like, look, someone's fucking dying. And of course, as like a person, you go like, oh my God, I'm watching a video of someone dying. You know, something terrible is happening, some atrocity is happening, and you can't quite respond to that other than shock and horror. And so he's like, a brilliant tactic. And I think sometimes like American leftists will do that, where it's like, what about all the black people who like died incarcerated? What about all the trans people who killed themselves? What about they'll use those things very cynically and very strategically to silence and to like blackmail, because it is like horrific and sad and tragic, and so you don't know how quite to respond. And by
But
not
they
responding,
cheapen it, you know, they cheapen it.
yeah, they cheapen it, but at the same time, if you can't respond to those things, because it's difficult to respond to something that's horrible, you appear weak. So there's like something really cynical and vicious going on, I think, with a lot of the discourse between leftists in America, and why I just find it so fucking depressing.
That's why
And
we
I
just
don't-
we accept being primordially canceled. It's like, you can call us
Yeah.
a humanist, you can call us whatever. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean?
I like primordially canceled. I'm going to use that.
Yeah.
I'm definitely stealing that.
It's like, I just don't ever feel like I have to walk on eggshells. I just feel like I'm not ashamed of my position. You know, I don't have anyone
Yeah.
to answer to. You know,
Because you really don't. Because it's also like when like, not to go into fucking detail, but to be like living at one point in this fucking anarchist house with all these fucking self-declared like, you know, like activist people, and they would rant and rave, and they're like really like, you know, pounding their fists. And I just remember thinking, I was like, I don't know what any of this is accomplishing or doing at all. Like, I don't know where this moral power and weight is coming from. This is America.
it's a little disturbing to me. Like, on
I think there's a lot of cults of personality that gets brought up a lot. There really are hundreds of tiny little wannabe Bobavakian types. Have you watched I don't know if you guys have watched this or what your takes are on these people. Have you seen the Black Hammer stuff?
Dude, what the fuck? We were just talking
about that.
I was wondering if you guys did.
First of all, I don't want those people to attack me, so guys, just don't come after me. But,
yeah, you know what? I take it back. You guys, Black Hammer, you guys.
Because that's when we talk about the Austin Red Guards and shit. It's like, okay, guys,
Yeah.
these guys are a little bit hardcore, but
I've met like handfuls of like those people IRL. Jesus Christ,
dude. Okay, I'll be a little bit neutral. Here's what I'll say. So the Joker video of Black Hammer, was hilarious to me.
It's hysterical.
That was the first thing. The second thing is it was definitely very new, and there was this contrast between people like militant stances in the back and the guy, the main guy, I don't know what his name is, it's
Ghazi Kozo.
Yeah, Ghazi with the Joker makeup, dancing and stuff. And then I realized it's a really brilliant work of art, because it represents the nature of all of these organizations in America.
Yeah.
They pretend to have this formal posture, this strict, serious posture, but in reality, there's this clownish underbelly.
Yeah.
And
Theater kid.
When I had my like insane schizo stream yesterday, and I was ranting, and I was just like, if you are calling yourself a Marxist-Leninist in the West, you're a clown. And I'm a clown too, that's okay. But I want to be more like the Joker, the Joaquin Phoenix Joker. There's different types of clowns. But I was just like, I was like, why so serious? Why are you guys so dogmatic and so serious and so, you know,
talking in hyphens?
Sorry, what did you say?
I said talking with hyphens between every fucking word. You know, it's like revisionist, imperialist, blah blah blah.
Why do you guys are so taking it so? You know, like, loosen up a little bit and have a more open mind, because you got to be aware of the fact that in actual reality, you're not doing anything. You know, you don't really amount to anything.
That's why I always love Red Kahina. Even if I don't agree with her 100%, I agree with her maybe 70%, maybe 85%. But she's so fucking weird and so very much her own strange person. I'm like, that's a good Marxist-Leninist in a way. Because yes, she's rigorous. Yes, she has all these thoughts. Yes, she has her opinions of varying degrees of quality. But it's not super, super deadly, I must pretend to be in the 1920s or 30s, and it's the Third International, and Stalin's going to read, you know, my memos. We're not in that era. We're just fucking Twitter users.
Here's the issue.
We are people buying books on Amazon. We are not, you know, party functionaries of some pure era. We're dorks.
Here's what.
Even if this comes to something, we're dorks. Okay, yeah. Sorry.
Here's what these people can't wrap their head around. There is no central authority, and there probably there never will be anymore. I don't think there will be. That's why I talked about that's why I talked to you about the fantasy thing, the sci-fi thing about the warlordism and shit. Because like we're not in this era where people, even anarchists, everyone wants to have this idea that there is a common instantiated discourse and site of common meaning that's just already out there. Rather
they
than
want
the
a
fact
canon.
that we're all warlords who are creating different ones, you know?
We're atomized liberal subjects. We are pod people eating bugs. There's an article that Ed Berger, who I'm going to bully to coming on this stream.
I already bothered him. I bothered him again.
I talk to him pretty regularly, so I'm going to bug him. But I'm going to do it.
If he doesn't want to come on, that's also completely fine.
Yeah. But I think he would have a good time. But
we would love to have him on, though. We really.
He's so fucking smart. He would. I'd love to hear him ramble. But he sent me an article ages ago about, I think his name's like Lardreau, someone whose shit is not in English. I don't read French, so I'm fucked. But there's a brilliant article which I have saved. I will post to the chat for those who might be interested. It's about the bizarre mental gymnastics of an extremely intelligent ML who you could also call liberal or a fascist or an anarchist or about 20 other things, because it keeps being like, what does this ideology mean if there's no central authority? What do you do if there's no party anymore? And he's old. He saw it all collapse. But the article on him ends with his interview. They're asking, what is your ultimate idea? Where do you go with this? And finally he says, it is the height of idiocy, he said, to deny the importance of authority. He's like, and I continue to say, long live Mao, long live Stalin. He's like, may they be held by the Virgin Mary for 10,000 years or whatever.
That blog post of yours,
that
has that title.
I was kind of obsessed with that guy.
I love that post so fucking much, and I really love the ending of it with the stars thing, and that's just so beautiful, man. I love that so much.
I'm gonna get back to writing this bullshit because I'm like, why not? Why not be cringe? Why not share some opinions?
But that thing about the stars stuck with me. I actually was driving sometime a few months ago, and I was remembering, and I was like, dude, that was really heavy. One day we will become stars or whatever.
Yeah, the Japanese Red Army guy said that. That really got to me too. I was like, Jesus Christ, what an image of eternity. But the Lardreau has something similar with this. He said, dare to give yourself a master. He's like, that is the point of philosophy. To give yourself a master, to be able to not be so vain and to be so arrogant to say that there are not people smarter and better than you. But I think he's also smart because he picked dead people as his masters in an era, and then he continued on into the modern era. He lived past, I think, the 90s, to see it all come down. But he's still like, no, I'm the same because they were already dead. So the Union's gone, of course, but I was already a Stalinist. I was already a Maoist. I was already these things, and they were long dead.
That's why I'm talking about warlordism and socialistic nomadicism, because to me, I think we live in an era where we still do have a masters, maybe not people as masters, but masters, but we have to be responsible for our masters. We can't just pretend it just exists out there. We actually have to, we have to own up to the fact that we are generating our own masters, basically.
Yeah, it's like a religious person. Religious people live... where the central figures of religion have been dead for thousands of years, but they still live with all this commitment in their hearts and all this commitment in their lives because it's there, it's written down. They don't need to be alive. You don't need these living idols. You can study and work and argue, and like Stalin, where he's raging against the Talmudists of Marxism, as he said, because they were like Talmudists arguing over the text, arguing and fighting. It's all still important. It's all still alive. The text is the text matters. A fucking German person who I love so much, where she said, I had this professor who hated Derrida, he hated postmodernism, and he went on stage with a copy of a collected work of Shakespeare and screamed, the text is the text is here in front of you, instead of death of the author or whatever. And then he had a heart attack on stage. It had to be carried away. But in some ways, I think with Marx, we can still do this. We can still say the text is here, the reading is here, the work is here, but the person isn't. There is no party to persecute us. There is no censor. There's only our own work and our own labor that we can do on our own terms, for better or for worse, probably worse, but we live in the worst world, so.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I would just add the caveat that the text also requires the mediation of an aesthetic. And that's
Yeah.
so important because if you don't have that, you do have this kind of Talmudistic dogmatism where people think they know the essence of what the text is, but in fact, if you really want to draw out the essence of the text, you need to have an aesthetic. You need to draw
Yes.
it out and through work and give it form. And
It's
that
like Hegel.
Yeah, you need to update it to the contemporary times by drawing out and distilling the essence of the text and giving form to it in accordance with the, because that you can really form cults around people who profess to tell you that this is the true meaning of Marx. So, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
you have to have the kind of aesthetic as well. But
I agree. I think that's why I was like trying to look at Strauss, even though it's vile, but I'm still curious in these people who sort of, recreated Sorelianism for for non-leftists. Like, this is intriguing. Or Kojak talks about it, or Hegel, where he says like myth is like philosophy expressed through aesthetics, something to that effect. There's truth to that. And as a truth to that, we operate on myths, especially if we are apparently, re-primitivized in some way, de-culturized, de-educated. We do need aesthetics and we do need myths. And I think our current political landscape seems to show that myths and aesthetics and like the irrational is incredibly powerful, incredibly alive.
I almost don't like calling it myth because to me, I feel like the baseline of some kind of true reality is itself being put in motion and put to work in this kind of aesthetic partiality, this kind of like sight of creating beauty. To me, I feel like this is all there is, not just aesthetics and myths but I feel like it's almost kind of like the Deleuzian stuff about the virtual and the actual, and that, like, I feel like the aesthetics is where our actual reality. That's what kind of Zizek's point is, where our real reality is actually indeterminate, but also in the process of its actualization.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No. I didn't have anything.
Oh, I was just gonna.
I thought I did, but I didn't.
I was just gonna read a chat guy. There's a really good podcast called.
I'll be right back.
All right, for sure. There's a really good podcast called Aesthetic Resistance on SoundCloud. They're on Red Kahina's channel once in a while. Yeah, I never heard of that. Aren't they trying to create a city or something? Yeah.
Black Hammer.
That's what Jennifer's saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting because it is weird, and I don't want to join that city myself, but I wish them all the best of luck with their city, Because at least instead of whining all the time, they actually have some kind of goal. And, even if their goal will not turn out well, which it might not, at least they're not only based on trolling, like Austin Redguard or something. Like, a lot of leftists only exist to... Their game plan is to win over all of the other leftists. So what that amounts to is constant trolling and harassment of every leftist and shit until everyone joins them. So I kind of am fascinated by Hammer City. I'm a little fascinated by like this orientation, but I would not join it myself. But yeah, I don't know.
It's an interesting thing. I feel like the main thing that I appreciated about that video on Twitter was just that he embraced that he was a clown, and had the clown face on, because I feel like that's like how a lot of these organizations are, but without the I guess the same level of honesty about what they are.
Yeah, it was definitely... What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, your video.
You guys can't see me at all.
Yeah, it's just a black screen. I thought you left for a second, but yeah, it's black screen.
Nope, watch. See, I'm back.
Oh, yeah.
So I was browsing something. Damn. I'm surprised we still have this many viewers this late.
Yeah, on a Sunday too.
How you guys doing in the chat? What do you guys think? It's a Sunday. Yeah, you're right. Sunday is always kind of dead.
Yeah.
Oh, he's back. What's up, man?
Oh, hey, Cocky.
Hello. I was gonna say the chat because I was just looking at it. Someone mentioned Spelljammer. I remember fucking. God, I had one of those.
Wait, Kaki,
old,
are you AB?
I am AB.
I'm gonna mod you in our chat just so you can so you can have the title and also that you can share links.
As an ML, I crave any official power and privilege.
Validation.
Yeah. But someone just mentioned Aesthetic Resistance, which is Kahina's. It's not hers, but she's on it. It's on SoundCloud. It's a podcast. I really, really fucking like it because you have like an artist in Japan, a very depressed but very bright sounding journalist in like Montreal, a guy I think in Norway, but he's from New York, and then Kahina, Molly Klein, phoning in. And the four of them are just complaining about mask laws. So it's almost pure boomer, like the masks are pure evil, fuck all this. But I like it because they're all grumpy MLs and they're like over 50. There's something beautiful and valid about just listening to these people from New York being like, this is terrible. I hate it. Fuck the mask. I want to buy my soda, my pop. I'm like, this is great. I agree to a huge degree.
Age is such a filter, like a lot of bullshit is just because people are young,
Yeah, a lot of young people are really fucking dull and boring because they grew up with whatever newfangled, shenanigans they got going on. And so that like listening to these old people who also just remember sometimes when they remember government services we don't have anymore. I went to dinner with a bunch of people like over 60 a while back because I was in college. Well, was not anymore. Was in college, and I got invited out to dinner with professors. And one of them was talking about how he used to go on welfare and then use the welfare money to go to Europe every summer. And I was like, "That's fucking amazing." Jesus. And he was like, "Yeah, they didn't monitor shit." He was like, "I would just go. I would save up the welfare money and I would just go to Europe back in the 70s or whatever." And I'm like, "That's the coolest fucking thing ever." I would do that. Like, I would do the exact same thing if I could. And he's like, "The worse things were, the better they were." And then he like clink glasses with us and says, "Here's hoping things get worse."
Oh man,
this is before 2020, so I really hope he was right. And shit's gonna get real nice because it's so bad. Here's hoping.
I've never been to fucking Europe. I've never been outside of America. I don't think.
Hey, I haven't been either actually. I kind of wish that I would have like traveled more, but I haven't been outside of America and only a few spots in America, to be honest.
I only traveled in 2019, and I've become one of those annoying Americans where it's like I traveled once, so now I'm the expert now. But it's really just more like I fucking had a great time. It was so much fun, and it was just fucking great. I love dicking around Europe. And I also loved how Europeans, like, culturally are impressed if you say, "Oh yeah, I'm a TA in the philosophy department of a small college." They're like, "Wow, you're so cultured." And I'm like, "Sure I am. Sure." And so I was like sitting drinking with like a fucking like French executive of some company, and he's like, "Oh, that's great. I wish I'd done that because culture is so important." So it's like, yeah, it was great. It was great to have like clout for no real reason, clout for being a slacker who likes to read books, and have a bunch of like much like richer Europeans buying me drinks. It was a great time. Dude, so I recommend it.
Yeah, man. I mean, is that what you're doing now? You're still TA?
No, I quit. I totally quit because here's something fucked up. Here's something.
Oh yeah.
They want TAs at this college. My friend who is still a TA was telling me they want TAs to call students on the phone. They're going to give them their number so they can call them.
Why?
To harass them into doing assignments.
Oh my
because
God.
These colleges have such a little engagement with like students because it's like there's like a crisis of like attention where it's like it's hard to do classes during quarantine. It's hard to do anything when you're just fucking like stuck home, depressed, when life seems so crazy. It's like, why would you want to do some shitty college class?
I can't.
They realize this, so they're trying to make the TAs like harass students for less pay than they were getting before.
I fucking wish. I can't wait for the whole education system to completely collapse.
It seems to be building.
I'm saying that as someone in law school now, but you know what? If it collapsed, then I would be forced into like out in the open, and I know for a fact my improvising instincts would lead me to a creative outcome of some kind. But anything to leave law school, would be so fucking great, man. Just to get, imagine if I could like make a living off of what I love doing, which is this kind of shit, and, like Marxism and writing and stuff, and streaming and all that kind of stuff. It's like,
I've been thinking about that. I'm like, what the fuck do I do? I think it's this thing too, where it's like, at least for me, I'm like, I've been given a false sense of pride, a false sense of worth, where I'm like, no, I need to figure out how to honor and become what people call a grifter, which is an entertainer, basically.
100%.
Because I'm like, how do I like say to myself, like, okay, people seem to like hearing me talk. How do I just sell me talking? Because I know people who've done it. So I'm like, how do I just do that? Because I don't like anything. Might as well talk. Might as well.
It's all about calling bluffs. You just have to put yourself out there.
Yeah.
And just fucking, you just gotta not give a fuck. Like this is what I realized. Who the fuck is anyone to judge me behind your fucking keyboard? You put yourself out there. If you want to, have this thing, you put your fucking self out there, and then let's see what you're made of. You know what I'm saying?
It's true. And it's also like people seem to ascribe such like a seriousness to like, if you're going to put something out there, it must really be worth something. And then you see what they're consuming, and you're like, well, that's not worth shit. They're watching Chapo all day or whatever. Which, I mean, fair enough. I don't really have much against them. But they're about as serious, quote unquote, than anyone else. It's all just, this is America. We are culturalist slobs, and we just got to give our opinions. And if you can do it well, then why not?
It's almost like you got to also call a aesthetical bluff that behind the screen, there's the promise of some perfect person or perfect personality. If you just put yourself all out there and all your flaws, and you do that first, then it's almost like you're beating to the chase this bluff that there's anything more than just us as flawed human. You know what I mean by this? Like,
yeah.
You just gotta like call bluffs all around. Like,
I think so.
This really is it, and it's such a challenge to MSM and legacy entertainment media, because it's almost like you're also calling their bluff. Like I'm on screen right now. We got 20 people watching us, and it's like, this is really what it's like. This is like this every time you turn on TV and you see MTV or you watch like some shit on the news or Chris Cuomo and shit. It's literally just like this. It's they don't have anything we don't have besides more money and production value. You know what I mean?
I think 20 people watching is good, because imagine if you went to a bar and just started talking loudly and 20 people are listening to you. I feel pretty fucking good. Having 20 people listen to you is something. And I think also part of this too is like, I have friends who are really into YouTubers and shit, which I never was, but like watching my friends watch these people, I'm like, these people seem just like normal and boring here watching, but they really enjoy them. I think they just sort of put themselves out there. It's kind of like when you meet people, you get along with somebody or you don't. You enjoy watching somebody or you don't. There's something to just some guy, some schlub, on the screen, instead of someone in a nice suit with credentials who's been presented as this sort of semi-human thing. I don't quite get mainstream news appeal anymore, because I'm like, I don't know why you want to watch this sort of plastic college graduate.
I think I kind of get what it is, because I spent some time with family recently, and they're all kind of older, so they watch more mainstream news. But I think no one really agrees with it. No one really believes in it, but there's some kind of like enjoyment and entertainment that still comes in the experience of it, even though like you don't like believe it, and even though you don't buy, you might even hate some of the people you're like watching, but it creates like some kind like an environment of entertainment, and one that almost just like appeals to you, just like your very base like political intuitions almost. That's what I think it is.
It's like you want to know what they're saying, and you don't agree with them, but you still want to know what they're,
right,
like
right.
That,
Yeah, you want to be in on it.
Jake Squadron is loved recent video, but could you guys elaborate as to why the EFF? Well, I don't have that much time, but I'll just say that I think they're the most advanced socialist organization besides the Communist Party of China, which is in power. I think they're the future. That's all I'll say. I think in this digital information age we live in, another thing too is that their relation to aesthetics is that they're very, unlike the majority of socialist organizations, even outside America, they seem to be unable to reconcile the special socialist culture with the popular culture, right? And it seems like there's just this dissonance between the closed. They don't have the culty vibe that I get from a lot of groups that just tell you the whole world is depravity and evil. And, you know, only we're gonna show you a good. I don't know. It's kind of like that. It's the best way I could put it.
I know nothing about what you were just talking about. Just this culty vibe and like the world's depravity and evil. Like to go back to I won't even say their name, to the spooky American group we were talking about before. But it's like the whole like cult vibe of like, you know, everything is depraved and everything is evil. On one hand, I'm like, yeah, I agree, everything is depraved and evil. But to go to then say we will offer you this pure vision, that's pure cult shit.
Like in your group, this is a safe space that'll protect you from the. I don't mean to cut you off, but yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, I do. The only part of like the whole alt-right bullshit, and back in 2016 when it was really kicking off, you'd see those voices where sometimes they would just say the world is evil and we live in an evil world and we're just living in it. Sometimes I would see that little glimmer within their bullshit, and now I always think like, oh, that's interesting. It's an interesting little glimmer, where it's just like everything is already sold out, everything is garbage, everything is trash. You saw that was like the Yang Gang people, where some of them were just like, oh, I used to believe in this, and this, but give me my $1,000. I was like, it's pathetic and weird, but it's also valid in a way.
No,
it's
I
also
agree with
like
that.
Understandable, because I'm like, yeah, nothing seems to be good, so just give me something. I almost wish I would. Like, people attack like some like Socialdem, you know, some social democrat type people on Twitter for that, and I'm just like, no, I mean, they're not wrong. I don't know a way out. They seem just miserable and they want something decent out of life. Who can blame them?
I mean, I completely agree with everything you're saying. Basically, all I meant was more in the sense of like groups that try to hide the world from you. Is
yes,
they try to hide it from you. You know, they try to.
That's dangerous.
They're like, don't watch this movie because this movie is gonna poison your mind, and you know that's what I mean more.
Yeah,
they do that with everything, like with philosophers, with movies, with books, with people. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's like we were talking about MLs before, where it's like there is no central committee, there's no central party who can be like, don't read this, don't do that. It's reactionary. It's like we don't have any authorities anymore, which is probably a bad thing. But we don't. So don't pretend we do.
I feel like American communists were just always bottom feeding off of the Soviet Union's actual state. Like that was, believe it or not, they don't understand that wasn't some like mysterious central authority. That was actually a state that was encompassing a lot of nationalities and territories and people. You know, it was a real state.
You know what the KGB called American communists? Apparently, shit eaters. That was apparently their term for like white American communists.
It's still true. It's still true. You know, it's
because it says they're eating our shit. They're eating our garbage, and we're still punking out. They're always like a step behind, so they felt. So they were the shit eaters. I'm like, oh, it's brutal.
Yeah, I mean, I think most people are good intentioned, but you know, I feel like the left and communists and people in this milieu, it's so dangerous just because these are the people who think they've acquired the absolute good and truth as a remedy for everything, and this very easily gives rise to a lot of bad abuse and pathologies and psychotic type of evil, in a sense, almost, you know,
because it's religious. It's become and I'm not one of those people who's like thinks that the word religious always means something bad, but it is literally religious when you think you have received this like pure, perfect truth that you must spread, and everyone who does not share it, is pure evil. I don't know how anyone living in fucking 2021 in America could think they have anything good or pure, because I don't see the results of that at all. I don't see anything that seems decent in this country.
It's like religion without the history and the depth and the meaning and the poetry of it.
Yeah,
it's like religion without any of the actual like kind of deeper, more meaningful aspect of it. It's just that kind of purity. It's that kind of purity complex, the like beautiful soul mentality, You know
what pisses me off too is that, I know that there was a commenter on our video or something that was like talking shit to us, And you know what triggered me? That he had a Fallout 3 profile picture. Like, dude, you're this Marxist-Leninist, but you're just playing Fallout 3 like the rest of us. Like, what do you have? You know what I mean? Why are you? What right do you have to be so like this phrase monger talking about all this stuff? It's like,
yeah.
Dude, where's the authority of your words? You know, like you're just playing Fallout like I was yesterday or something. You don't have any secret. I don't. You know, it's like you profess all this posturing and shit, but at the end of the day, what are you doing? You're watching anime or something, and you're going and you're playing the fucking Elder Scrolls Oblivion. Or
yeah. That shit drives me crazy. Like on Twitter, sometimes I'll feel self-conscious from it. Should I post this just meandering nonsense for no reason? Aren't I supposed to be like, did people, subscribe to this stupid fucking account, which has a stupid name? I mean, I'm fucking at Cocky Duty. I'm not exactly an authority on anything. That was kind of the point of why I used that screen.
That's why
nonsense.
That's why we had to put CD in our title, because we just couldn't say Cocky Duty because people would.
Because it's from a fucking Mel Brooks movie. It's from a comedy. It's supposed to be stupid, but at the same time, I'm also like, well, I guess people want to hear me say sauce, and I'm just posting where it's like, oh, I went to 7-Eleven today. And then I look at other accounts that are like posting like these big paragraphs of like, like here's all this thought and analysis and blah, blah, and I'm serious. And then it's bullshit. It's all bullshit. Because it's like, yes, it's not bullshit to think and to analyze and to have an intellectual life and to read and to try to understand what's going on and tell people. But it is bullshit to pretend that you're somehow this anachronistic, I guess, fucking time traveling, communist functionary. From the fucking 30s or 40s, has shown up to tell everybody, how to be a real commie. That's stupid. There's no party in this country that's centralized. There's no power. There's no anything. I mean, there's nothing.
Yeah. Well,
even the QAnon people can get their stupid shit together. And there's some sort of violent, bizarre cult that seem to have a level of effectiveness beyond a lot of like leftward posture.
Did you guys see the video of Alex Jones going off on QAnon?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. It was funny.
Yeah, it was very funny. I kind of.
There's someone in the chat. Hold on, Nomos. That's very true. The Harry Potter thing. But Alexander, why are you the ones with infrared vision, and why is the American left? Well, I mean, whether there's something that distinguishes us from the American left is up to you. If you don't think so and you think we're the same, you don't have to watch us. But we're just trying to give expression to what we think does separate us. But that's the proof is in the pudding. If you can't see that, then you don't have to. So we're not saying we're special in the sense that we have some party and that, we're just trying to open your horizons, guys. We're not trying to. I told you last night. I said I'm a clown too. Okay, I'm not trying to be like the commander of the viewers.
Yeah, as much as I dislike the whole Chapo milieu, someone sent me their first chapter of their book, when they had a preview or something. It was actually fun because I just remember the bit where it says there's a half-assed Gramscianism, running through American culture, where it's a battle for culture must be waged, and that's actual political struggle. And they sort of said this is the problem with liberalism, this is the problem also probably was us and everyone else, and that we're all just fighting over culture, and that's where our battle is. And I was sort of pleased. I'm like, that seems very self-aware. I agree with that view. I think that's my problem. I think it's a lot of people's problems. I think I'm trapped in just thinking about culture because materially I'm doing pretty fucking good. Not amazing, but I'm not in danger. So I can just keep babbling about culture and view and image and aesthetic and all these things. And all those things matter. But I think when people want this total view, it's difficult. To get to totality, to get to something really deep, I don't quite know how the fuck to get to. And I think that's one of our problems as American Western leftists. Also, sorry, Henry, I think I cut you off.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think the whole cultural battle is almost inevitable. I feel like it's not necessarily that Americans are doing the wrong thing by being part of this kind of cultural fiasco. I feel like it's inevitable. It's kind of it all depends on almost having the right cultural position. I feel like the problem with American cultural politics and left-wing politics, it's always this university culture, right? It's always this establishment and institutional culture. that it's always this like elitist establishment institutional culture. We have almost like the opposite of a cultural revolution. You have like this reassertion of institutional culture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. What is our role? What is Infrared's role? All we want to do is create a alternate frequency on the 14th dimension that you can tune into. Like just an alternative current, basically. I guess that's it. Like, we don't. Our role is that we want to give you an alternative perspective that you can tune into, and you don't have to accept the limited confines of the dogmatic type of I guess that's it.
Alexander, one way to think about it is just are what we are. When we first, but when we first decided to start this channel, is because we just wanted to present, what we are, what's been building up, what we've been discussing and stuff like that for years, and we're just presenting that now in an objective, public way. That's all it really is.
It's almost like there's always like these channels of wavelengths and shit that people are always going to be in tune with. So we're just trying to create another one and see where it goes. It's like it seems like it's very conservative because we're not voluntaristic and we're not going to tell you to go out on the street and shit. We're just a kind of center of communication, if that makes sense.
I think it's always a good idea to have a conversation going, because why the fuck not?
Yeah. I mean, it's like none of this is given too, Like this giving form to like what's going on in the world and the left. It's not given, So.
Yeah. Alexander posted when I broke with the left of the anti-lockdown movement. I have no home. I think there's one thing I liked about. I think we got along on Twitter. Me and other people, it's like if you break with certain ideas and left-wing thought, you start to have no home. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, there seems to be a huge home where if your only break with left-wing culture is like, I don't know, you're homophobic, you're transphobic, or you're racist or whatever. Those old people always have a home. Like, those people are always doing fine.
They do, because they create a little group that's defined by their own victimization. Oh, the trans people canceled me,
And then they do the reverse. They use all the same sort of vid-pol ideas and just reverse, and they have a great time. I'm sure it's very fun to be one of those assholes. But if you're just like, I don't necessarily have any urge to hate a large demographic of people other than like, I don't know, fucking, you're supposed to hate if you're a fucking commie, you're supposed to hate
I feel
and
like
the government and so on.
I feel like
homeless.
I feel like the only group of people that I actually dislike are other leftists. Pretty much.
True. Yeah. Very true. Hold on. Here's my question for Cocky. I wanted to ask this, I forgot, but I just remembered. Do you have any haters?
I have haters? Do you mean like on Twitter and stuff, or
anywhere,
or in the wider world? In the wider world, I definitely do. Unfortunately.
Or does Cocky Duty, the blogger and the public figure, have haters?
I do. There was a guy who used to email me all the time telling me that kill me. And then when I had like a Curious Cat back when it was normal to have those on the Twitter account, there was a few group of people who would just accuse me of like weird shit constantly.
Like what?
Tell me how. Like they would say like, oh, you're basically say like, oh, you're a fag, or oh, you're straight. They would say like they would alternate between you telling me I'm straight or gay, or like they would always try to tell me what I was, and then they would also say stuff where it's like you're a narcissistic fake, and I'd be like, of course I'm like narcissistic. I'm soliciting strangers to talk to me online as a narcissistic act. They want some attention. I'm drunk online right now. It was really nonsensical, so I never took them that seriously. So I have haters, but never.
Wait, what did the emails? What were the emails?
The emails were like, "I hate you and I'm going to kill you." And I think it may have just been, and he mentioned how he was on Curious Cat, and I didn't respond to his. It was kind of funny. Like he did jokes in there too.
The reason
they're just fucking weirdos.
The reason I'm asking is because it's like, are there just haters for no reason? Is the question?
Yeah.
Because I feel like you haven't done anything that would. I've done shit that I'm asking for haters, based on our past streams and shit. But I feel like you're just gonna have haters for no reason at all. Like that guy
I
just
think
emailed you saying he wants to
to
kill
I think
you.
he's just
What did
bored.
you
He
do?
probably does that with nothing. I think he just probably does that with like 10 other people because he's bored and wants a response. And I do remember I had haters when I first was on Twitter, and I deserved them because all my friends were like weird accelerationist Twitter people, and like one of my early followers was fucking Nick Land. So it's like, yeah,
Nick
that's fair.
Land
You should. I have 2 Nick Land followers. He follows me on 2 of his.
The urban future and the outsideness, right?
Yeah, he's got 2. Not outside it. He follows me on his semi-secret one.
Oh,
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I thought they were funny. I thought it was kind of cool. Like, that's fun. But so I hate it for that reason. I think that's fair. And I still remain proud. Like here's a infrared exclusive. Speaking of Nick Land, there's a fucking tweet that goes viral every once in a while where it's Nick Land talking about burning popcorn.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you've seen that, but it goes
Yeah,
viral every once in a while. I wrote that. That's fake. I made it up. Like I made
You
that.
wrote
That's-
that?
Yeah, I did a /edit where and I took a screen cap and said, "Wow, Nick Land's been deleting some weird tweets lately."
Yo, that's a huge infrared exclusive.
There
You guys only get
so
this
there you go.
year,
That's my-
okay? You guys only get this
Yeah,
year.
that's my exclusive because every time I see it, I do feel narcissistic. Like I did that. Everyone's making, everyone's laughing at
You
me.
know, I've contemplated if we should ever ask Nick to come on, but the racism stuff is kind of.
He's a racist. He sucks.
Yeah, that's kind of what makes it not good PR and optics.
Yeah,
and it's
and
sending
I
a
feel-
bad message. But
I feel
otherwise,
some discomfort with it off and on, where I'm like,
yeah, it's almost
Yeah.
like I don't. I'm completely fine with like the libertarian, all his politics. That's completely fine. He's such an interesting guy. It's just sometimes he says some pretty vile things.
Yeah, he's a eugenicist weirdo. It was pretty funny. You know who? I guess it's just Jehu is how you'd say it. Jehu, you know who he is, right? Of course.
Yeah, I know who he is. Of course.
Yeah. Well, him and Nick Land are friends. And there was a bit
Friends?
when they're friends. And there's a bit where Nick Land was teaching a course on like an online college, and he says, "I want Jehu to be an instructor here, and he and I will put together like a course." Like that was real, like an attempted thing, like 2 or 3 years ago. So we'll give Nick Land that. He tried to get, the weird racist who tried to get a black guy made an honorary professor. That's got to be.
You know, Land doesn't strike me as. This is something a lot of American leftists don't get. You don't have to be personally racist to have racist views. I feel like Land is like metaphysically racist. So when push comes to shove, he's racist, but he doesn't strike me as racist on a personal level.
Apparently, on a personal level, he's very sweet, and also on the personal level, he will rant and rave about the bourgeoisie and how they, apparently at dinner he's like, "Oh, don't buy that wine; it's bourgeois."
Honestly,
one of those people. He's European.
Maybe I'm wrong, but everything about his personality, I think he seems like a good guy, just personality based. Maybe I'm
On
wrong.
the personality level, he's apparently sweet. That's what I'm told.
Yeah.
Sweet guy, but views wise, no, he's shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Racist grandpa.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely had a profound influence on my thinking, for better or worse.
Me too, whether I want to admit it or not. He's still at this. I started reading him and Marx and all these people all basically at the same time.
Yeah.
Lenin. And his stuff, it's almost good to read because he has like a stylized aesthetic version of the Silicon Valley bullshit that they try to sell us. He's got the cooler version of what Peter Thiel and all these people are trying to hoist on us, where it's like, imagine a society where capitalism, turned into a user experience where you log into your country and blah, 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 all that shit. He sells that image better than people actually selling the image, though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of things that I just kind of take for granted that I feel like from Land, including the kind of, I don't know, but I feel like there's a lot of Landian dogmatists that I don't like. I don't like when people are too dogmatic about it,
There are definitely Landian dogmatists. I remember them from being in that little. I was in like a fucking reading group. It started as like a reading group, and it turned into a Slack channel. And so I met Landian dogmatists.
Sorry.
Slack is used by companies so employees can talk. It's a corporate like messaging app.
I've never heard of it.
It creates like private chat rooms.
Oh, okay, I see.
for corporate work. It's like a companies use it,
Oh,
but we used it, which is incredibly appropriate, really.
is it like encrypted?
I guess in its own weird way, yeah. That's why.
Guys, stop saying 2-hour stream, okay? It was hockey came on, so that's what changed plans. Like they said, 'cause we said in the description, this is gonna be a quick 2-hour stream.
Cocky haters are the lowest of the low. I agree, taxpayer money.
Yeah, dude.
I agree with you.
I'm just surprised you had haters. You know, I feel like what have you done?
I've had a small cadre of devoted haters, but not really, not in a big way.
It's got to be one person. Come on.
It seems to be like 2 or 3 guys because they have a very similar voice, and I think they're all British too, which I will throw that in there.
Dude, we talk a lot of shit about Anglos, and sometimes I feel bad about it because there's Anglos I like. I mean, I don't even know if I should call them Anglos. There's English people I like. But
yes.
Anglo has become like a big derogatory word that on the infrared streams.
Yeah.
But like even Nick Land, I like Nick Land in a sense. I see that for me Anglo is like just a type of dogmatism, you know, that I just very common pattern of those type of people who just don't understand dialectical thinking, and they'll always be like, well, you're using that word and that's not the true definition and proper. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I remember that reminds me on a Slack, you can also like set up all sorts of little macro things. So if like a word pops up, it'll instantly respond with something. And I remember someone on the like accelerationist discussion Slack put it so like every time you said dialectics, a little message will pop up saying that's the like stupid version of cybernetics or something like that, which has got to be the most Nicklandian.
Yeah, and I really disagree with that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
But I remember that. That just reminded me of that. Yeah, the Anglo thing, there's something really perverse about some people who are just so obsessed with this image of like liberal rationalism.
That's what I mean.
Even when it seems to be the most non-rational and debunked set of like beliefs.
And I hate the word. I've just come to hate the word nonsense because Marxists,
Yeah.
even Marxists, who always say, "Oh, that's nonsense." I feel like this is fundamental Anglo pathology, but English people themselves, qua themselves, I guess, do have a unique thing going on, and I have nothing against it. You know?
Yeah. I've had nothing but great encounters with like fucking English people in real life. They're always very nice.
And I feel like our
Drinking like
channels.
crazy.
Sorry. I feel like our channel's aesthetic is kind of English a little bit, like futuristic English. I don't know. I think someone said that once.
Huh. That sounds fun. I like the sound of that.
Yeah.
I also apologize to people if I'm extending like the chat beyond people's endurance. I came on later.
No, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine.
I'm also such a fucking talker.
You honestly, this stream you've been our first show. I don't know why we didn't stream in the beginning. I don't know why we did the show format, but we both talked a crazy length, and
I think we got 5 hours.
Yeah,
something insane like that. It was great. It's fun.
And we talked fast too. I'm talking really slow today, but we were talking.
Yeah, I'm pretty sedated. I've been sipping, alternating between drinking my little fucking screwdriver and my energy drink. Yeah.
Saw Prolet. I honestly don't know how to play D&D. I just
it's I don't know if it'd be great for a stream.
I'd play D&D on a stream. That's stupid. I think that would be so frustrating in like a funny way.
I want to have a gaming stream, but I don't know why. I just
play Destiny 2 on stream. I'd do that.
Dude, if my computer could run it, that game's addicting. Destiny.
It is. Someone, I don't know who added me because I like put my like Steam app thing on Twitter recently, so a bunch of people added me. But someone's been playing Destiny 2 constantly, and every time I see it, I'm like, oh shit, I gotta reinstall. Fuck.
I wonder what's a really streamable game nowadays. You know, I was talking to you about Rust because I didn't want to stream it,
right?
But I just wanted to check it out. I wanted to like see what was going on. But
I think almost anything's streamable if it's just fun to look at. This is my feel.
Yeah.
Have you seen Cruelty Squad to rep my friend's game they made?
I've been seeing that on the TL. I just didn't understand what it was.
My Villa Calio a good sort of tanky, good ML guy, living in Finland. He made his own first-person shooter.
Oh, it's on Steam and everything.
Yeah, it's on Steam. Like $20 on Steam, and Elizabeth Holmes is in it. It's really good.
That's fucking crazy.
It's authentically really good.
What is it called? Cruelty. So let me put it in the. He's your friend.
Yeah. Cruelty Squad.
Cruelty. That's crazy.
You know,
yeah.
You know, I kind of do feel like we should like do like maybe like social gaming streams sometimes. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
It seems like something worth a try at least, because you never really know what it's gonna be until you give it a go and kind of. But it seems like it,
Because sometimes I just want to talk, but I also want to not get bored while I talk. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right.
There's totally something. It's kind of like when I used to talk on the phone back when phones existed.
Yeah.
Like walking down the street and talking on the phone is kind of nice.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And gaming while chatting away on a headset is kind of the same experience. You're moving somewhere. It's kind of productive. You zone out in a good way.
But,
that sounds great.
You know my biggest like Reddit game that I actually like, but I can't be proud of it all because it's the most Reddit game of all time, is No Man's Sky.
Is what?
No Man's Sky.
Oh, No Man's Sky. Ah.
Yeah.
I don't have that. I haven't played that
There's
one.
nothing like a game where you can actually get in the ship and fly to different planets and land on them, and they're all different and they have different like flora and fauna and shit. It's just crazy.
It sounds fun. I mean, it kind of makes me think of like. That's why I used to like the first Mass Effect.
And if you see my setup right now, like I have pretty big screens, so it's like it's a crazy.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
The double screen.
Yeah. I just set it up today. I set up a double.
Nice.
I was pretty excited about that game when it came out. I just never got to buying it though, but I really love the concept of it. Just like this, generate this universe that's like continually being generated and all this variety and chaos and stuff.
Matt J, dude, I wish I could get outside. I usually tan in the summer and stuff. It's just that I live in Michigan and I hate it. You can't being outside is not for humans right now. It's like you're supposed to be in the cave, whatever, hibernating. I dread going outside. I just fucking hate the cold, and I never used to, but quarantine just did that to me.
Yeah. I used to love walking in the winter and shit. I grew up in fucking Chicago, and I used to go to Michigan all the time. I'm used to shitty, cold weather. And I live somewhere now that's just not that cold and shitty. And it's amazing how little I walk around in the cold now. It sucks. It's fucking quarantine.
I actually was visiting Chicago not that long ago. I was born there, but I moved to the south like while I was very young. But I was visiting back there not too long ago, and yeah, it's pretty cold there. It's everything. It's like in America, you have like places that are so different from other places where you have almost like these completely like. It's almost like going to a different country inside of the same country, Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Chicago's its own place for sure.
Yeah.
A lot of big cities are their own weird little city states.
Chicago's a tough city. I just when I went there, it's just like, damn, dude, this city's evil. It's like this city's trying to eat me everywhere I go.
Yeah.
It was not a friendly place.
Even going to a Chicago gym that was like in downtown Chicago. I went inside this gym and it was just like such a horrible feeling I had. I can't explain it.
I'm just gonna say, trust your intuition on that. It's entirely correct.
It's
a rough place.
Chicago people do not like people. I think like New York, I was like, oh yeah, okay, people are rude, but I never felt disliked or unwelcome wherever I was in New York. But in Chicago, like even just growing up there, or even like you're going back and forth between there and the suburbs. Oh yeah, you feel like the vibe where someone's just like, I wish you were dead. I wish you weren't here. That's so often.
I just fucking love Michigan, man. Michigan's such a cozy place, and I love the water, the big Great Lakes. And I feel like
I used to swim in the fucking Lake Michigan all the time as a kid.
That's crazy.
It was great.
Michigan is like, to me, it's like the ultimate state for me because it's not on the coast in front of the big ocean, so it won't be swallowed by the ocean, but it's also not landlocked and stuck somewhere. It's like the perfect state for me. I love it.
My grandfather had a fucking house in Michigan I used to go to as a kid on a lake whose name is very not politically correct anymore. The name of that whole area. It's weird bootlegger people named all this shit out there. It was so fucking cool. I used to go swimming out there, and it was connected to Lake Michigan, Lake Erie, and just go out. And it's like lake boat, just be in the water, and there'd be like tires and like rusted trucks and shit. People were dumped out there, and snakes. It was so fun. I loved it. Oh, it was a great fucking childhood. It was that shit. And man, I'm just depressed. Now I just miss the Midwest. What about West now? I live in Mormon country.
Dude, I everywhere I've been in America just made me long to go back to the Midwest. I love the wide open spaces, like the
flatness.
Exactly, yeah.
When I went to Germany and I saw the endless like flatness, I was like, oh, this is why Germans went to Wisconsin, why they loved it so much.
Oh, I'd love Germany then. I would fucking love Germany if it's like
I just saw endless sort of like green, gray, yellow hills, little bits of woods, and dour people in like sweatpants and like tracksuits just scowling. And I was like, I'm home.
That sounds beautiful, yeah.
Russia has some of that too. St. Petersburg feels like if someone somehow combined the feel of Chicago with like fucking Versailles into one city. Which makes no sense until you're there.
That makes sense to me. That makes sense to me.
Yeah. I met someone, she was from Chicago. She was like way older than me. She was like my dad's age. So I was talking to her at a bar in St. Petersburg. And she's like, this city always felt like Chicago to me. I was like, yes, you've got it. Exactly. And she's like, oh, I'm from Chicago. We really got along. And she was like, that's why I love living in St. Petersburg. Because she was like, I grew up in Chicago. And now in Europe, I have a city that is gray, wet, cold, and kind of unfriendly, but kind of good at the same time. There's like some wholesomeness to it.
You know the weird thing about places like Chicago though is like while they're very, very rough places to live, there's so much culture. Like there's so much culture in these kinds of places. A very unique culture too.
I think that's part of what she was talking about too. So much good music came out of Chicago when she lived there. She was there for like House, and she was there for like the weird industrial shit. The music in St. Petersburg, there was like a ton of that.
Okay, interesting.
There's good music and like similar shit.
That's one thing is that Chicago has like a lot of great musical talent, but also even just down to like normal stuff like the food. Even the food is like very unique, different, and like its own kind of thing, you know?
Yeah. Oh god, the food.
Yeah.
The food is why I'm fat, because my god, that fucking Chicago food is so heavy and so good. I ate too much of it.
It's amazing food.
Yeah. This is why I can't be completely knee-jerk anti-American, because I'm like, I know I have too much cozy, nice associations.
Honestly,
but it's like America on a regional level. I'm like, no, you don't get it. The snow and the food and I love it. It's good to love, where you live or whatever.
It's like it's because this is why I think liberals just don't have a good time. It's because there are places in America that have culture, right? But then there are other places in America where it's just like this kind of very bland, like abstract kind of just like suburbs, for example. They're just kind of, I don't know what they are. They're just kind of bland and kind of nothing almost,
Corporate barracks or something.
In Michigan at least, it's always the red areas that have the most fun. Compared to I think, Cock, you know about Ann Arbor, right?
Yeah. I'm supposed to be there this fucking summer. If it wasn't for quarantine, I would be there right now.
Compared to like the semi-suburban liberal places is what I mean. Rural Michigan is just where people have fun. It's just
that's where I used to go as a kid. We go to Kalamazoo and then out.
Yeah, dude, I love it. We call it like here we call it up north. You go up north.
Yeah, UP.
Yeah, dude, and then there's the Mackinac Bridge and shit. Dude, it's almost like I'm a Michigan nationalist. It's not even just America. It's like I have this attachment to Michigan,
Yeah. That's fun. I fucking miss Michigan. I gotta fucking go back when apparently we are no longer all disease vectors.
I don't think it'll ever end. I don't buy
I agree, Haas. That's what I'm starting to think. It's going to be one of those things where it's going to last so long. By the time it does end, you're going to forget when it started.
Yeah.
And
I'm just going to wrap myself in plastic wrap eventually.
In America, at least.
Someone called me anti-vax for this, but I don't give a fuck. I'm not taking that vaccine. I'm just not. I don't trust Pfizer.
I was just talking to friends about that. I talked to my dad. My dad was he's a corporate America guy, blah, blah, but he's also black guy from the South Side Chicago, grew up in the 70s. So he was like, with the vaccine, he was like, I don't trust that shit. Like, he leaned in close and was like, I don't trust that shit at all.
I don't trust that. I'm not taking
And I was kind of like, I don't trust it either. I'm like, well, I was like, I mean, I get why you'd want it, but at the same time, and we're both just like doing this, like basically trying to say, like, I don't want to take that thing.
It's a silent majority. It's a silent majority.
Yeah, everyone I've met, besides really liberal kind of TikTok people, everyone I've met doesn't want to take that vaccine.
I know people who want to take it, but they want to take it where they also go like, I'll take it, but they make like a noise, like, all right, so like, let me risk whatever horror may be contained, but I want to just get through this arrow as a pass, so give it. But they then go, that's the sound. I've literally heard that right after saying, give me the vaccine. And I'm almost that level. I'm like, all right, shoot me up with whatever the fuck that is, but oh, God. Ugh.
It's almost like I'm not anti-vax, it's just, why do I have to take the mRNA one? No,
because I'm not anti-vax. Let's be capitalists. Let's shop around. Let me try the Russian Sputnik. Apparently, the whole country of Mexico, they just signed off on that one. And the part of me was like, this comes under right side of history quite a bit. Let me try theirs.
The one I least would want to take is the American one.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the Sputnik is a new technology, but it's been tried and tested since the 70s. But the Chinese vaccine is just a normal vaccine.
It's the traditional
That's
one.
The one I want.
Yeah, that sounds great. I would love.
I wish we had access. I wish we had access to like buying the Chinese vaccine, because I would probably.
We should.
Yeah.
We should. I mean, where's fucking capitalism? We should have a nice market.
Another thing about the China boycott is that we switched to Verizon, and I was able to get a new phone for free. And I really wish I could have gotten a Huawei phone, because I use Android. I don't know how to use Apple. So, Huawei phones look really cool. They look really sick.
In Russia, it was kind of cool. It's what everybody had. Like, a ton of people had those. Like,
the
Nokias. But yeah, and running off. It was cool. I mean,
that's crazy.
They looked shitty and cool at the same time. I really like them.
It's crazy how like America's just like closing itself off from the rest of the world now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a podcast where they interviewed Boris Groys about the vaccine. Not vaccine. I mean the quarantine. Sorry. And they're also about the internet, and Groys had a point where he's like, whereas the internet has been defined as a space, and like every other space, whereas the internet being defined on a nationalistic level, it has to be sectioned up. There's going to be an American internet and a Chinese internet, etc. And then he said this like virus business. He said it's identical. He's like, we're already prepared for computer viruses and isolation from those. Now we, once again, we have isolation, from physical spaces. He's like, they all mirror each other. It's all the same trend. Like, this has all happened before. And he was like in this very bored voice where he was just like, it's just like before World War I. Don't worry about it. It was great. It was, I mean, he's talking about horrific things in a very blasé way, which is why Roy's kind of fun to listen to. But there was a point where he was just like, America is isolating itself, and it's done before. We're having an America First thing. Even under Biden, I think we still doesn't seem to have really relented. This sense of American isolation, where it's still like, oh yes, all these countries are doing terrorism and they're all evil and they're all bad. Biden's still pushing that shit.
I think it's even more. Yeah, I think it's even. My bad.
Real quick. Real quick. The Guardian had a fucking article where it says KGB agent says Trump is agent of influence. That was the Guardian's #1 story yesterday. So we're still pushing all this shit.
I think it's even more extreme with Biden and the Democrats, because that's, I mean, I feel like that's objectively what the Democrats represent. It's this closing off of America, this kind of internally, externally, censoring everything, and all these Russian conspiracies, Russia's doing this, Russia's doing that. Yeah. I think that's objectively just what the Democrats represent.
Yeah, they represent America First for liberals, because they're still saying America's the only country that's civilized, basically, and everyone else, is totalitarian, hell state. It's the same shit, just in with Maddow instead of, I don't know, whatever the fuck Trump has said. I don't know who their guy was for news.
It's always this kind of fantasy of these civil society type of professional people who feel like they're going to be overrun by these swaths of vulgar masses. Mm-hmm. I feel like that's what they associate Russia with. We did a stream dissing Vosh and shit, reacting to one of his videos. In one of his videos, he was like, the Rush. He said Russia's a demonic horde that's going to overrun liberal democracy, and I was like, that's the quintessential crux of it, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a horde, you know.
Yellow Peril style shit.
Yeah.
Where it's this Eastern horde, or even World War One, like Royce was talking about, the Hun.
Exactly.
This,
yeah.
It's that same weird shit. This non-Western Western power is gonna show its true face and swarm us.
Exactly, and it's like the Western individual is under threat by the because like Eastern societies are more collective. They're more
The cowboy must stand against this nameless, faceless horde.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, there's 300. I'll never forget seeing 300 in Cedars when I was a teenager. With my dad, we went to see it, and fucking that narrator that was where he's like, he says something where he's like the savage hordes. And he showed there's like people in like burqas and like weird masks throwing bombs and shit. And then the narrator where he's like they worship the savage god. There's like this crazy racist, xenophobic, whatever the fuck word to use. But that view, like Zizek, where Zizek's like, no, this is actually woke. I think liberals were like, yes, you're right, it is actually woke. We are fighting
I feel like,
savage horde.
I feel like okay, so the director Zack Snyder of 300. He's actually
an Irandian.
Yeah, he's Irandian, but I love his movies so much. And including the Batman and those ones, and I want to see the Snyder cut of Justice League so bad, but I don't want to derail. But I really want to see that. But I'm gonna explain why in a sec. That's Justice League thing. But he has like some his depiction of the Persians as like worshiping this dark god is precisely because it's like. You know how with there's always like this dualism between a type of surface level religion of light and like the idea of the Platonic idea and stuff, and then you also have this kind of the game Destiny, like with the darkness and the traveler. You know what I mean? And he was
there's like a Manichaean.
Yeah, exactly, Manichaean.
Or Manichaean, or how do you say it? that heresy, the Manichaean heresy.
The Persians. The thing that's animating the Persians for Snyder is ultimately not Xerxes. Even Xerxes himself is subservient to this deeper force, and I kind of fuck with that heavy. Like I'm on the side of the Persians. Like that's my.
They were cooler.
That's my idea of like what Marxism is basically.
They were more fun and they were sexier in that movie. I'll say that.
They had style and shit, and the 300 Spartans kind of seemed really uptight.
Yeah, they seemed really weird, and they seemed like shitty. They seemed more like Vikings from an old 50s movie. It was like old 50s B movies with names like Vikings versus the Serpent or whatever. They seemed like they came out of one of those where everyone's like, hello, blah, blah, blah. They all talk like this. It's boring.
But the thing about Justice League is, again, is this theme of how do you make the transition from individuality to a group? Mm-hmm. And see, Snyder is really smart. He's Irandian, and Ayn Rand people do not believe in... they don't think that a state is real, a collective is real. For them, only individuals exist.
I think that's the heart of his Dawn of the Dead remake.
The heart of his what?
He made the Dawn of the Dead remake.
Oh,
and his Dawn of the Dead remake, I think, has that feel. It's only the individuals are real and the individuals survive. And it's the complete opposite in the way of the original, where it's about if you can relinquish the individual and form a group from individuals, then that's when you have safety. Yeah. It's sort of, I would sort of extrapolate from the original, because once they self-sacrifice for each other, then things start to go a little better. While in the remake, it seems to be the complete opposite. The more you trust people, the worse it goes.
He knows what he's doing. He's doing it on purpose, and he's doing it with Justice League. The whole movie is about this melodrama. His cut, I promise you, it's going to be like this. It's going to be about the melodrama of how do you make the transition from these superhero individuals. And I almost love it because it's very poetic, and it's like it's apocalyptic, and it's geological, and it's what do you call it? It's like mythical, and there's buildings and hurricanes and storms and shit, and it's all of this stuff is going because there's this struggle between the melodrama of the individual becoming a collective of some kind.
Interesting.
And I find that way more persuasive for the situation in America, because Americans are all Ayn Randian individualists.
deep down.
Compared to MCU, which is really cringe, and it's just MCU is kind of like the corporate fake collectivism, which is why you see all these gifs of like Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, and the Democrats the Avengers lining up to beat up Thanos, and it's really cringe.
I hate that aesthetic so much.
I fucking hate it. Yeah.
It's so it's so bad. But here's something you talk about, like what to do while streaming. Now that's a streaming event. Fucking where we tell the viewers we're gonna watch this movie, turn on the movie at the same point we do, and we're the commentary track. Now that'd be fun.
That would.
I would do that.
You know what? There's also got to be some DMCA free movies we can watch too.
Yeah. A lot of the older stuff is.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, even with like go on Amazon, it's on Prime or some bullshit like that, we are now going to watch the Zack Snyder cut of something. There's the infrared view. I would contribute to that.
Saw Prolet. I've never read Michael. You guys know that Michael Moorcock?
I love Michael Moorcock.
Oh yeah.
Michael Moorcock was he's still alive. He's like 80. He wrote like Elric. He wrote all these like classic fantasy like sword and sorcery novels. He also wrote these like alternative history things that kind of got to his sort of tragic steampunk kind of comes from him. But he wrote a book where Lenin is a character. It's incredibly entertaining, where the main character refers to Lenin as grandpa for the whole book, and he lives in like a fucking blimp, and they end up blowing up Japan. And it's a good book.
That's crazy.
He's written some good books. He was a weird anti-Stalinist, sort of Trotskyist, anarchist guy in the UK who wrote some crazy sci-fi and fantasy.
Well, yeah, when I was a teenager, I read a little bit of his stuff because I was into kind of like just checking out fantasy and sci-fi and stuff. And I don't know, I didn't really get into it, but it was interesting when I was younger. I didn't delve as deep into him as you did.
Yeah, he's worth reading. Someone mentioned Epic Pooh, and that's his essay, which I do recommend. That Epic Pooh is about Winnie the Pooh and like Starship Troopers and like Lord of the Rings, and how it's like pastoral fascist narrative, where it's like middle class. It's about the triumph of middle class over the working class. Where it's like he's like saying it's not a coincidence that all the fucking like Lord of the Rings orcs are swarthy people with Cockney accents, and they get slaughtered, and they're evil. They represent, the beautiful Shire getting turned into, industrial. Yeah, basically accuses all these like classic fantasy and sci-fi people being reactionaries, and he's correct.
Did we mention the last Ring Bearer in our last talk? I kind of think we.
Oh, that book.
Yeah.
You talk about the weird Russian book.
Yeah.
Else?
The response to Tolkien. That book, just the premise sounds really cool to me. I really like it.
Yeah.
I like the association of the Eastern society with the kind of Enlightenment and Renaissance and science and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. It's like a big thing running through a lot of like I bought a compilation of like Russian like science fiction from like the 50s, and it was interesting how they identified the Soviet Union was like ancient India. Mm-hmm. And like Scythian civilization and stuff like that. They're really big on, which some modern Russian nationalists are big on that too. But it's interesting to see it from the Soviets, where it's like they depict a future where there's like a Sanskrit-based programming language that came from the Soviet Union. And I was like, that's kind of fucking cool. I love
that Russians do have a strange fascination with India.
They do. Well, but some of their words are like the same. Like their word for like if you want a light in Russian, you say like Agni. That's like fire. That's also like the Hindu god of fire. The word hasn't changed.
It's because of the Indo-European languages, right?
Yeah, they kept some of the words almost completely unchanged, and so they have this weird, and that's why you have crazy nationalists and racists who are like, Russians are the real Aryans, that type of thing. Yeah, I've met a few of those people.
The strangest thing is like whenever I feel like I study world history. It really completely destroys like the typical like Western notion of like the nation state and like also multiculturalism, just because you have all these like, especially like in Eurasia, you have all these like people just moving around and yeah. Like I watched this one video about this like African king in the middle of India.
I think I know about that.
Yeah. His name I think was Malik Anbar. And I don't know. It was just cool to see like how the way a lot of cultural exchange and like people moving around and stuff back then.
Yeah, the cultural exchange, that was something that is like really like underrepresented or under talked about. Like last year, I had to take like a basics like humanities class and we had to read fucking Iliad and the Odyssey and shit. There's the part where it's like, oh yeah, there's mercenaries from like, and then the teacher's like, okay, these are supposed to be from Iran, these are supposed to be from Ethiopia, these are supposed to be. And I was like, wait, really? In like ancient Greece? And she's like, yeah, I mean it's a boat, it's not that far. And they want money, they want gold, so they showed up. And I was like, oh, that makes sense. But at the same time, part of my brain is still just, I don't know, that old view of history, that sort of like shitty, not quite accurate view of history I learned as a kid, where it's like everyone was in their perfect little area, and America committed the original sin, colonization. Like they seem to almost like make America special even through its badness. That's almost like how American history is taught. Everything that happened first happens through America.
We were the first melting pot. The first melting pot.
Yeah, before Rome, before any of these previous empires, it's that straddled continents. America was somehow the very first.
That's like
I was taught that so consistently as a kid.
Meanwhile, China has like 50 nationalities.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
when I was in Russia, there was like a sign which says like our 22 ethnic groups are blah 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 many language. It's diverse. It's something. It's its own thing.
I'm pretty sure it's the origin of evolutionary psychology because it's like those 50s like funny cartoons and it's like first there was the caveman with the nuclear family and the wife and the kids.
Yeah.
And then the caveman became the Roman and the Roman eventually became the king and the king, then the people said, we don't want kings no more. And then they moved to America. We got freedom.
Basically. Yeah, it's like Rome. Yeah, caveman, Rome, America. That's all you need to know.
Yeah. Or like Greece. I missed a few things in there. Greece and then...
Yeah, Greece, and maybe you'll show some knights just because they're cool looking.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll get like Beowulf because you got to read that in middle school or whatever.
There's always, in America, there's this kind of consistent theme. I don't know what to call it. Is there a word for this? You know way more than me about these terms. Like, for example, you know how Americans kind of have this mentality that it's like, we're all different in the world, but hand someone a burger and they can be in... Hand someone a burger in the Amazon rainforest and they'll be like, that's damn finger-licking good. You know what I mean? Like, what is this kind of, like, certainty Americans have that at the end of the day, in a sense, they already know what everyone... You know what I mean by this or no?
Yeah, I guess...
Like, even the cavemen and... Yeah.
I guess part of it is just that term that gets bandied around a lot, like, like American exceptionalism, where America is, like, God's country chosen, to stand out from the rest of the world as the exception to history, the exception to every rule, and therefore existed before and after and so on because it's a part of like a divine plan.
But it's also that like Americans just kind of feel like they get it that everyone's different, that we all have different cultures, but they're like at the end of the day, what works, and it's like you have this burger, we all like McDonald's,
I think part of that is almost like a false American pragmatism.
That's what I mean. Yeah, it's the pragmatism.
Yeah. What's funny? The German professor I mentioned, she's from Germany, but she studied American pragmatism in like a serious academic sense. Which I need to hit her up again because we were supposed to do like a reading on that. It would have been fascinating. But she talked about how when she was like studying American pragmatism in like a really serious way, she would reach out to other academics and blah blah. And she's like, I'm studying this thing, blah blah blah, and they would say like, oh, I didn't know you were a Stalinist. That would be the response a lot of the time because apparently Stalin was big on some of the American pragmatist thinkers because it was like a school of philosophy because it was about pragmatism. And I think there's even a famous quote from Stalin where he's like, like Soviet ingenuity plus like American pragmatism equals blah blah blah.
Yeah,
so something like that.
China does it too. They study the American pragmatic.
Yeah, which seems like a good idea. I mean, America's got rich and powerful and fucked everyone, so obviously we're good at being pragmatic.
I think.
Or being bastards at least, but she's like that was consistent, continues to be. People you'll bring up the American pragmatics, everyone's like, ugh, Stalinist, and I think that's sort of hilarious.
I think that's how I am. I'm a Stalinist in that sense. Like I like the pragmatics, but it's not only the pragmatic, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like I feel like American pragmatics have an issue, which is that China is adopting all of the pragmatism. But it's still preserving the China part. The fact that it's like a particular civilization and not just like an abstract grid, like
But I think it's sort of the battle that's going on in America was the whole thing of like, oh, you know, you've got the fucking right-wing happily capitalist people, though, fighting for some image of America to be preserved, some cultural phantom or ghost to remain, while you have other people who are like, no, don't worry about it. You know, we can just sell it all off because be realistic.
This is unrelated, but it just came to my mind. I don't know why. It just popped in my head. You know, during the Biden and Kamala inauguration, when they were wearing masks, even though there was no one around, didn't that fucking remind you of the ending of Death Stranding with General, not the General, what is his name? Die Hardman or whatever?
I haven't gotten to the ending yet.
Oh, no?
I was actually going to start playing it again, start over this week, because I have friends going out of town, so I was going to go be in the living room and play.
It's fucking heavy on those mask vibes. Like,
there is a lot of masks and shit. I do remember Death Stranding, because it has the, like, latex gloves and masks. Everything's kind of medical and weird.
Yeah, and it's like the Biden and Kamala with the masks was like...
Yeah.
It's crazy. Because, you know, Xi's New Year's address, he wasn't wearing a mask, you know, because the symbolic point is that we already have this shit under control. It's not like the Wild West.
Yeah.
I don't have to have such a great distrust for the stranger, because we're not strangers. We have it under control collectively.
Yeah.
But in
America's selling the whole total insecurity shit right now, where, you know, like 2 days after the whole the quote insurrection unquote, I saw some tabloid style article that says like American veteran who joined Antifa, you know, was going to shoot up, you know, like a Trump gathering, you know, bullshit. They're putting shit like that in the news. I saw that quite a bit. I was like, oh, okay, they already tried to scare us with right wingers. Now it's time to scare us with left wingers. There's a common denominator being it's like a white veteran with a gun or something. It's like they're hedging all their bets. Where it's like, okay, how do we try and like maximize our scare quotient?
Yeah,
what's the scariest American we can produce? And apparently it's like, God, who was that kid? That fucking West Point kid who had like a Che Guevara shirt?
Dude, I forgot his name.
It started with an R. I saw. I can't remember his. I want to say like Rapaport, but I think that was that fucking sheriff.
I actually had a brief correspondence with that kid, but yeah.
But basically, it was like showing, you know, someone like that with a gun. It's like he's coming to your town. So articles like that. So that's what we're selling right now. That's what Biden's selling. Biden's going to take down, you know, Q and Antifa and show how they're all Russians.
It really is a war against the American people in a sense. So, Paulette, see you later, man. Appreciate it being here.
By people, by Jennifer Eisen.
I hate to actually. This reminded me. I hate to actually do this, but I think we're gonna end it at 10.
Sounds good.
The only reason though is because tomorrow morning I have to wake up for class, and I actually have to, for law class, and I have to like I gotta go to the gym and shower and eat dinner and stuff. And
you have to be a human.
Yeah,
pretty
much. Yeah,
the human body things.
Yeah, but we'll keep going for like another 9-10 minutes. Actually, 15 is fine. You know, we can do 15. But just giving you guys a heads up. Biden is biding his time to implement the mask mandate. I just don't leave my apartment anymore. You know, I mean, I understand. I'll never be one of those people. Sorry, when's the next stream? This week sometime. I don't know when. Either Monday or Wednesday, but not Tuesday. I don't know. I'm never one of those people to resist wearing masks, but I hate them.
Yeah, that's how I feel. Like I'll wear the mask. I'll go with all the. I'm enough of a. I don't know, sort of quote Groys again. He opened one of his talks where he says, like, as an authoritarian personality. I thought that was pretty good. And there's a part where it's like, yeah, as an authoritarian personality, I'm totally in line with a public rule. Like, of course I will. Everyone else is doing it. I should too. I'm fine with that. But at the same time, where the mask has become some sort of sign of like public liberal virtue.
I know.
Which is so vile when those people do not believe in any other public virtue, apparently, until now. Now they can use it to shame and attack people.
So
those people didn't believe in the public.
On the road, people wear them while they drive. Is there a reason?
That drives, that's disgusting. I remember when I visited my parents, my mom was like leaned in and she's like, look at those submissive pussies. racist. And then she like hissed it at me. Like burst out laughing because it was so like out of character because I think the recording system driven her completely insane. But
and you know they're doing it because it makes them feel superior. Like, oh yeah, I'm the good one. I'm a good person.
Yeah,
I'm the special. All the Americans are bad, but I'm the good kind of American.
Yeah, it's that shit. It's really weird and creepy. It's like recycling or something else. They're treating it like that. People who are just afraid of germs or afraid of disease. That makes sense. Those are things to be afraid of. That's valid. Why not? Of course. I'm afraid of germs and disease. Who isn't? And some people really are. But the people who are like obviously doing it almost as some sort of, like you said, like being better. Yeah, be political or to be even like put on the mask and be like, I'm the good American who follows the rules. You're the bad one who voted for the bad man. And you do all the bad Cheeto things.
You're the thoughtless and blind American. Mm-hmm. I'm actually thinking about the greater
yes. Yeah, Biden gave me good boy points. Those people, I just make me feel like a deranged conservative as I talk about them. I just turn into, I don't even know.
And they have the bumper sticker that's like, trust science.
Yeah, people put those signs on their house around here. I'll see signs where it says like, I believe love is love, and science is real, and like 10 other things. And I'm just like, oh, I just hate you.
It's
sure you're bland and inoffensive, but damn, this sign is just killing me.
It's almost like there's this aesthetic of like teachers ruling us. You remember like public school teachers, not to hate on them, but
it's exactly that.
The aesthetic of it, where it's like you have the snitches, who are you have the teachers' pets, you have the teachers themselves, and that's what our society is becoming. It's those type of people who are just like vainly trying to, like the aesthetic of public good is completely dead to me.
It's a rule by finger wagging, and it's
exactly.
It's a rule by like not even heavy, but just like a mild amount of shame. They're not even going to pile on too much.
And they'll be like, there was someone who wrote did you see the poem someone wrote about Trump in, I forget where, but they were like, they wrote a poem and they were like, your syntax is atrocious, your grammar is ghastly.
They were like, people are being given free reign and it's terrible. They should not be allowed.
They rule us.
That's American culture now. That's American culture. Yeah. It's terrible.
You know what? You bring up the Anglo. That's what it is. That's
what we mean. And people think we're schizo. That's what exactly.
That's the Blairite. That's the like if you watch like David Mitchell and some of those comedians who are funny, or Stephen Fry, who are like big public figures in the UK, like public entertainers, but they will talk about grammar and diction and your proper bearing, where it's virtue based on appearance. That I think is a big part of this like cultural disease, this like school teacher propriety thing, and it's just
the theory.
They think they're against vulgarity. They think they're fighting this war against like vulgarity when they are themselves a form of like middle-brow vulgarism.
That's our theory was that it's because America is losing its original thrust as this new thing like it was in the 20th century. So now our elites are returning to the British and worshiping the fucking English, garbage that you're talking about.
I can see it.
Think about like Christopher Nolan films. Even though I like the Batman ones, but think about like that whole aesthetic of like this like melancholic, America's in decline, but at least we're proper and virtuous.
Yeah, I hate that. Like America in decline and like the British melancholy shit. There's some British melancholy things that are so fucking good. I love a good gray Grant Brit thing. There's a Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, not the one with Gary Oldman or whatever the fuck, but the old like 1979 miniseries. I highly recommend. Where one of the lines in that movie I fucking love, or one of the characters, like they're asking like, why did you betray Britain? Why did you do this? Because it was about spies and shit. And he just says, I despise America. I hate America. And it goes on this big thing about where he's like, it's like a whole culture he's like built. He's not like consuming enough to create, like a permanent underclass. And he's like vile, filthy. I fucking love that scene. There's a great grimness that they do well that has something sort of rebellious and subversive in it. I think that's the whole Mark Fisher appeal, where he's a depressed, Brit subversive.
Listen, Brits at their best are when they're anti-American, and Americans at their best are when they're anti-British.
I think so, because they're fighting against that global capitalist bullshit culture.
It's exactly that.
Mercantilism.
And then us good old normal American people and normal British people, we can have a new friendship But our elites' love affair is the bane of both of our existence.
Absolutely.
If there's any Anglos in the chat, at least we can agree on that. Our elites' love affair is the bane of both of our people.
Yeah, look at the fucking Rees-Mogg type who's this fucking top hat reaching hands across the Atlantic to shake hands with American business people.
Exactly.
It's tacky. It's horrible. It's disgusting.
Exactly.
It's evil. Kills people. Yeah. God. I think that might be my closing statement. I might go get food.
Yeah. I think we're gonna end.
It was nice having you, Cocky.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, Cocky. By the way, I don't. It's completely fine if if you can't come on or whatever. But just remember, you're always welcome to come on. And I do think we should have a sci-fi episode where we.
Yeah. I'd love to come back. I mean, this was great. Thank you guys so much for having me on. It was a great conversation.
Yeah, it was fun talking to you. You always you always say very interesting stuff.
Yeah, likewise.
You allow our stream to have a chill vibe, whereas in order to propel our stream forward, otherwise we have to just start attacking everybody.
We've been at war.
Yeah.
I'm glad I could bring a little brief detente to the stream.
Yeah, dude, because I'm tired. I was yelling yesterday so much, and yeah, dude, thank you so much for coming on. Guys, this is Cocky Duty. Do you want to plug your Twitter, or do you want these crazy people to follow you?
I'll stick it in the thing.
Yeah.
Also, thank you, audience, for listening to me for the rest of the stream. Chatting away. I will probably try and come back for the next one or the one after that, because this was great. And my brain has just been rotting in isolation, so it's like,
Same.
oh yeah.
Wait,
great
do you
to just
have
talk?
one last question? Do you have any insomnia issues?
Yes.
Yeah, dude,
pretty
same.
bad.
As of 2 months ago, just for the first time in my life, I hate it, dude. It's a nightmare.
I've had it off and on. I used to have it when I was like a shut-in weirdo teenager, and now that I'm forced to be a shut-in weirdo again, it's back.
Yeah, dude, it's rough.
Because it's simulating that lifestyle of being like a depressed weirdo who doesn't go outside, even if you don't want to be that.
I know, dude. I know.
Yeah, because you have so much pent up energy.
I don't want to be that, but I have to be.
Yeah. So, I will log out for now.
All right,
See you guys.
See you guys. See everybody.
Yeah, later.
Bye.
Bye.